The Ukrainian Genocide Myth from Hitler to Harvard. Douglas Tottle. I am deeply indebted to many persons of Ukrainian background, both Canadian-born and of post-war immigration, who shared with me their personal knowledge of the events discussed in this book. Their assistance in translating necessary materials is very much appreciated. I would like to particularly thank those of the post-war immigration who had the courage to offer or verify information about the presence of former Nazi war criminals and collaborators presently hiding behind the good name of the Ukrainian Canadian community. Nor do I wish to forget the valued assistance of Ukrainian academics from 4 universities for their assessments, criticisms and encouragement in the preparation of this book. Finally, I am honored by my acquaintance with Jewish survivors from Western Ukraine and Poland. They related to me their experience of Ukrainian nationalist pogroms and police roundups, verifying the experience of others with Ukrainian nationalists as willing tools of the Nazis in town, country and concentration camps. Particularly helpful were the personal memoirs and written accounts made available to me by Galician Jews who survived the death camps or who survived in the forests. Canada is greatly enriched by their presence among us. Without their inspiration, which greatly encouraged me to get to the truth on a whole number of questions, this book could not have been completed. From the earliest days of the Russian Revolution to the present, propaganda campaigns have been conducted against the Soviet Union. Those in positions of power in capitalist countries see socialism as a threat to their continued profit and privilege. Both to undermine support of a socialist alternative at home, and to maintain a dominant position in international economic and political relationships, all manner of lies and distortions are employed to cast the USSR in as negative a light as possible. Stereotypes and caricatures have come to dominate many people's understanding of Soviet history and current reality. The particular issues of this psychological war are wide-ranging and are at times short-lived. The idea that the socialist revolution nationalized children, my teacher's explanation of daycare, years ago, has long since faded into history. American allegations, in 1981, of Soviet chemical warfare in Southeast Asia, Yellow Rain, eventually collapsed when the offending chemical was shown by scientists to be dung produced naturally by bees in flight. But it is the charges that are remembered, the retractions, if ever made, are relegated to the newspaper's back pages and forgotten. The various campaigns combine to shape popular perceptions in the service of political ends. This book is the story of one campaign that has endured. Based on the thesis that the 1932-1933 famine in Ukraine was a deliberately planned genocide of Ukrainians by the Soviet government, the Famine genocide campaign has surfaced intermittently over the past 5 decades. The 1980s revival of the Famine genocide campaign has sought to win acceptance of this theory in historiography. However, while historians accept that famine occurred in Ukraine in 1932-1933, as well as in other areas of the USSR, they are still debating the causes, extent and results. My examination of the campaign and its charges of Ukrainian genocide does not attempt to study the famine in any detailed way. Nonetheless, a few words are in order. The 1917 Russian Revolution was followed by military intervention by 14 foreign powers, including the United States, Britain and Canada, and an extended civil war. The destruction of 7 years of war, revolution and intervention, combined with severe drought, resulted in widespread hunger and starvation, the Russian famine of 1921-1922. Having survived these ordeals, the Soviets charted a course that had no precedence in world history, the building of a socialist society. They sought to transform a backward land plagued by poverty and illiteracy into an industrialized country with a modern agricultural sector. This was seen by the Soviets as necessary not only for economic and social development, but also for the very survival of socialism in a hostile international environment. In the early 1930s, the Japanese takeover of Manchuria and Hitler's seizure of power in Germany were seen as particularly menacing. The mass collectivization of agriculture and an ambitious industrialization program were the central features of the first 5-year plan launched in 1929. Collectivization met with active opposition from sections of the peasantry, and in many areas the struggle approached the scale of civil war. Drought, a complicating factor, widespread sabotage, amateurish Soviet planning, Stalinist excesses and mistakes caused the famine of 1932-1933. Throughout the Famine genocide campaign, however, the factors of drought and sabotage have been ignored, denied, downplayed or distorted. Soviet excesses and mistakes, in contrast, are emphasized, given an anti-Ukrainian motivation, described as consciously planned, and the results exaggerated in depictions of starvation deaths in the multi-millions. Fraudulent photographs and suspect evidence are extensively used to embellish charges of genocide, and are in fact the dominant images of the campaign. The sheer volume of non-authentic material used to support the genocide claim should in itself be grounds for the outright rejection of such a dubious thesis. Featured in the Nazi press in 1933, the Famine genocide campaign moved to Britain in 1934, and to the United States the year after. In Germany, a country with a history of strong communist, socialist and trade union movements, the Nazis created the first organized propaganda campaign, 1933 to 1935, as part of their consolidation of power. In Britain and the United States, on the other hand, the campaign was advanced as part of right-wing efforts to keep the Soviet Union isolated and out of the League of Nations. It also served to discourage growing working-class militancy in the Great Depression. The Famine genocide campaign finds its most ardent promoters among Ukrainian nationalists. The term Ukrainian nationalist is used here and throughout the book to denote the right-wing and fascist minority in the Ukrainian community, among whose goals is an independent Ukraine on an anti-socialist basis. The author in no way seeks to identify this extreme nationalism with the Ukrainian nation or persons of Ukrainian origin in general. The campaign was given fresh impetus in the post-war period with the arrival in North America of several thousand Ukrainian nationalists. Among the bona fide immigrants in the years just after the war, were thousands of former Nazi collaborators and sympathizers. Their direct interest in the campaign coincided with the Cold War propaganda of that time. The Cold War climate of the Reagan era has seen a revival of the campaign, surpassing that of the 1930s and 1950s. While movies like Rambo and Red Dawn occupy the fantasy phase of this political assault on the Western cultural intellect, the exhumation of the Ukrainian Famine genocide attempts to carry the assault into the pseudo-historical realm. The campaign further serves to distract attention from recent investigations of war crimes committed by nationalist collaborators now resident in the West. U.S. historian J. Arch Getty has commented, "We might profitably wonder about the resurgence of the intentional famine story just now. It seems to be part of a campaign by Ukrainian nationalists to promote the idea of a terror famine in the West. The not-so-hidden message behind the campaign coincides with long-standing political agendas of émigré groups. Given that the Soviets could murder so many of their own people, might they not be willing to launch a destructive war in order to spread their evil doctrine? Because the Soviets are like the Nazis, we must avoid appeasement, maintain our vigilance, and stop deporting accused World War II war criminals to Eastern Europe." Overall, the specific motivations of the nationalists' campaign are consistent with the foreign policy goals of the broader right wing. Cold War confrontation, rather than historical truth and understanding, has characterized the Famine genocide campaign. By cutting through the tangled web of fraudulent evidence, Nazi and fascist connections, cover-ups of wartime collaboration, and questionable scholarly research, it is my hope that this book will contribute to exposing the political myth of Ukrainian genocide. The historical study of the famine of 1932 to 1933 deserves an objective and non-propagandistic approach. Chapter 1. Thomas Walker. The Man Who Never Was. In 1898 various U.S. business interests, including sugar companies, were anxious for the United States to seize Cuba. A pretext was needed to build up pro-war sentiment among the U.S. public. American press magnate William Randolph Hearst, so the story goes, assigned the noted artist Frederick Remington to Cuba to find evidence of conditions which would justify a U.S. military intervention. Finding nothing out of the ordinary, Remington cabled back to Hearst. "Everything is quiet here, I wish to return." Hearst replied, "Please remain. You furnish the pictures and I'll furnish the war." In the fall of 1934, an American using the name Thomas Walker entered the Soviet Union. After tarrying less than a week in Moscow, he spent the remainder of his 13-day journey in transit to the Manchurian border, at which point he left the USSR never to return. This seemingly uneventful journey was the pretext for one of the greatest frauds ever perpetrated in the history of 20th-century journalism. Some 4 months later, on February 18, 1935, a series of articles began in by Thomas Walker, noted journalist, traveler and student of Russian affairs who has spent several years touring the Union of Soviet Russia. The articles, appearing in the Chicago American and New York Evening Journal for example, described in hair-raising prose a mammoth famine in the Ukraine which, it was alleged, had claimed 6 million lives the previous year. Accompanying the stories were photographs portraying the devastation of the famine, for which it was claimed Walker had smuggled in a camera under the most adverse and dangerous possible circumstances. In themselves, Walker's stories were not particularly outstanding examples of fraud concerning the Soviet Union. Nor were they the greatest masterpieces of yellow journalism ever produced by the right-wing corporate press. Lies and distortions had been written about the Soviet Union since the days of the October Revolution in 1917. The anti-Soviet press campaigns heated up in the late 20s and 30s. Thomas Walker's fake stories and photos appeared in February 1935. Other sources claim different photographers, years and seasons for these laundered pre-1930s photos, which also show evidence of alteration and touch-up. This excerpt from Hearst's Chicago American, February 25, 1935, was published as Famine Genocide evidence in a 1983 issue of the Chicago-based Ukrainian nationalist journal Ekran. Directed by those, like Hearst, who wanted to keep the USSR out of the League of Nations and isolated in all respects. However, the Walker are truly remarkable in that, having been exposed as utter hoaxes over 50 years ago, they continue to be used by Ukrainian nationalists and university propaganda institutes as evidence of alleged genocide. The extent of Walker's fraud can only be measured by the magnitude and longevity of the lie they have been used to portray. Horror stories about Russia were common in the Western press, particularly among papers and journalists of conservative or fascist orientation. For example, the London Daily Telegram of November 28, 1930, printed an interview with a Frank Eastman Woodhead who had just returned from Russia after a visit lasting 7 months. Woodhead reported witnessing bloody massacres that November, a slaughter which left rows of ghastly corpses. Louis Fisher, an American writer for The New Republic and The Nation, who was in Moscow at the time of the alleged atrocities, discovered that not only had such events never occurred, but that Woodhead had left the country almost 8 months before the scenes he claimed to have witnessed. Fisher challenged Woodhead and the London Daily Telegram on the matter. Both responded with embarrassed silence. 3 When Thomas Walker's articles appeared in, Fisher became suspicious. He had never heard of Walker and could find no one who had. The results of his investigation were published in the March 13, 1935 issue of The Nation. Mr. Walker, we are informed, entered Russia last spring, that is the spring of 1934. He saw famine. He photographed its victims. He got heartrending, first-hand accounts of hunger's ravages. NOW famine in Russia is HOT news. WHI did Mr. HERST keep these sensational articles for 10 months before printing them? My suspicions grew deeper. I felt more and more reassured that he was just another another absentee journalist. And so I consulted Soviet EU authorities who had official information from Moscow. Tom A.S.W. Walker was in the Soviet Union once. He received a transit visa from the Soviet consul in London on September 29, 1934. He entered the USSR from Poland by train at Enogorsk on October 12, 1934. Not the spring of 1934 as he says. He was in Moscow on the 13th. He remained in Moscow from Saturday, the 13th, to Thursday, the 18th, and then boarded a Trans-Siberian train which brought him to the Soviet-Manchurian border on October 25, 1934, his last day on Soviet territory. His train did not pass within several hundred miles of the black soil and Ukrainian districts which he toured and saw and walked over and photographed. It would have been physically impossible for Mr. W. Walker, in the 5 days between October 1, 3 and October 18, to cover any third of the points he describes from personal experience. My hypothesis is that he stayed long enough in Moscow to gather from embittered foreigners the Ukrainian local color he needed to give his articles the fake verisimilitude they possess. Mr. W. Walker's photographs could easily date back to the Volga famine in 1921. Many of them might have been taken outside the Soviet Union. They were taken at different seasons of the year. Any picture includes trees or shrubs with large leaves. Such leaves could not have grown by the late spring of Mr. W. Walker's alleged visit. Their photographs show in turn early fall backgrounds. He is the journal of the TWEN. 7th. A starving, bloated boy of 15 calmly poses naked for Mr. W. Walker. The next moment, in the Sami village, Mr. W. Walker photographs a man who is obviously suffering from the cold despite his sheepskin overcoat. The WE author that spring must have been as unreliable as Mr. W. Walker to allow nude poses one moment and require furs the next. It would be easy to riddle Mr. W. Walker's stories. They do not deserve the effort. Truth is that the Soviet harvest of 1933, including the Soviet UK rains harvest, in contrast to that of 1932, was excellent. The grain tax collections were moderate, and therefore conditions even remotely resembling those Mr. W. Walker portrays could not have arisen in the spring of 1934, and did not arise. Fisher challenged the motives of hiring a fraud like Walker to concoct such fabrications. Mr. HERST naturally does not object if his peers spoil Soviet-American relations and encourage foreign nations with hostile military designs upon the USSR. But his real target is the American radical MOVM, and these Walker articles are part of HERST's anti-red campaign. HE knows that the great economic progress registered by the Soviet Union since 1929, when the capitalist WORLD dropped into depression, provides left groups with spiritually encouragement and faith. Mr. HERST to deprive them of that encouragement and faith by painting a picture of ruin and death in the USSR. The attempt is too transparent, and the hands are too unclean to succeed. In a postscript, Fisher added that a Lindsay Parrott had visited Ukraine and had written that nowhere in any city or town he visited did I meet any signs of the effects of the famine, of which foreign correspondents take delight in writing. Parrott, says Fisher, wrote of the excellent harvest in 1933, the progress, he declared, is indisputable. Fisher ends, the Hearst organizations and the Nazis are beginning to work more and more closely together. But I have not noticed that the Hearst press printed Mr. Parrott's stories about a prosperous Soviet Ukraine. Mr. Parrott is Mr. Hearst's correspondent in Moscow. The incredible photographs accompanying Walker's fake stories also aroused the suspicions of James Casey, an American investigative writer. Headlined by Hearst as having just been taken in the Soviet Union, the photographs were, in fact, resurrected and rejuvenated. Art department heads of HERST's newspapers have been instructed to dig up old war and post-WR pictures from the files, pictures taken 15 to 18 years ago from the WR-torn areas of Europe. Some of the pictures have been retouched to look like new. In other cases, the old war pictures have been rephotographed. As a result, many of them look like prints. 4. Some of the photographs were eventually identified as showing scenes from the old Austro-Hungarian Empire. One photograph from the New York Evening Journal, February 18, 1935, was identified by Casey as actually portraying an Austrian cavalry soldier standing beside a dead horse following a World War I military action. 5 similar faked pictures, Casey noted, are now appearing in the Volkischer Beobachter, Der Stürmer and other Nazi papers, and are being circulated throughout Germany. 6. Hearst and Walker were prepared to go incredible lengths of cynicism and perverse cruelty in exploiting human sentiments of compassion. Famous among the Walker photographs is The Frog Child, published with the following caption. FRAGHTFUL, below KH sick, in a typical peasant's hut, dirt floor, thatched roof and one piece of furniture, a bench, was a very thin girl and her 2.5-year-old brother, shown above. His younger child crawled about the floor like a frog and its poor little body was so deformed from lack of nourishment that it did not resemble a human being. Its mother had died and it was a year old. This child had never tasted milk or butter and only once had tasted meat. 7. One might as well say that this photo portrays a relief worker, anywhere in Europe, sitting in a clinic waiting room with a starving or deformed child. There is something unmistakably urban, non-Slavic and early 1920-ish about the woman's flapper hat. Furthermore, the woman, who looks perfectly healthy, is dressed for cold weather while her brother is naked. The bench has a ribbed back as on old-fashioned office benches, hardly corresponding to the sole household furniture of a typical peasant. As used in this photograph, and other Walker fakes encountered frequently in the Famine Genocide campaign, has been retouched and altered. It betrays the appearance of being a doctored copy of a non-primary source, rather than a direct print from a negative. This author has encountered this unforgettable picture in an early 1920s publication of a Russian famine of the period following World War I. In Thomas Walker's Girl with Frog Child from Hearst's New York Evening Journal, February 19, 1935. Contradictory claims for the origin of this photo were put forward by Nazi propagandists in the 1930s. A scene from the 1920s, this photo is still widely used as evidence of famine genocide. Any event, it will be recalled that Walker was never in Ukraine in 1932 to 1933. Portions of the 1935 Hearst Walker series, including some of the photos, had in fact appeared the year previous in the August 6, 1934 London Daily Express. Attributed to an anonymous young English tourist, the story includes a virtually identical account of Walker's Frog Child fabrication. However, this earlier version of the hoax locates the tale in Belgorod, which is in Russia proper. Subsequent versions of the hoax over the decades politically relocate the story to Kharkov, which is of course in Ukraine. Thus, at least some of Walker's faked accounts were prepared well in advance of his actual fall of 1934 Soviet visit. It would seem that the Hearst-Walker conspirators decided to come up with an expanded and improved series, including some of the materials published anonymously in Britain. One concludes that Walker's brief Soviet trip was simply an afterthought, a cosmetic gesture for the already planned publication of the series in H. Hearst's American papers in 1935. Not only were the photographs a fraud, the trip to Ukraine a fraud, and H. Hearst's Famine Genocide series a fraud, Thomas Walker himself was a fraud. Deported from England and arrested on his return to the United States just a few months after the Hearst series, it turned out that Thomas Walker was in fact escaped convict Robert Greene. The New York Times reported, Robert Greene, a writer of syndicated articles about conditions in Ukraine, who was indicted last Friday by a federal grand jury on a charge of passport fraud, pleaded guilty yesterday before federal judge Francis G. Caffey. The judge learned that Greene was a fugitive from Colorado State Prison, where he escaped after having served 2 years of an 8-year term for forgery. Robert Greene, it was revealed, had run up an impressive criminal record spanning 3 decades. His trail of crime led through 5 U.S. states and 4 European countries, and included convictions on charges of violating the Man-White Slave Act in Texas, forgery, and marriage swindle. Evidence at Walker's trial revealed that he had made a previous visit to the Soviet Union in 1930 under the name Thomas J. Burke. Having worked briefly for an engineering firm in the USSR, he was, by his own admission, expelled for attempting to smuggle a white guard out of the country. A reporter covering the trial noted that Walker admitted that the famine pictures published with his series in the Hearst newspapers were fakes and they were not taken in Ukraine as advertised. 10. The evidence of famine genocide brought to the American public by this noted journalist and witness lives on in jaundiced historiographic circles. Walker's material and claims of 6 million victims are still recognized and issued by history factories like Harvard University's Ukrainian Studies Fund, as well as by the Ukrainian nationalists' own media. Walker's fake photographs are the most prominently displayed pictorial evidence associated with post-war famine genocide campaigns, despite the fact that this material was exposed as fraudulent immediately following its release in 1935. Apparently it is felt that the risks inherent in duping the public are necessary to further famine genocide concoctions. 11. Chapter 2. The HEARSTPRESS. The Campia IGN continues. Despite the Thomas Walker fiasco, Hearst did not give up the famine genocide campaign. It was part and parcel of his overall propagation of anti-Soviet, pro-fascist views. While it is beyond the scope of this book to examine in detail the activities of the multimillionaire press magnate William Randolph Hearst, it can be stated that he was known to millions during the 1930s as America's No. 1 fascist. It is widely known that certain U.S. corporations, for example, Henry Ford, lent money to the Nazis, while a U.S. oil corporation fueled Franco's army during the Spanish Civil War. What is less widely known, however, is that for a period during the 1930s, Hearst employed Italy's fascist dictator Benito Mussolini, paying him almost 10 times the amount the latter received in monthly salary while head of the Italian state. For a long time Mussolini's, chief source of income was $1,500 per week from the Hearst press. Early in 1935, however, he gave up writing regular articles because international politics were so delicate that he could not express himself frankly. Hearst was by no means the only extreme right-wing news mogul. George Seldes, veteran correspondent of the Chicago Tribune and author of the classic Facts and Fascism, warned of the connections between big business, the press and fascist tendencies in the 1930s and wartime United States. If the reader thinks of our chain newspaper ONRs, HEARST, HOWARD, Patterson and MC Cormack, as merely 4 of America's 15,000 publishers, he fails to see the danger to America from an anti-democratic, anti-American press. These 4 publishers put out 1/4 of all the newspapers sold daily on our streets. They own 40 of the 200 big city papers which make American public opinion. They run not only the 3 biggest newspaper chains in the country, but 2 of the 3 big news services which supply news to a majority of America's dailies, and because they have always been anti-labor, anti-liberal and anti-democratic, even WHN not openly following the Mussolini and Hitler lines, they constitute WH that I believe is the greatest force hostile to the general welfare of the common people of America. Many of the most extreme famine genocide claims from the 1930s emanated from these publishers. This was not the limit of Hearst's fascist connections. In the late summer of 1934, Hearst visited Nazi Germany. In Munich he was joined. William Randolph Hearst, known to millions of Americans during the 1930s as America's #1 fascist, poses with Nazi leaders during his fall 1934 visit to Nazi Germany. Left to right, Mr. Rocker, Hearst's private secretary, Nazi leader Alfred Rosenberg, William Randolph Hearst, Dr. Karl Boehmer, press division chief of the Nazi Foreign Political Bureau, Diehl von Trotha, Rosenberg's lieutenant. Some months after his return to the U.S., Hearst launched his famine propaganda campaign. By a man he knew well, Ernst Hanfstaengl, press officer for the Reich and an intimate advisor of Hitler. While at Bad Nauheim, 4 stormtroopers arrived to inform Hearst that a plane waited to take him to Hitler, whom he met for discussion. 5 A number of agreements were reportedly reached, one being that Germany would purchase its foreign news through Hearst's news-gathering agency, the International News Service. The deal was said to have been worth 1 million marks a year. 6 Perhaps such financial considerations served to underline Hearst's own political convictions, revealed in his comment reported in the New York Times: "If Hitler succeeds in pointing the way of peace and order, he will have accomplished a measure of good not only for his own people but for all of humanity." Hearst appears to have long been a devout promoter of German state interests. As far back as the First World War, he opposed loans and shipments of munitions to England and France, and the arming of United States merchantmen. He hired a former New York Times correspondent, William Bayard Hale, and sent him to Germany. Hale was later found to be in the pay of the Germans. Hearst's wartime news methods were so yellow that Harper's Weekly, suspecting Hearst was using mythical correspondents to send out fake dispatches, stated as much on October 15, 1915. In October 1916, the British and French governments banned from the use of cables and mails. The Canadian government followed suit the following month, banning Hearst newspapers outright. To be caught with a Hearst newspaper in those days carried a $5,000 fine or up to 5 years imprisonment. It was following Hearst's trip to Nazi Germany that began to promote the theme of famine genocide in Ukraine. Prior to this, his papers had at times reflected a different perspective. For example, the October 1, 1934 Herald and Examiner carried an article by the former French Premier, Edward Herriot, who had recently returned from traveling around Ukraine. Herriot noted, "The whole campaign on the subject of famine in the Ukraine is currently being waged. While wandering around the Ukraine, I saw nothing of the sort." Not unrelated to plans for a famine genocide campaign, was a massive Red Scare campaign which had been unleashed in the late fall of 1934. To back up his call for legislation requiring teachers to swear loyalty oaths, Hearst assigned hundreds of reporters to expose radical professors in a red hunt that smeared many honest liberals, and, while taking a soft line on Nazi activities in Germany, Hearst launched his press attack portraying alleged famine, misery, and brutality in the Soviet Union. For the Nazi press in Germany, its Volksdeutsche protégés in other countries, and the Hearst publishing empire in the United States, 1935 was to become the year of the Ukrainian famine. One of Hearst's Famine genocide campaign allies, Dr. Ewald Amend, described the launching of the Hearst campaign. On January 5, 1935, William Randolph Hearst broadcast a speech based almost entirely on the account of the Cardinal. In its committee, the entire Hearst press next proceeded to deal with the Russian famine, violently denigrating Soviet efforts to collectivize and industrialize, and at the same time shielding developments in Nazi Germany. Hearst gave vent to his elitist views on his coast-to-coast network broadcast. "The truth is that government by the proletariat, government by the least capable and least conscientious element of the community, government by the mob, government by tyranny and terrorism, is the fearful failure that it needs must be and definitely deserves to be." Having said so, Hearst did his utmost to make it so, at least in the imagination of his readers. The man who published uncensored articles by the Nazis Göring and Rosenberg, and the fascist dictator Mussolini, had launched his famine genocide campaign. By mid-February 1935, Hearst and his mercenary scribblers were ready to go into action. Reports of a prosperous Soviet Ukraine were killed, and in their place the fake stories of Thomas Walker were introduced. Following the Walker series, Hearst launched his next caper, determined to convince Americans that the Soviet Union was a land of utter starvation, genocide and cannibalism. This time he offered the tales of one Harry Lang, editor of the Daily Forward, a Yiddish-language publication of the extreme right-wing faction of the Socialist Party. Hearst's choice of Harry Lang made shrewd sense. Lang's socialist past would hopefully provide a more universal facade to his anti-Soviet campaign, the illusion of left-wing support. Why would a socialist team up with a multimillionaire capitalist publisher? By the early 1920s, following splits between right and left, the Forward had sunk to the status of a right-wing pulp journal. It came to represent the views and interests of a clique tied in with business union operators, who resisted violently, with ink, threat and boot, any militancy among the workers they dominated. In a 1926 strike, the Forward resorted to outright strike-breaking against militant unionists, whose demands, if won, would have embarrassed and jeopardized the hold its associates had on their unions. The Forward wholeheartedly fulfilled its holy mission. Daily it delivered a barrage of red baiting against the strike. The aim of the Communist leadership of the strike, the Forward cried, was to show Stalin that his American followers had begun to make the revolution. Since the THIRD-WO workers were not interested in this revolution, they were being terrorized by the Communists to continue striking. The Forward even discovered a mysterious ROOMC in the strike headquarters. There, it narrated, hundreds of THIRD-WO workers who refused to support the strike were taken and beaten into submission by the Communist terrorists. The Forward carried advertisements which urged all furriers who wished to become financially independent to apply at certain strike-breaking employment bureaus. The workers angrily ripped into shreds copies of the paper. In 1933, the Forward was even approached by employers to help set up company unions so as to thwart organizing drives by militant unions which would cost them more money in wages and benefits. 18 This was the same year that Forward editor, Harry Lang, went to the USSR, the basis of his horror accounts of famine genocide. Thus, it was a very short political walk from Harry Lang's editorial office at the Forward to H. Hearst's Life Factory, especially with regard to inventions about Russia. Lang and the red-baiting Forward were as eager to defend capitalism as their associated union leaders were determined to maintain their positions as a labor aristocracy. It is therefore difficult to accept attempts by some historians to pass off Harry Lang's Famine genocide stories as the admissions of a disillusioned socialist. Lang's contributions to Hearst's Famine genocide campaign reached new heights of the macabre. Under such sensationalist headlines as "Soviet masses pray at graves to die," "Soviet secret police rob starving, guns force Russian labor," "Starving Soviet foes exiled to Arctic," and "Soviet torture of women told," Lang bared Soviet horrors. In the office of a Soviet functionary I saw a poster on the wall which struck my attention. It showed the picture of a mother in distress, with a swollen child at her feet, and over the picture was the inscription, "Eating of dead children is barbarism." The Soviet official explained to me, "We distributed such posters in hundreds of villages, especially in the Ukraine. We had too." However, Hearst was no more successful with Lang than he had been with Walker. Lang's stories were publicly challenged by Americans who had visited, or worked at, some of the places he described in Ukraine. American worker Santomirabil wrote, "Harry Lang, you say you were in Kharkov, and saw workers returning from the tractor plant dirty, shabby with babies in their arms. Because there are no baby carriages. Harry Lang, you are a liar. Didn't you see the baby carriages and the WO workers apartments about 10 blocks away from the great tractor plant? Don't you know the workers have plenty of facilities to wash and clean before leaving the plant? Didn't you see the kindergarten among the apartments? Didn't you see the Sammy thousands of WO workers coming back in the night to meet to the plant auditorium to hear music and enjoy themselves for a couple of hours? These are the things I saw in Kharkov in 1932. I am willing to meet Harry Lang on a platform at any Timmy, liar and pen prostitute that he is, and let the public judge who is telling the truth." Lang was denounced by the Jewish working class movement, and in his own Socialist Party. The Socialist Party's National Secretary, Clarence Sr. declared, "The Socialist Party of the United States repudiates the attacks upon Soviet Russia now appearing in the HERSD papers." Lang, who claims to be a socialist, has not only violently misrepresented the socialist attitude to Soviet Russia, but has placed himself beneath contempt of all workers by making himself the tool of WILLIAMRANDOLPHHERST, the bitter enemy of the labor movement and the principal youth piece for American fascism. Numerous meetings were held within Socialist Party circles on the issue of expelling Lang from the party. At one, representing 43 branches of the W. Workmen's Circle Group, a ladderman stated that he had been in Ukraine at the same time as Harry Lang, and gave the Light to Lang series in. In mid-May 1935, the Illinois State Socialist Party called for Lang's expulsion, while the New York Socialist Party suspended his membership for a year. Even the Forward itself printed a disclaimer, Lang wrote on his own responsibility. The Forward had to admit that the majority of the numerous protests which it had received concerning Lang's articles, came from warm friends of the Forward, who declare how much they deplore and are aroused by this incident. The nation drew attention to a major motive of Hearst's choice of witnesses. The spectacle of a professed socialist, no amateur how renegade, combining forces with the most unscrupulous and reactionary journalist in America in a campaign of misrepresentation regarding the first socialist COUN tries beyond to be misleading. HERSTK nows DHAT his readers not in a position to judge the accuracy of his charges. And he knows too that his ends can best be served by throwing a screen over the amazing progress which the Soviet Union has made in the past 2 years. By attempting to discredit communism in distant Russia, he is merely resorting to an easy and dishonest method of attacking radicalism of all varieties in America. Despite the rejection of Harry Lang, Hearst had not yet exhausted his Famine Genocide series. But time was limited. 1935 was not a difficult year like 1932 or the pre-harvest portion of 1933, and Hearst's own correspondent was sending favorable reports of Soviet economic and social progress. However, Hearst was determined to starve the Soviet Union to death, even if retroactively. Following Lang on the list of hired pens was R. H. Sanger, who made his debut in the late April issues of 1935. Initially introduced by the Hearst papers as an ex-communist, Sanger later admitted that his communism consisted of having attended some classes at a socialist night school while employed at the Bureau of Foreign and Domestic Commerce in Washington. To illustrate his stories, a photograph supposedly showing Sanger interviewing a group of Russian workers in Moscow was included. Critical observers, however, pointed out that the photo was credited to a staff photographer of Hearst's evening journal. None of the photographs showed conditions supporting claims of famine or genocide. More witnesses were trotted out. In May 1935, Hearst celebrated the coming out of Andrew Smith, who had just returned from 3 years in the Soviet Union. Smith wasted little time in selling horror stories too, although his previous correspondence with American friends had not indicated any such state of affairs. Perhaps he needed a fresh start in unemployment-ridden America. No doubt remembering how they'd burned their fingers in the previous series, the Hearst papers now reproduced alleged supportive documentation of Smith's stay, his entitled Vacation Papers. Those who knew Russian, though, pointed out that Smith's discharge certificate read discharged for loafing, not discharged for vacation. The Nation further discredited Smith's claims, exposing serious inconsistencies and falsifications in Smith's budget described in the Hearst press. Smith's stories were also denounced as lies by an American worker with whom Smith had worked in the Soviet Union and whom he had named as a key witness to his allegations. Karl Blaha not only called Smith a liar, but gave a detailed and much different account of actual working and living conditions which he and Smith had experienced. The testimony of Andrew Smith was not limited to allegations of famine genocide. As late as 1949 he collaborated as a prosecution witness for the Cold War House Committee on Un-American Activities. Another informer for the McCarthy-era House Committee was a certain Fred Beale, who had fled to the Soviet Union in 1930 to avoid a 20-year jail sentence resulting from the Gastonia strike. Beale returned incognito to the U.S. for 6 months, and then returned to the Soviet Union voluntarily. Upon his final return to the United States in 1933, Beale, the unemployable fugitive in the midst of economic depression, was by 1934 preparing to sell out for money in hope of a reduced jail sentence. In June 1935, articles by Beale appeared in Harry Lang's Forward, others followed in. According to one newspaper, which published excerpts of Beale's earlier correspondence which contradicted his claims in, Beale's articles were coached during May 1934. Beale's accounts in were disputed by fellow American workers, among them an auto worker, J. Walenek, who had worked at the Kharkiv tractor plant from 1931 to 1935. Walenek, who was not a Communist Party member, had known Beale in Ukraine for 2 years. He challenged Beale's reports of overheard conversations, revealing that Beale could not speak Russian, or Ukrainian. Walenek cited an earlier booklet by Beale, entitled Foreign Workers in a Soviet Tractor Plant, in which Beale had given descriptions completely contradicting those he later wrote for. Just a short time before he himself returned to the United States, Beale wrote in this booklet, "It would not be true to say that all the foreigners have been satisfied with life in the Soviet Union. Most of them came with honest intentions, but there were also a few who expected some thing for no thing. They were of course, disappointed and quickly returned. But most of those who go back tell the truth of the situation here." Beale was not one of the latter. Following his rehabilitation Beale was allowed to serve only a token of his original jail sentence. His autobiography, Proletarian Journey, appeared in 1937, a classic in yellow journalism used as a weapon in the famine genocide campaign to this day. In this book, Beale presents slanderous samples of Americans who had volunteered to assist in Soviet industrialization. Beale's supposed dialogue with a black woman, who he alleges was picked off the streets to fill a common-turn quota of black Americans to work in the USSR, clearly shows his racist and sexist mentality. In response to his question about her past union membership, Beale's caricature replies, "No, Sue, I don't belong to no union. Des have no union in my business. I once worked in a shirt factory and the people there, me joined a union, but Oz quit. Whymen, I work in no factory. I get some remona from my enemy and friends." To this invention Beale adds a male American worker as lecher and rapist. Elsewhere, he as one of his characters claim, "These Moscow broads are a dirty bunch, they never take a bath." Of course the book would not be complete without a description of a land ravaged by famine. Genocide. I took the train from our little station of Losevo, and rode for 2 hours to Chekuyev. From this place, we walked for several miles. We met not a living soul. We came upon a dead horse and a dead man upon the side of the road. The horse still lay harnessed to the wagon. The man was still holding the reins in his lifeless, stiff hands. Both had died from starvation. One may well ask why a train would bother stopping at a place where nobody was left alive for miles around, or how a man and his horse had expired simultaneously. Significantly, although Proletarian Journey is well illustrated with Beale's photos from the USSR, none even remotely indicate conditions of famine, genocide and the hardship described in his book or his earlier articles in. Defending his articles in, Beale writes in his autobiography, "The Hearst papers are read largely by the working masses, and have always had a distinct bias in favor of labor. Rare indeed was the person who, even for a price, would suggest that was a friend of labor." Nonetheless, Beale earns himself a special place in right-wing history books by claiming to have had an audience with Petrovsky, president of the Ukrainian Soviet Republic, who allegedly told him that millions were dying. Contemporary anti-communist Sovietologists such as Robert Conquest and Dana Dalrymple cite Beale on this question, but, as we have seen, Beale cannot be considered a reliable source. 50 years later, witnesses such as Beale, Walker, Lang, Smith and others continue to play their original role on the campaign stage. In fact, the 1930s campaign is having a bigger impact a half-century later. References to 1930s newspaper accounts lend a certain superficial credibility to current famine genocide allegations. What was recognized in the 30s as politically motivated sensationalism has been transformed in the 1980s into primary evidence. Examples of fraud and contradictions exposed at the time are conveniently forgotten. The notorious right-wing character of is rarely remembered. By noting these features of the 1930s campaign and the selective memory of those who use in propagating the genocide thesis, one gains a further insight into the character of today's famine genocide campaign. Chapter 3. Which famine? Simultaneous with H. Hearst's 1935 famine genocide campaign, the Nazi press in Germany and similar papers elsewhere in Europe issued materials on the same theme. The Nazis had been flogging the issue as early as 1933, complete with fraudulently misdated photos. One The official Nazi party organ Volkischer Beobachter, publicized and lauded H. Hearst's campaign in its article William Hearst über die Sowjetrussische Hungerkatastrophe, William Hearst on the Soviet-Russian hunger catastrophe. The Nazi contributions to the campaign did not go unnoticed. A New York Times correspondent remarked, "There has been a fresh outburst of starvation propaganda in the German and Austrian press, with appeals for charity for the unhappy victims of the Soviet famine." This writer H.E. wrote in Berlin that this campaign was supported by photographs taken earlier. Some were even said to date from the Volga famine of 1921. This is a favorite trick of anti-Bolshevik propagandists. The propagandistic extension of the by then non-existent famine was further embellished by the appearance in 1935 of a German-language book, Muss Russland hungern? By Dr. Ewald Ament. Its 1936 English-language edition, Human Life in Russia, has had a lasting influence on those who propagate the famine genocide myth. The significance of Ament's book can be appreciated by the fact that it was republished in 1984, after a 50-year lapse, concurrent with the Reagan-era Cold War. Human Life in Russia makes little pretense of objectivity. Ament not only credits the accounts by Hearst press characters like Andrew Smith and Harry Lang, but brings in press accounts from Nazi Germany, Mussolini's Italy, and the émigré nationalist press. Allegations by unnamed travelers and experts are freely cited. Documentation is minimal, footnotes are remarkably scarce and no bibliography is included. An investigation of the photographic evidence is in order, particularly since virtually all photographic evidence commonly utilized to support famine genocide allegations can be traced to Amend as well as Hearst's Thomas Walker series and German Nazi publications, which share a considerable number of identical photographs. Amend himself states, "The photographs are among the most important sources for the actual facts of the Russian position." According to Harvard University's Dr. James E. Mace, who writes the apologetic historic to the 1984 reprint of Human Life in Russia, Amend was personally involved in relief work during the 1921-22 Russian famine. This should be borne in mind, particularly when considered alongside the peculiarities, contradictions and motivations in the use of the photographs. Further, Amend is most reluctant to acknowledge the photographic affinities of Human Life in Russia with earlier publication in England, the United States, Nazi Germany and elsewhere. Amend avoids any genuine documentation of the photographs in question. The majority of them were taken by an Austrian specialist. As with so many famine evidence books, Amend does not identify them. None of the photos are specifically identified as having been taken by the UN-named Austrian. We are informed that the authenticity of the photographs, which form a permanent record of the terrible events in Ukraine, is undoubted. However, the proof of this assertion consists in alleging that the photos had been examined and passed by nameless experts. Amend claims that the pictures were actually taken in the streets and squares of Kharkiv in the summer of 1933, as is also apparent from various details clearly visible in the pictures. However, only 10 of the 26 photographs appear to portray urban scenes. Of these, only 2, opposite page 32, are identified as Kharkiv by captions. These show what appear to be orderly assemblies outside stores. There is no apparent evidence of famine or panic, despite the captions claim that the store is being besieged by the population. The queue in the second photo is actually rather sparse and lined up in well-spaced file. Although the store's signs are partially legible, the photos are undocumented as to date and specific location. Given the inefficiencies of Soviet food store distribution methods, such a picture might have been taken during any one of a number of years. The sole remaining reference to Kharkiv in any of the photos is found in a caption beneath a picture of some corpses lying in a boxcar, opposite page 192. However, even this was not taken in Kharkov. The caption states, "These families boarded a train and went to Kharkiv to demand food, which they did not, however, receive. When the train was opened they were found to have died from hunger on the return journey." In truth, the photo portrays not families, but 3 or 4 corpses. Since the boxcar was opened on the return journey, it would have been as simple to identify the location as it would have been to name the photographer. But, as elsewhere, these most elementary details are not provided to support Amend's claims. The remaining street photos, opposite pages 9,697,128, page 192, top, are, like the rest, undocumented and uncredited. Contrary to Amend's claims, they contain no clues as to what city or on what date they were actually taken. Signs, landmarks, etc., which are traditionally included to serve as points of identification, are noticeably absent. In some cases, opposite page 128, the photos are composed or cropped in such a way that the identification of key human subjects is rendered impossible. Nor is it certain that these photographs were exposed by the same photographer and equipment. Human Life in Russia carries many photos not found in the book's original German edition. Although they are not specifically identified, one notes Amend's claim that these additional photos were supplied to the author by Dr. Ditloff, for many years director of the German government agricultural concession, Drusog, in the North Caucasus. After informing the reader that the German concession was liquidated in 1933, in late August, long after the Nazis took power, Amend states that the photographs were taken by Dr. Ditloff himself in the summer of 1933, and they demonstrate the conditions prevailing on the plains of the agricultural areas of the hunger zone. One notes that Dr. Ditloff was posted to the North Caucasus, not Ukraine. However, Amend is deliberately obscure as to just where Ditloff did his remarkable shutterbugging. If the plains of the agricultural areas of the hunger zone referred to Ukraine, as used in subsequent claims of famine genocide, then one must wonder what Ditloff, by then a functionary of the Nazi government, was doing wandering about the country unhindered and randomly snapping pictures. In any event, regardless of their real date and place of origin, Dr. Ditloff's pictures appear in later publications either without any documentation or attributed to a totally different source, sometimes with new, fabricated captions. Certain of Ditloff's photos are identical to those of Thomas Walker, already proven fraudulent. In one photograph, opposite page 64, a girl holds a deformed frog child, the same photograph used by Walker. While Amend reproduces as evidence the bulk of Walker's fictitious frog child story, he does so not in connection with this photo, which he uses in another context. To avoid identification of the story with its equally fraudulent use in 1935, Amend cites its appearance in an unidentified London newspaper of August 6, 1934. This, in fact, turns out to be the London Daily Express, as noted in Chapter 1. In addition to the frog child photo, Amend includes 6 other photos published almost a year earlier in the United States by Thomas Walker. These include the photo of soldiers with dead horses, also featured in the 1934 Daily Express under the caption Belgorod's Trail of Death. Belgorod is in Russia, not Ukraine. Though fully aware of the Daily Express credit to a young English tourist, Amend credits this picture to the German Dr. Ditloff. Among the remainder of Amend's undocumented but politically captioned menagerie are distress pictures of starving children, strikingly reminiscent of the period embracing the last years of Tsarism, World War I and the immediate post-war period. In fact, brothers in distress, 2 emaciated children, one spoon-feeding the other from a pot, has nothing to do with alleged 1930s events in Ukraine. Millions of North Americans who viewed Peter Ustinov's Russia TV series saw the same photo portraying hunger conditions in an earlier period. The picture originated as a still copied from a documentary film made long before the 1932-33 famine. One notes that Amend makes no reference to either of his 2 photographers having filmed motion pictures. This picture has also been featured in other documentary movies of early 20th century Russia. Even the Ukrainian nationalist propaganda film Harvest of Despair presents this picture in relation to the 1922 Russian famine. Human life in Russia's sordid trail of fraud does not end here. The top photo opposite page 161 was first published, in relation to 1932-33 in the German Nazi Party's Orgenvolkischer Beobachter in Berlin, August 18, 1933. It is one of 3 obviously updated 1920s photos used with the article Hunger Hoel Sowjetrussland. The article is unsigned, indicating that it represents official Nazi Party line. Amend has captioned his version of the photo Famine Victims in Hospital. This holds damaging implications for famine genocide theorists. Medical care and rehabilitation contradicts the notion of a deliberate famine to exterminate a people. There are still more contradictions. Amend states that all of human life in Russia's photographs were taken in the summer of 1933.191 is therefore astonished to find a summer graveyard scene appearing on the same page as a photo of a pile of naked, frozen corpses on a snow-covered field. The latter seems to be a portrayal, from a different camera angle, of a winter graveyard scene found in the 1922 book, La Famine en Russie. This photo has not yet been laid to rest in history's refuse pile. Used as famine genocide evidence, the photo's caption is frequently rewritten, showing subsequent authors' discomfort with Amend's summer claim. For example, the photo appears in the Black Deeds of the Kremlin with the caption, Frozen Corpses at a Kharkiv Cemetery. In Nahayevsky's ultra-rightist History of Ukraine, the caption is changed without any mention of location, shown above is a snow-covered pile of famine corpses. They had to lie there until spring awaiting burial. Dushnik's 50 years ago, The Famine Holocaust in Ukraine, gives no hint as to location or season, but has cropped out parts of the snow-covered foreground. His caption reads, "This is not a pile of wood, but corpses of starved Ukrainians at a burial spot." Other than the above captions, these authors give no information as to the source of the photos whatsoever. Other examples of interpolative and arbitrary captioning can be cited concerning this one picture alone. Other summer scenes in human life in Russia include a subject dressed in heavy coat, head covering and boots, a corpse wagon driver, whose bulky fur hat and fastened-up fur-collared coat also indicate costume indicative of an earlier decade, a woman and boy bundled up for winter, the boy wearing not only a hat but a hooded coat, scarf and mittens as well. Yet another photo shows a girl with a coat, hat and scarf, holding a naked child on her lap. While Amend's reluctance to document his pictures is understandable, it is curious that most famine genocide authors utilizing the same photographs neither cite nor mention Amend, his book, nor its mysterious photographers. This is surprising since Human Life in Russia is frequently cited for its text, and is recognized by right-wing historians as a classic book for their purposes. Subsequent publications use the same photos in one of 2 manners. Either they are used without any pretense of documentation, with no credit to any photographer, or credit is given to Thomas Walker and or. This despite the fact that Walker claimed to have taken the photos in the spring of 1934, while the photos are currently used to portray events in 1932 or 1933. For example, Alexa Wuripe's The Ninth Circle, Credits Thomas Walker for those of its pictures shared with Human Life in Russia and credited to Ditloff by Amend. The Great Famine in Ukraine, The Unknown Holocaust, leaves undocumented photos designated by Amend to have been taken by the unnamed Austrian, and credits Thomas Walker for photos which Amend has credited to Ditloff in a partial departure from this practice. Harvard's Famine in the Soviet Ukraine 1932–1933, a memorial exhibition, attributes some of the photos in question to Thomas Walker, and the rest to yet another book which credits Ditloff. While the average person might understandably despair at this confusing tangle of documenting evidence, one justifiably expects historians to verify and authenticate source material. Thus it is rather astonishing that Harvard University's Dr. James E. Mace played a significant role in all of the above books. Not only did he pen the historical to the 1984 reprint of Human Life in Russia, he edited and introduced the Nth Circle, contributed a feature article to the Great Famine in Ukraine and was one of 3 people credited with preparing Famine in the Soviet Ukraine. He has thereby affixed his seal of approval to contradictory and mutually exclusive accounts concerning the origin of the photos. Apparently prepared to endorse anything anti-communist, certain academics seem intent on compromising their reputation, and that of their university. What, then, is one to make of the photographic evidence offered by Amend's Human Life in Russia? Were Ditloff's photos actually Walker's, or were perhaps Walker's photos actually Ditloff's? Amend does state that some of the photos had previously been published without Ditloff's permission. As though anticipating doubts and challenges, Amend feebly passes the buck, stating that Ditloff would assume full responsibility and guarantee the photos' authenticity. Predictably, Amend makes no attempt to clarify just where, when and by whom some of the Ditloff photos had previously been published. Nor does he state which photos had been used without permission. Since previous unauthorized publication of an author's most important source of evidence, particularly if accompanied by accounts contrary to one's own, is an affront to any honest historical writer, Amend's silence on this matter engenders the utmost skepticism. Topping it off is the fact that Amend was well aware of Hearst's Famine series from its very beginning. He not only cites Hearst accounts to develop his own argumentation, but also states, on January 5, 1935, William Randolph Hearst broadcast a speech based almost entirely on the account of the Cardinal-Innitzer Committee. The entire Hearst press next proceeded to deal with the Russian famine. One recalls that Thomas Walker's faked articles and photos were the very first of Hearst's Famine series. Thus, Amend was no innocent dupe who received bogus photos in ignorance. In fact, Amend was the General Secretary of the Innitzer Committee from whose accounts Hearst drew information for his January broadcast. Other aspects of Amend's past raise questions. According to his preface to Human Life in Russia, Amend spent time in the Volga and Kama regions of Tsarist Russia studying peasants and the Russian grain trade as early as 1913–31 after the revolution. During the period of foreign intervention and civil war, Amend admits to having held a post with the counter-revolutionary Estonian and Latvian governments. He was assigned to work in liaison with the Hetman Skoropadsky regime, installed in Ukraine by the Germans in 1918. Amend's political sympathies can be detected in his legitimizing reference to the independent Ukrainian Republic under the Kaiser's puppet, Skoropadsky. Amend describes his work as a journalist and involvement in supporting relief work in the Russian famine of 1921–1922. In following the subsequent career of this oft-cited expert on the Ukrainian famine, one notes that for many years Amend served as General Secretary of the so-called European Nationalities Congress, which included nationalist émigré affiliates and others who had fled the Russian Revolution. The Nazi Party organ Volkischer Beobachter laudingly acclaimed Amend in promoting the famine genocide campaign in the European Nationalities Congress in 1933. Late in 1933, Amend was appointed Honorary Secretary of the Interconfessional and International Relief Committee for the Russian famine areas by the pro-fascist Cardinal-Innitzer of Vienna. Even Harvard's Dr. Mace had to admit that it might be said that Amend called for aid to the hungry only after the famine had come to an end. Amend's associations, travels and activities indicate that he was in an excellent position to have had access to a wide variety of humane suffering and famine pictures during the 2 decades prior to the 1930s. Indeed, a wide assortment of photos and documentary film footage was taken in Russia, Ukraine, Eastern Europe and Armenia during the period of World War I, the Russian Revolution, civil war and foreign intervention, events which contributed to the Russian famine of 1921–22. These photos, taken by journalists, relief agencies, medical workers, soldiers and individuals, were frequently published in the newspapers and brochures of the period. Such photos were the most likely source for the famine genocide photographic evidence. They could be easily culled from archives, collections and newspaper morgues and grafted onto accounts of the 1930s. As an experienced 1921-22 Russian famine relief worker, Ammon was undoubtedly familiar with the 1922 Nansen material. Indeed, Ammon describes a meeting with Nansen in Human Life in Russia. There is little doubt that Ammon was complicit in his friend Ditlov's famine photo-faking adventure. It may be, however, that a more central role in the fraud was played by Ditlov himself, and the Nazis. Dr. Ditlov, it will be recalled, was director of the German government's agricultural concession in the North Caucasus under an agreement between the German government and the Soviets. W. Heinrich Himmler took power in early 1933. Ditlov, like famine experts Herwarth and Hankey, did not resign in protest. He remained as director for the project's duration, indicating that the Nazis did not consider him inimical to their interests. Following his return to Nazi Germany later that year, Ditlov gathered or fronted for a spurious assortment of famine photographs. These, as has been shown, included photos stolen from 1921 to 1922 famine sources. In addition, at least 25 of the Ditlov photos can be shown to have been released by the Nazis, many of which were passed to or picked up by various anti-Soviet and pro-fascist publishers abroad. Some of Ditlov's photos were published in the Nazi party organ Volkischer Beobachter, August 18, 1933. Others turned up in the London Daily Express, August 6, 1934. Here one should note that Ammon and Ditlov were in England in May 1934, campaigning for British pressure against the Soviet Union on the famine question. Ammon and Ditlov visited the British Foreign Office, seeking to make the British vote on Soviet admission to the League of Nations conditional upon some Soviet assurances on the matters, such as famine relief. As Thomas Walker was then living in England as an anti-Soviet hack writer, it is possible that photos were passed to him there. Indeed, it becomes obvious that Walker was the anonymous English tourist in the London Daily Express. In 1935, both the Nazi press and William Randolph Hearst systematically promoted the famine genocide campaign, complete with gruesome photographs. That year also saw the publication in Berlin of Nazi Alfred Lobenheimer's violently anti-Semitic book Und du siehst die Sowjetsrichtig Lobenheimers to und du siebst. Glowingly praises Hitler's rule. Thank God that since the National Socialist, Nazi, revolution these incomprehensible conditions have fundamentally changed. The struggle against the Bolshevik terror has been successfully carried out in Germany. It comes as no surprise that in 1937 the Nazis authorized a second printing of this book. Prominently featured in Lobenheimer's book is a special section of 25 Ditlov photographs, used to illustrate the Nazis' famine genocide claims. Two-thirds of these are identical to Thomas Walker photos published the same year by. In fact, the Ditlov photos in Und du siehst include virtually the whole set of Walker photos. Ditlov contributed more than photographs to this Nazi propaganda book. Und du siehst also includes a major article by the doctor, who is acclaimed as an authority in the articles. In 1936, Dr. Ditlov's old traveling companion and fellow famine campaigner, Ewald Ammon, published his English-language edition, Human Life in Russia. Contrary to Ammon's claim, the majority of the photos are Ditlov fakes, a significant number being identical to those used by both Walker and Lobenheimer the previous year. Whatever the actual mechanics of the distribution of the Ditlov-Walker photographs, their fraudulence is well established. Those intent on propagating the famine genocide myth for political purposes have not hesitated to use these photographs repeatedly to this day, without adding a shred of authenticating evidence to this questionable material. The political motives and persuasions of the groups and individuals involved are indeed relevant here. German Nazis, defeated right-wing Ukrainian nationalist exiles, European conservatives, neo-fascist media millionaires like Hearst, all wanted to isolate and bring pressure on the Soviet Union, to discredit and reverse socialist developments. Chapter 4. Cold War I. Black Deeds. The famine genocide campaign of the 1930s leaned heavily on materials, often fraudulent, traceable to right-wing, anti-Soviet sources. Mainstream historians did not accept the fabrications of the extreme right. In fact, so dubious was this thesis to contemporary historians, that some Ukrainian nationalists and Cold War scholars claim that the famine genocide has been either ignored or deliberately concealed in some form of pro-Soviet, left-wing, or even Jewish conspiracy. Rooted in the pro-Nazi and conservative opinion climates of the 1930s, the famine genocide issue was exhumed during the Cold War of the 1950s. The McCarthy period witnessed not only a resurgence of the lunatic right, but its alliance with the post-war wave of Ukrainian nationalists who had fled Ukraine with the retreating Germans. An anti-communist marriage of convenience took place between the American ultra-right and Ukrainian nationalists, sections of whom had collaborated with the Nazis. These now required new clothes and a cover story for past activities. While the Cold War promoters could point to such people as living witnesses of the communist menace facing humanity, a number of books were published by Ukrainian nationalists, not only to ingratiate themselves with their new Western political allies, but also to propagate their interpretations of history among the Western public. Typical of the Cold War style of famine genocide allegations is the Black Deeds of the Kremlin. 3 Published in 1953 and 1955, this two-volume set is yet another weapon in the nationalists' arsenal of apologetics and cover stories. Despite the admission in its preface to being motley and uneven, Black Deeds is used as resource and reference material for the current generation of famine genocide campaigners. The publishers of the volumes, Su-Zero and Dobris respectively, give an indication of its blatant lack of objectivity. Su-Zero is the so-called Ukrainian Association of Victims of Russian Communist Terror, while Dobris stands for the equally wordy Democratic Organization of Ukrainians formerly persecuted by the Soviet regime and USA. Both groups are affiliated to the World Federation of Ukrainian Former Political Prisoners and Victims of the Soviet Regime. Of some relevance here may be the observations noted in the U.S. Congressional Record of the 1948 debate on the Displaced Persons Bill. No doubt every one of them, former East European collaborators of Nazi occupation during the war, now bears a new name, passes, himself, off as a martyr of Soviet oppression, and answers to all the specifications of a political refugee. Included in Volume 1 is a special section devoted to nationalist allegations of Soviet mass executions during the 1930s in Vinnytsia. Unearthed in 1943 during the Nazi occupation, the graves were examined by a Nazi-appointed commission and were featured in Nazi propaganda films. 5 Among the Black Deeds writers in this section is Petro Pavlovich. Described in a photo caption as the chief witness of the mass murder at Vinnytsia, Pavlovich also testified before a U.S. Congressional Commission on Communist Aggression in 1953. However, missing from his contributions to the U.S. Cold War Commission and Black Deeds is the violent pro-Nazism, anti-Semitism and worship of Hitler which characterized his original account in Zločin u Vinnytsia, Crimes in Vinnytsia. Written under his earlier name of Apollon Trembovetsky, Zločin u Vinnytsia was published with Nazi authorization in 10,000 copies. An enthusiastic Nazi collaborator, Pavlovich/Trembovetsky was editor of Vinnytsky Visti in German-occupied Vinnytsia. The preface to Zločin u Vinnytsia betrays its author's intention, and that of the propaganda exercise as a whole, to rally support for sagging Nazi war fortunes. Let the massacre strongly unite our people. With the mighty strength of Germany, the liberator of Ukraine, let it unite us, in the cruel and merciless struggle with the terrible enemy of mankind, Bolshevism. The book's appeal for support for the Nazis is indicative of the degree of nationalist collaboration, then into its third year. By 1943 the Nazis had caused the death or transport for slave labor of millions of Ukrainians, still the nationalists' appeals continued. Proclaiming Hitler the great humanitarian and savior, Trembovetsky urges, only by hard work and our lives will we be able to repay our debt to Hitler, and defeat Judeo-communism. Zločin u Vinnytsia is riddled with anti-Semitic slurs. Trembovetsky calls upon Ukrainians to be steeled in the greater and cruel struggle against Jew-communism and refers to Stalin the Jewish moron and Stalin and his Jewish government. In a section entitled Jews and the NKVD, Trembovetsky specifically blames Jews for the alleged 1930s massacres. Post-war testimony of German soldiers, however, exposes the unearthing of mass graves at Vinnytsia as a Nazi propaganda deception. According to Israel's authoritative Yad Vashem studies, Oberleutnant Erwin Bingel testified that on September 22, 1941, he witnessed the mass execution of Jews by the SS and Ukrainian militia. This included a slaughter carried out by Ukrainian auxiliaries in Vinnytsia Park, where Bingel witnessed layer upon layer of corpses buried. Returning to Vinnytsia later in the war, Bingel read of the experts brought in by the Nazis to examine the exhumed graves of Soviet execution victims in the same park. Upon personal verification, Bingel concluded that the discovery had been staged for Nazi propaganda purposes and that the number of corpses he saw corresponded to those slaughtered by Ukrainian fascists in 1941. Illustrating the Vinnytsia section of Black Deeds is a photograph of Ukrainian Orthodox Church Bishop Yevlohi at the opening of the graves in 1943. Following funeral rites for the victims, writes Trembovetsky in Zločin u Vinnytsia, Bishop Yevlohi stated, "The Lord God had mercy on us and sent to us for our salvation the praiseworthy hands of the GERUMAN people and their chief Adolf Hitler. WEMUSD all come to the aid of the GERUMAN people and with honest work and devoted hearts hasten the victory over Bolshevism." Overall, the editors of Volume 1 have gone to considerable pains to come up with pictorial documentation somehow relating to the book's lurid allegations. They have not succeeded, unless a cartoon of Stalin with a stereotypical facial physiognomy reminiscent of an earlier generation of anti-Semitic artists can be considered evidence. Aside from third-rate artwork, this volume is decorated with irrelevant drawings, portraits of fascist and pogromchik government leaders, the inevitable undocumented photographs, and the following indicative farce. Accompanying the article "Collective Farming by 1PV" is the usual undocumented photograph, in this case a group of peasants with horse teams. The peasants, incidentally, all appear well-dressed in practical work clothes. PV's powers of scientific observation enable him to state that all of them are barefoot and look wretched in their rags and tatters. 13. The description "rags and tatters" seems better applied to nationalist levels of scholarship, since none of the peasants' feet are even visible in the photograph. In similar vein, there appears a photo of collective farmers, a weeding team, in which some of the women are smiling and laughing. 14. Perhaps the agency which provided the political artwork was fresh out of pictures showing unhappy workers toiling in ragged undergarments. Volume 1 also presents a handful of alleged 1932 to 1933 famine photos plagiarized from earlier historical periods. All are undocumented. Some are stolen from 1921 to 1922 Russian famine publications. For example, A Little Cannibal appeared in Information No. 22, published by the International Committee for Russian Relief in 1922. That this photo was stolen from its 1922 source, and not from Amen's Human Life in Russia, where it also appears, can be deduced from the following facts. Amen gives his version a caption "Another victim of the famine." In 1922, the photo was given the caption "Cannibal from Zaporozhye has eaten his sister," a parallel to the Black Deed's Little Cannibal. Other photos are taken from Nazi German publications of the 1930s. For example, the photo showing three men wearing First World War issue caps, p. 237, was first published in relation to 1930s claims, on August 18, 1933 in the Nazi Party's official organ Volkischer Beobachter. Among those listed as generous donors toward the publication of Black Deeds is Fedir Fedorenko. Can this be the same Fedorenko deported from the United States and later convicted as a confessed Treblinka death camp guard? 16. Their donors include Anatol Belotserkievsky, 17, identified in several books as Anton Shpak, a former Ukrainian Nazi police officer in Bielad Tserkva, Ukraine. Of this person, the Ukrainian writer M. Scribnyak states, according to documents and witness testimony, Anton Shpak and his like exterminated close to 2,000 civilian residents in Bielad Tserkva during the Nazi occupation. Most of the victims were Jews. A surviving witness, Yevshuk, remembers, and they were leading the Jews to Whe they were going to shoot them. A pretty young girl ran up to Shpak. "Oh come, Anton, what are you doing? Don't you remember we went to school together, you used to carry my bag?" she pleaded. "Shut up, you kike bitch," roared Shpak, raised his gun and shot the girl right in the face. On the same day, Yevshuk states, Shpak also killed Murtko B. Diener, his wife, and an old woman, Dvorya Golostu Pets. 20 Belotserkievsky, Shpak, identifies himself as a member of the World Federation of Ukrainian former political prisoners of the Soviet regime. 21 Had Shpak and others like him not escaped to the West, undoubtedly they would have become Soviet prisoners and stood trial for their crimes. Among Volume 1's famine writers with a Nazi collaborationist background is Alexander Holoko. 22 This man was not only ins member, but also worked as a propagandist for a Ukrainian SS outfit. When the Nazis invaded Ukraine, Holoko served as Minister of Propaganda for the own nationalist clique in Lviv, whose brief reign of fascist terror was characterized by the slaughter of thousands of Jews by Ukrainian nationalists. 23 Subtitled The Great Famine in Ukraine 1932–1933, Volume 2 of Black Deeds has impeccable McCarthy-era credentials, and what is more, provides evidence of the open political collusion between Ukrainian nationalism and neo-fascist tendencies during the 1950s Cold War in the United States. The reader is informed that Volume 1 of Black Deeds was accepted as evidence by the House Committee on Communist Aggression, headed by the old Cold Warrior himself, Representative Charles H. Kersten of Wisconsin. In turn, Rep. Kersten penned the violently anti-communist to the second volume of Black Deeds. In lieu of any documentation of the illustrative material used in Volume 2, the reader is merely referred to the archives of Suzero and Dobris, as well as to O. Kalanig, author of the book, Communism the Enemy of Mankind, published by the youth organization of the Own Bandera. 26 The illustrative materials are all too familiar. Opening the first 2 pages of the book are 9 Thomas Walker photographs and his partial accounts from of 1935. The remaining photographs, none of which are documented or credited, include 10 from Aman's Human Life in Russia, 2 of which were also used by Walker and another by Voilkisher Boobakta, one from the 1922 Bulletin Information No. 22, and a variety of Russian Civil War in 1922 Russian famine scenes. 27 For example, the photograph captioned "The Execution of Kirkles, Kulaks, p. 155, shows 4 soldiers and an officer, apparently on burial detail. Unfortunately for the book's editors, the soldiers appear to be wearing Tsarist army uniforms. Wrong army, wrong decade. A particularly unsavory aspect of Volume 2 is its gruesome allegations of cannibalism. In fact, Volume 2 has been called, rather unkindly but with some justification, a Ukrainian nationalist cookbook. A series of testimonial articles bear titles like, "We ate father, he cooked his dead mother's hand, he ate his wife, the children are there, in the pot, first they ate their own family, a mother eats her child, she turned her father into jellied meat, and with a gourmet touch, pasties of human flesh." 28 While reading relics of the Cold War past can at times provide a rather perverse source of entertainment, Black Deeds has been used as evidence by various right-wing committees and authors, as well as to influence public opinion and policy. Though one doubts if Black Deeds was often, if ever, purchased by the general public, it has been supplied gratis to university and public libraries. This author has come across such gifts, identified with stickers reading with compliments of the Ukrainian-Canadian Committee. Perhaps it is hoped that the unwary will be taken in. Chapter 5. The NUMBERS GAMI. The evidence presented to establish a case for deliberate genocide against Ukrainians during 1932-33, remains highly partisan, often deceitful, contradictory and consequently highly suspect. The materials commonly used can almost invariably be traced to right-wing sources, anti-communist experts, journalists or publications, as well as the highly partisan Ukrainian nationalist political organizations. An important role in the thesis of genocide is assumed by the number of famine deaths. Obviously it is difficult to allege genocide unless deaths are in the multi-millions. Here, the methodology of the famine genocide theorists can at best be described as eclectic, unscientific, and the results, as politically manipulated guesstimates. A landmark study in the numbers game is the article "The Soviet Famine of 1932-1934", by Dana Dalrymple, published in Soviet Studies, January 1964. According to historian Daniel Stone, Dalrymple's methodology consists of averaging guesses by 20 Western journalists who visited the Soviet Union at the time, or spoke to Soviet émigrés as much as 2 decades later. He averages the 20 accounts which range from a low of 1 million deaths, New York Herald Tribune, 1933, to a high of 10 million deaths, New York World Telegram, 1933. One reproduced here is Dalrymple's list of 20 and accompanying references. 2 As Professor Stone of the University of Winnipeg suggests, Dalrymple's method has no scientific validity. His method substitutes the art of newspaper clipping for the science of objective evidence gathering. This becomes apparent when one discovers the totally unacceptable use of fraudulent material built into THF attempt to develop sensational mortality figures for the famine. On the list one finds, for example, Thomas Walker. Of this literary swindler who was never in Ukraine to begin with, Dalrymple states. Thomas Walker made a comparable survey several months later, in the late spring of 1934, by breaking away from a guided tour. Walker had previously spent several years touring the USSR and presumably could speak Russian. 3 As unacceptable as using Walker as a source, is Dalrymple's compulsion to insert groundless assumptions that this man presumably could speak Russian, not to mention the utilization of these fabrications as evidence for extending the famine into 1934. To further exploit the Walker caper, Dalrymple states that Walker included an extensive and chilling array of pictures. Dalrymple's list of 20 estimated Russian famine deaths, 1933. Estimate made or reported by estimated number of deaths 1. Ralph Barnes 1,000,002. Walter Durandi 2,000,003. Maurice Hindus 3,000,004. W. William Chamberlain 4,000,005. Stephen D. Ugg 4,000,006. Frederick Birchall 4,000,007. Bernard Pears 5,000,008. Eugene Lyons 5,000,000 times 9. Archbishop of Canterbury 5,000,000 times 10. Clarence Manning 5,000,000,000A11. Whiting William S 5,000,012. Naum Jasny 5,500,013. H. R. E. Lang 6,000,014. D. Homas Walker 6,000,015. N. Nicholas Perchodko 7,000,016. W. William Chom B. Erlin 7,500,000 plus or minus 17. Ewald Amann 7,500,000 T18. Otto Schiller 7,500,000 plus or minus 19. Serge Prokopovich 9,020,000. Richard Salat 10 million. Average 5,500,000. Alongside the fabrications and guesstimates of the Thomas Walkers and Langs, are the politically motivated figures of Ukrainian right-wing émigrés like the nationalist Nicholas Perchotko, a collaborator who worked for the Nazi-authorized Ministry of Culture and Education in Kiev during the war. Also included is the death estimate of Otto Schiller, a key Nazi functionary assigned to reorganize Ukraine's agricultural resources to meet the needs of Hitler's Reich and war machine. One notes that for Schiller's figure, Dalrymple cites a Nazi-issued book published in Berlin. Turning from one-timey Nazi functionaries and wartime collaborators, one also finds the guesstimate of the Archbishop of Canterbury. Dalrymple's citation of the Archbishop's hearsay contribution seems to reflect a statistical need for clerical name-dropping. Lacking the infallibility of the Bishop of Rome, the Archbishop's claim still warrants examination. As a source, Dalrymple cites a press clipping of a debate in the British House of Lords. Canadian researcher, Marco Korenig, sheds light on the background. In July 1934, Lord Charnwood, drawing on information provided by Malcolm Muggeridge and Ewald Amann, gave notice that he would be raising a question about the famine in the House of Lords. The British Foreign Office replied, but there is no information to support Lord Charnwood's apparent suggestion that the Soviet government have pursued a policy of deliberate impoverishment of agricultural districts of the country, whether or not their policy is considered to have had that effect. In the subsequent House debate on July 25, 1934, the Archbishop of Canterbury, doubtless also influenced by Amann's information, supported Lord Charnwood by claiming a hearsay figure of 5 million deaths. Government members shot down the discussion, partly on grounds that those who wanted to talk about famine in Ukraine were not noticeably eager to examine oppression in Germany or poverty in England. Perhaps the government members had in mind the Archbishop's remarks to a meeting of the Convocation of Canterbury the previous month, in which he stated, "I have the greatest sympathy with the immense, undoubted and, on the whole, beneficial awakening which has come to German life in every aspect of the remarkable revolution associated with the name of H.R. Hitler." A few days after the House of Lords debate, the London Daily Express began publication of the Anonymous Tourist, Walker, series, the initial shot in an extensive campaign on the famine in the British press. Another personage featured on Dalrymple's list is William H. Chamberlain. A long-established anti-Soviet writer, Chamberlain's career eventually led him onto the board of trustees of the American Committee for the Liberation from Bolshevism, AMCOM-Lib, better known as Radio Liberty. Funds for AMCOM-Lib were raised through the efforts of Crusade for Freedom, which itself received over 90% of its income, from the unvouchered accounts of the CIA. Since Chamberlain's first guess is a modest, by faminologist standards, 4 million, Dalrymple lists him twice. Chamberlain's second estimate of foreign residents in Ukraine of 7,500,000 is of course added to the total to be averaged out. One also finds the death guesstimates of Eugene Lyons, whose brand of journalism landed him on the senior editor's desk at Reader's Digest. This fact is mentioned by Dalrymple presumably to establish Lyons' literary credentials in the minds of a less critical generation of readers. According to Dalrymple, Lyons' guess is based on hearsay estimates made by foreigners and Russians in Moscow. Incidentally, Lyons, like Chamberlain, also served on the board of trustees of AMCOM-Lib. Not surprisingly, Dalrymple also lists the death figure of Ewald Amann, although Amann had not been in the Soviet Union since the 1921-22 period. Dalrymple notes Amann's leading post in the Aid Committee established in the summer of 1934, as well as the establishment of various relief funds concurrently. There is little doubt that such aid committees were politically motivated fronts set up for propaganda purposes. One such fund, referred to by Dalrymple, was the H. Elizabeth Skoropadsky Ukrainian Relief Fund, named after the daughter of Hetman Skoropadsky. Skoropadsky, it will be recalled, headed a Ukrainian nationalist puppet government set up by the German occupation authorities in Ukraine in 1918. His brief rule ended when the Germans withdrew later that year. Skoropadsky fled into exile in Germany where he was paid a handsome pension by the Weimar and later Nazi German governments. The Hetmanites maintained groups abroad, including Canada, where they comprised a sect within the Ukrainian fascist movement. Skoropadsky was killed in 1945 during an American air raid, while attempting to flee Berlin by train. The very involvement of Hetmanite groups indicates a political raison d'etre for the relief funds. Furthermore, It has been acknowledged even by right-wing historians that whatever famine had existed had come to an end by the time these committees and funds had been established. 11 This aspect of the farce did not go unnoticed by the media of the day. As far back as late August 1933, the New Republic declared, "The present harvest is undoubtedly the best in many years. Some peasants report a heavier yield of grain than any of their forefathers had no end since 1834. Grain deliveries to the government are proceeding at a very satisfactory rate and the price of bread has fallen sharply in the industrial towns of the Ukraine." In view of these facts, the appeal of the Cardinal Archbishop, Initzer, of Vienna for assistance for Russian famine victims seems to be a political maneuver against the Soviets. And, contrary to wild stories told by Ukrainian nationalist exiles about Russians eating plentifully while deliberately starving millions of Ukrainians to death, the New Republic notes that while bread prices in Ukraine were falling, bread prices in Moscow have risen. One wonders, in light of claims that 25 to 50% of Ukrainians had died, just how such a bumper harvest could have been sown or harvested at all. By all credible accounts, the crops of 1933 and 1934 were successful. As a tribute to this fact, very few, if any, famine genocide hustlers today support claims of a 1934 famine. However, both Hammond, and following him Dalrymple, seem to have been determined to starve Ukraine to death in 1934 as well. In fact, Dalrymple's Hammond source for the list of 20 is Hammond's letter to the New York Times published on July 1, 1934 under the heading "Wide Starvation in Russia Feared." In a follow-up letter the following month, Hammond wrote that people were dying on the streets of Kiev. Within days, New York Times correspondent Harold Denny cabled a refutation of Hammond's allegations. Datelined August 23, 1934, Denny charged, "This statement certainly has no foundation. Your correspondent was in Kiev for several days last July about the time people were supposed to be dying there, and neither in the city, nor in the surrounding countryside was there hunger." Several weeks later, Denny reported, "Nowhere was famine found. Nowhere even the fear of it. There is food, including bread, in the local open markets." The peasants were smiling too, and generous with their foodstuffs. In short, there is no air of trouble or of impending trouble. Obviously, nobody had informed the peasants that they were supposed to be falling prostrate with hunger that year. But perhaps someone with the techniques typical of latter-day faminologists will suggest the presence of an armed guard crouched behind the cabbage stall, who ordered everyone to smile. Dalrymple's list: air raid, while attempting to flee Berlin by train. The very involvement of Hetmanite groups indicates a political raison d'etre for the relief funds. Furthermore, it has been acknowledged even by right-wing historians that whatever famine had existed had come to an end by the time these committees and funds had been established. 11 This aspect of the farce did not go unnoticed by the media of the day. As far back as late August 1933, the New Republic declared, "The present harvest is undoubtedly the best in many years. Some peasants report a heavier yield of grain than any of their forefathers had no end since 1834. Grain deliveries to the government are proceeding at a very satisfactory rate and the price of bread has fallen sharply in the industrial towns of the Ukraine." In view of these facts, the appeal of the Cardinal Archbishop, Initzer, of Vienna for assistance for Russian famine victims seems to be a political maneuver against the Soviets. And, contrary to wild stories told by Ukrainian nationalist exiles about Russians eating plentifully while deliberately starving millions of Ukrainians to death, the New Republic notes that while bread prices in Ukraine were falling, bread prices in Moscow have risen. One wonders, in light of claims that 25 to 50% of Ukrainians had died, just how such a bumper harvest could have been sown or harvested at all. By all credible accounts, the crops of 1933 and 1934 were successful. As a tribute to this fact, very few, if any, famine genocide hustlers today support claims of a 1934 famine. However, both Hammond, and following him Dalrymple, seem to have been determined to starve Ukraine to death in 1934 as well. In fact, Dalrymple's Hammond source for the list of 20 is Hammond's letter to the New York Times published on July 1, 1934 under the heading "Wide Starvation in Russia Feared." In a follow-up letter the following month, Hammond wrote that people were dying on the streets of Kiev. Within days, New York Times correspondent Harold Denny cabled a refutation of Hammond's allegations. Datelined August 23, 1934, Denny charged, "This statement certainly has no foundation. Your correspondent was in Kiev for several days last July about the time people were supposed to be dying there, and neither in the city, nor in the surrounding countryside was there hunger." Several weeks later, Denny reported, "Nowhere was famine found. Nowhere even the fear of it. There is food, including bread, in the local open markets." The peasants were smiling too, and generous with their foodstuffs. In short, there is no air of trouble or of impending trouble. Obviously, nobody had informed the peasants that they were supposed to be falling prostrate with hunger that year. But perhaps someone with the techniques typical of latter-day faminologists will suggest the presence of an armed guard crouched behind the cabbage stall, who ordered everyone to smile. Dalrymple's list. Any vital degree. Perendi states, while the Soviets were being portrayed as ever on the edge of launching aggressive attacks against any and all, Birchall reassured listeners that the Nazis had no desire to go to war and H. Hitler could not be called a dictator. With that keen eye for the irrelevant that is the hallmark of American journalism, he observed that H. Hitler was a vegetarian and non-smoker, attributes, supposedly indicative of a benign nature. And he noted that H. Hitler had taken upon himself the hardest job that ever a man could undertake. The highest scorer among Dalrymple's 20 assembled Famine genocide hunters is a Richard Salet, whose material was carried in the Scripps Howard newspaper, the New York World Telegram. This paper's brand of journalism had the reputation of being closely akin to that of Hearst. Apparently the Scripps Howard people felt no need to be conservative when it came to tales bashing the Ruskies. Salet tops the guesstimates with 10 million deaths. Before departing Dalrymple's list, let it be noted that a significant number of the sources have been shown to be either complete frauds, hearsay based on foreign residents, an interesting journalistic term, or hearsay altogether, former Nazis and Ukrainian collaborators, while at least 3 of the estimates are cited from the anti-Soviet campaigns of the neo-fascist Hearst, Scripps Howard-style press and another 5 from books published in the Cold War years of 1949-53, save one which was printed in Nazi Germany. In establishing a background for his case, Dalrymple not only relies very heavily on press clippings, but also refers to questionable historical figures. Among his celebrities, not included in the list of 20, we find the infamous Cardinal Innitzer, brought in to bolster allegations of cannibalism during the Famine. 16W. Within a few years of his relief committee work, Innitzer played a key role in betraying Austria to the Nazis. British historian Joseph McCabe, quoting the Annual Register, states, Hitler assured the Cardinal that he would scrupulously respect the rights of the Church. He assured the Vatican that in return for help in Austria he would sweeten their soured relations with Germany. Innitzer ordered Catholics to vote for the man whose struggle against Bolshevism and for the power, honor, and unity of Germany corresponds to the voice of divine providence. As he said, after his own signature to the plebiscite he added the words Heil Hitler. It is a matter of some significance that Cardinal Innitzer's allegations of famine genocide were widely promoted throughout the 1930s, not only by H. Hitler's chief propagandist Goebbels, but also by American fascists as well. It will be recalled that Hearst kicked off his famine campaign with a radio broadcast based mainly on material from Cardinal Innitzer's aid committee. In Organized Antisemitism in America, a 1941 book exposing Nazi groups and activities in the pre-war United States, Donald Strong notes that American fascist leader Father Colan used Nazi propaganda material extensively. This included Nazi charges of atrocities by Jew communists and verbatim portions of a Goebbels speech referring to Innitzer's appeal of July 1934, that millions of people were dying of hunger throughout the Soviet Union. In the hands of Dalrymple and others, the dead seem to multiply at a most phenomenal rate. Hearsay, gossip, political testimonies, confessions of defectors, yellow journalism, Nazi and Ukrainian rightists, all interconnect in an incestuous embrace throughout the famine genocide campaigns. But what about the accounts of the famine by those who did not agree with the genocide spinners' conclusions? If included, might not Dalrymple's averages be brought down to a level of demographic reality? This though, is quantitatively unacceptable for the political purposes of Ukrainian right-wingers, Cold War academics and Western propaganda agencies. Unfriendly witnesses must be disposed of. Since the reports of most witnesses do not support his thesis, Dalrymple must either discredit them, impute motives, or better still, not mention them at all. Thus, although Dalrymple admits that there has been some question as to the existence and magnitude of the famine, he hastily discredits those whose reports beg to differ, declaring, those who did not see the famine may be divided into 2 groups, 1, those who for one reason or another actually did not see it, and those who saw the famine but did not report it. Having established that he can count to 2, Dalrymple has from the start laid the groundwork for the classification of unfriendly witnesses into the duped and the liars. Dalrymple then goes on to impute political and opportunistic motives to this deliberately reduced handful. The first group, 1, consists of socialists who were blind to this particular fault in the Soviet program, and/or visiting dignitaries who were given a Potemkin-like tour of Russia which avoided exposure to the famine. The socialists, Beatrice and Sidney Webb, for instance, saw a shortage of food but no famine as such. 21. Dalrymple insinuates that the Webbs, like M. Harriot, the former Prime Minister of France, and Sir John Maynard, were only shown what the Russians wanted them to see. Sir John Maynard, a former high official in the Indian government, was a renowned expert on famines and relief measures. On the basis of his experience in Ukraine, he stated that the idea of 3 or 4 million dead has passed into legend. Any suggestion of a calamity comparable with the famine of 1921 to 1922 is, in the opinion of the present writer, who traveled through Ukraine and the North Caucasus in June and July 1933, unfounded. Even as conservative a scholar as W. Aaron Walsh wrote in defense of Maynard, his professional competence and personal integrity were beyond reasonable challenge. The integrity of Harriot and Maynard stand head and shoulders above anyone Dalrymple has selected to back his case. But without doubt, the faminologists can produce a Ukrainian nationalist who will testify that on the day before such visits, an official passed through the villages crying, "All whores and beggars off the streets, the Webbs are coming." Having categorized the Webbs, Harriot and Maynard as dupes, Dalrymple claims that Walter Durante and some other newsman, whom he chooses not to name, knew of the famine but avoided referring to it explicitly because of government pressure. Dalrymple offers no proof of this allegation, but doubtless true to form, some hearsay or off-the-record gossip can be dredged up. The allegation of lying witnesses is a frequent theme in faminology. The Ukrainian Nationalist Journal, EKPAHKRAN from Chicago, in its 1983 famine commemorative issue, lists for example, Walter Durante of the New York Times, Louise Fisher, sick, Eugene Lyons, William Rezick, Morris Hindus, sick, and others. For profit's sake, they deceived the American public and kowtowed to Moscow, while millions of Ukrainians, sick, were dying. One is shocked to discover the well-known anti-communist Eugene Lyons on this nationalist hit list of Soviet dupes. Perhaps it is EKPAHKRAN's way of showing displeasure with his guess of 5 million deaths, when the going rate is 7 to 15 million. Perhaps it's not surprising that while printing Thomas Walker photographs, this publication charges that journalists disagreeing with its point of view are lying for financial gain, without offering the slightest proof. Not content with alleging financial motives in the denunciation of unfriendly witnesses, some Ukrainian nationalist organizations and publications resort to open anti-Semitism. A book published by the veterans of the Ukrainian insurgent army goes so far as to state, in 1933 the majority of European and American press, controlled by the Jews, were silent about the famine. The conspiracy of silence practiced by Russia and her Jewish sympathizers hides much more. In 1932 the Jewish journalist Durante was sent from the U.S. to check up on the rumor that there was a colossal famine in Ukraine. Durante, later given one of the highest awards in journalism, falsely and deliberately denied the rumor. 27 such interpretations offered by a prominent wing of the Ukrainian nationalist movement indicate a view of history closely approximating that of the Nazis. Dana Dalrymple's 1964 article was supplemented the following year by an article entitled, "The Soviet Famine of 1932 to 1934, Some Further References." Seeking to expand his earlier death guesstimates, Dalrymple introduces a report by a Dr. Horsley Gant, who claims a death figure of 15 million. This allegation, if true, would have eliminated 60% of the Ukrainian Republic's ethnic Ukrainian population of approximately 25 million in 1932. A careful reading of Dalrymple's update, however, shows this figure to be based on what can only be termed dubious hearsay, if not fabricated rumor. Almost predictably, Dalrymple reveals the source of Gant's figure to be alleged conversations. Dr. Gant indicates that he privately got the maximal figure of 15 million from Soviet authorities. True to form, the alleged Soviet authorities are not named or otherwise identified. Dalrymple revealingly informs us that, while his article was not published until 1936, Dr. Gant indicates that he provided much of the information on the extent of the famine used by American correspondents during this period. Interestingly, Ralph Barnes, whom Dalrymple mentions as an example of a reporter receiving information from Dr. Gant, appears to have had little faith in Gant's death figures. According to Dalrymple's list, Barnes' own guess was a mere 1/15 of Gant's claim. Such contradictions notwithstanding, Gant's unverifiable hearsay allegations, despite their demographically implausible figures, have contributed to the death guesstimates circulated by subsequent right-wing polemicists. Dalrymple's second section of further references features contemporary observers brought to light in a study of previously unopened records of the U.S. Department of State. This refers to a memorandum of a conversation held by Felix Cole, Chargé d'Affaires, Riga, and a certain John Lavers, with a member of a foreign legation in Moscow. Once again, Dalrymple will not or cannot identify the staff member of the foreign legation, which might very well have been that of Nazi Germany for all the reader knows. Such unfounded hearsay based on diplomatic gossip hardly constitutes acceptable evidence. Yet Dalrymple has the audacity to credit 7 to 8 million people dying from starvation to such hearsay reports. Émigré reports is the third category found in further references. In apparent desperation, Dalrymple turns to the accounts of the discredited black deeds of the Kremlin. Then, after citing a nationalist autobiography published by the anti-communist Russian émigré press, Dalrymple refers the reader to works of fiction. Wasselbarka presents a more extensive account in his novel Jovtinaya's, The Yellow Prince. The book describes a collective farm family's struggle for existence during the famine and reflects most of the typical occurrences of that period. Having pursued his famine fact search well into the realm of political fiction, Dalrymple notes that the novelist in question is in the employ of the Radio Liberty Committee in New York, a CIA-funded propaganda and disinformation agency. In concluding émigré reports, Dalrymple borrows a death toll of 5 to 7 million from Ukraine, a concise encyclopedia, an official nationalist apologia, whose chief editor was the former wartime head of the Nazi collaborationist Ukrainian Central Committee, Volodymyr Kubizhovich. Dalrymple's further references totally miscarries with its final section, Khrushchev on the famine. Here Dalrymple reveals the bankruptcy of his undertaking without the slightest pretense of any kind of scholarship. Shortly after my paper went to press, Khrushchev saw fit to comment on famine conditions during the Stalin period. In December 1963 he acknowledged, for the first time, that famine had existed under Stalin and Molotov. His comments, however, were confined to 1947. Although the comments referred to conditions after the carnage and destruction of World War II, this does not prevent Dalrymple from pontificating that Khrushchev's descriptions of 1947 hardships seem equally applicable to the famine of 1932 to 1934. 38 such research methods, perhaps suitable for assembling a paste-up scrapbook, are inadequate for any serious purpose. However, despite the weaknesses and methodological faults of Dalrymple's study, his work has been uncritically accepted by those determined to prove a case of deliberate famine. Chapter 6. Cold War II. The 1980s Campaign. It was not by accident that mass campaigns were funded across North America in 1983 to commemorate the 50th anniversary of Famine or genocide in Ukraine. The main purpose of the resurrection of so dubious an issue was to elevate anti-communist sentiments and facilitate Reaganite Cold War aims. Unlike earlier anniversaries which were limited to the periphery of right-wing Ukrainian exile circles, the latest commemoration was highlighted by mass media advertising, billboards, public rallies, and continuing attempts to include the Ukrainian famine or genocide in school curriculum. In Edmonton and Winnipeg, monuments to the victims of genocide were erected. Winnipeg's famine obelisk was a gift to the city from the Ukrainian-Canadian Committee, at a reported cost of $75,000. As Winnipeg has long been a twin city with Lviv, Ukraine, much to the annoyance of the Ukrainian nationalists, this monument can only be seen as a political provocation against peaceful relations. It is revealing that not so much as a small plaque was ever put up honoring the millions of victims of the Nazi Holocaust. That this event took place in the 1980s stands as an unfortunate tribute to the new Cold War climate and the lobbying power of right-wing Ukrainians. Scholarly backing of the famine genocide campaign reached unprecedented heights in the 1980s. Credit for this is taken by Harvard University, as stated in a recent publication copyrighted by the president and fellows of Harvard College. The famine occupied only a marginal place in the historical writings produced by the post-war generation of Western Sovietologists. The Famine Project, established by the Ukrainian Research Institute of Harvard University in 1981, has been most decisive in the organization of scholarly work on the famine. Members of the project include Robert Conquest, Senior Research Fellow at the Hoover Institution of Stanford University, and James E. Mace, Research Associate at the Ukrainian Research Institute and Director of the project. Harvard University has long been a center of anti-communist research, studies and programs, often in collaboration with U.S. military and intelligence agencies. It was a Harvard history professor, William Langer, who headed the Research and Analysis branch of the Wartime Office of Strategic Services. American writer C. Ford has described the Research and Analysis branch, R&A, as the largest collection of eminent educators and scholars ever gathered together in a single government agency. R&A skimmed the cream of the social sciences departments in all the universities. Ford quotes former U.S. statesman McGeorge Bundy, who wrote on the dimensions of diplomacy. In very large measure the area study programs developed in American universities in the years after the war were manned, directed, or stimulated by graduates of the OSS, a remarkable institution, half cops and robbers and half faculty meeting. It is still true today, and I hope it always will be, that there is a high measure of interpenetration between universities with area programs and information-gathering agencies of the government of the United States. Published in 1983 by Harvard University's Ukrainian Studies Fund to commemorate the 50th anniversary of the famine, Alexa Woropay's book The Ninth Circle is yet another volume in the growing Famine or Genocide library. First published in England in 1953 by the youth wing of the Bandera faction of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, the commemorative edition was edited and introduced by Harvard University's Dr. James E. Mace. Despite this assistance, the Ninth Circle appears to be improperly documented. Professor John Ryan, referring to a brief by Ukrainian nationalists to the Winnipeg School Board which used the Ninth Circle as supporting evidence, charged. Their brief is a polemic, devoid of any documentation, and the book, The Ninth Circle, by Alexa Woropay is in the same category and lacks the essence of any scholarship. For example, the series of accounts of personal experiences, pages 17 to 36, has no identification of a single person who supposedly told these stories. Other than mere scholarly shortcomings, there is a disturbing undertone to the whole book. Woropay presents a detailed account of his activities in the Ukraine during the 1930s, but he studiously avoids any mention of what he did during the Nazi occupation of the Ukraine. Leaving this gap in his career as a question mark, he resumes his chronicle in 1948, but by this time he is in Munster, Germany. Here he is interviewing Ukrainians, who like himself, had left the Ukraine. Did he and his colleagues, in the manner that thousands of others had done, leave with the retreating Nazi troops because they had collaborated with the Nazis? In his account there is not one derogatory word about the Nazis, instead there is nothing but hatred and condemnation for the Soviets. With this in mind, how is the reader to view the objectivity of the material that is being presented? The Ninth Circle's connection with Harvard may not be limited to Mace and the university's Ukrainian Studies Fund. One Harvard research program is particularly relevant here. Soon after the war, the U.S. State Department's Office of Policy Coordination, later a component of the CIA, commissioned a team of Harvard historians to interview East Europeans in the displaced persons camps in Europe. The research project's primary goal was intelligence gathering. These interviews provide many of the eyewitness accounts for famine genocide allegations. One wonders, in fact, if Woropay's interviews in Munster, Germany in 1948 were part of the Harvard CIA project. Woropay himself indicates that his research consisted of little more than the gathering of post-war political campfire tales in a West German displaced persons camp. As it was winter, there was nothing to do and the evenings were long and dull. To pass the time, people told stories about their own experiences. There were many peasants from eastern Ukraine and they recalled life under Soviet rule. Predictably, Woropay offers no political or wartime background about his anonymous witnesses. To have done so might well have further strained the credibility of the Ninth Circle. The pictorial proof provided by Woropay is similarly suspect. Only Thomas Walker photographs have been selected, this despite the fact that Woropay claims to have been a famine eyewitness. Can it be that he could not tell the difference between obviously doctored fakes taken over a decade earlier, including some from Russia, and scenes from an alleged Holocaust he claims to have witnessed in his own land? The text of Walker's stories is not reproduced with the photos. Perhaps it is hoped that the Walker connection, like the alleged 7 to 15 million Ukrainians, will simply disappear. After all, Walker claimed to have made his travels in the spring of 1934. Woropay and Mace dare not attempt to stretch out the famine for another year, they are on shaky ground as it is. Actually, one must recall, Walker never set foot in Ukraine, and entered the Russian Federation in the fall of 1934, but, much to Woropay's embarrassment no doubt, whoever snipped out the text of Walker's story missed a line under the photo opposite page 8. This line reads, "When Mr. Walker entered Russia last spring, 1934, he smuggled in a camera." If the claims of famine genocide witnesses are as fraudulent as the photographic evidence used to illustrate them, one might safely conclude that today's public is being taken for no less a ride than the readers of Hearst's famine genocide stories in 1935. This conclusion applies equally to famine in the Soviet Ukraine. 1932 to 1933, a memorial exhibition prepared by Oksana Prusik, Leonid Harrits and James Mace. This book is the catalogue of a major exhibition sponsored in 1983 by the Harvard College Library, the Ukrainian Research Institute and the Ukrainian Studies Fund of Harvard University. The catalogues indirectly emphasizes its goal of attaining an emotional impression of the famine, rather than an analysis of its causes, an emphasis which characterizes most of the famine genocide campaign. The second objective of this catalog is to convey the intangible aspects of the famine to the reader. Although scholars continue to debate the causes of the famine, the number of its victims and its geographic extent, there can be no doubt of the magnitude of the tragedy in its spiritual and human dimensions. Through the use of photographs, memoirs, the testimony of survivors and the literary works of eyewitnesses we have attempted to evoke an image, however inadequate, of the nightmare world of the starving Ukraine of 1932 to 1933. The nightmare image evoked by the book's photographic evidence is shattered however by an examination of the cited sources. Harvard's Famine in the Soviet Ukraine contains 44 alleged 1932 to 1933 famine photos. Almost one-quarter of these are credited to Amensmus Ruslan Hungern, the 1935 German edition of Human Life in Russia, which contains photos allegedly taken by an anonymous Austrian photographer, see Chapter 3. 3 are dubious and misdated photos, including one of soldiers in Tsarist-era uniforms, from the Spurious Black Deeds of the Kremlin, Volume 2, see Chapter 4. The largest group of Harvard photos is taken from 2 avowed Nazi propaganda books by Alfred Lobenheimer. 10 are credited to Lobenheimer's Die Sowjetunion am Abgrund, and 14 to Lobenheimer's und du siehst die Sowjets in the latter, it will be recalled, Lobenheimer credits Dr. Ditloff, who subsequently found wider fame in Amen's Human Life in Russia. As we have seen, Ditloff was not above passing off 1921 to 1922 Russian famine photos as evidence of the 1932 to 1933 famine in Ukraine. 3 of the Ditloff photos used by Harvard were initially published in the August 18, 1933 issue of the Nazi Party organ Volkischer Beobachter. A further 8 are among the many Ditloff photos used by credited to the fraudulent Thomas Walker. While in themselves do not prove the thesis of genocide, they are used to reinforce visually charges of deliberate, planned mass starvation. Verifying their origin is an issue in its own right, particularly given the conflicting claims of credit for certain widely used famine photos. As one of the 3 people who prepared famine in the Soviet Ukraine, Harvard's James Mace could have perhaps clarified this issue. Previously, Mace had been associated with the publication of both the N Circle, which credits Walker, and the 1984 reprint of Human Life in Russia, which credits Ditloff for photographs shared in common. In Famine in the Soviet Ukraine, for the first time both Ditloff and Walker are credited in one and the same book. Some care has been taken to avoid direct overlap. 8 Ditloff/W. Walker photos are credited to und du siehst, Ditloff, and 5 different Ditloff/W. Walker fakes are credited to Walker. One glaring contradiction, though, has been overlooked. Plate 128, p. 45, of Harvard's Famine in the Soviet Ukraine contains a photograph, bottom right, of a woman with a small boy, one of 5 photos credited to Thomas Walker and H. Hearst's New York Evening Journal. This same photo appears on p. 333, plate 86, of Lobenheimer's und du siehst die Sowjets 1935 edition, where it is credited to Ditloff. Mace and his Harvard colleagues have the further audacity to state, in their To Walker's material, American newspapermen, Thomas Walker, wrote plain-spoken and graphic accounts of the famine based on what they had witnessed in the Ukraine in 1933. Ignoring the fraudulent nature of the Walker series exposed over 50 years ago, the Harvard scholars conveniently backdate Walker's stated 1934 trip to 1933. This gives an indication of the true meaning of the statement in the To Famine in the Soviet Ukraine. First of all, the catalog is a survey of the present state of scholarship and current knowledge about the famine. Not only is this scholarship riddled with inaccuracies, exaggeration, distortion and fraud, it resorts uncritically to Nazi sources without informing the reader of the spurious nature of these sources. Source for over half of the Harvard photos are the 2 Lobenheimer books noted previously, with over 1/3 of the book's total taken from Und du siehst die Sowjets richtig. Lobenheimer opens the section featuring the Ditloff photo collection and Ditloff's famine genocide article with these lines from Adolf H. Hitler's Mein Kampf. If, with the help of his Marxist creed, the Jew is victorious over the other peoples of the world, his crown will be the funeral wreath of humanity, and this planet will, as it did millions of years ago, move through the ether devoid of men. Eternal nature inexorably avenges the infringement of her commands. Anti-Semitic diatribes permeate Lobenheimer's book. Jewish Bolshevism is blamed for enslaving and starving the Gentiles of the Soviet. Nazi propaganda is used as source material for evidence of 1933 famine genocide. Lobenheimer's Die Sowjetunion am Abgrund was also utilized by the Nazis in German embassies, note markings and Nazi emblem. Wright, 1935 AD for Die Sowjetunion am Abgrund, Praise from German and Volksdeutsche Nazi Front organizations. The following Nazi threat against the Jews is typical: woe, woe to the Jews and their helpers when the day of retribution comes, and it will come. And the old line of Russian blood boils up, and a subjected people shall rise up for a just purpose and free itself from this shame and dishonor. It is noteworthy that the Nazi publishers of Und du Siehst found the accounts of Malcolm Muggeridge sufficiently in line with their purposes to include one of his articles. Famine in the Soviet Ukraine also includes photographs from Lobenheimer's earlier book Die Sowjetunion im Abgrund. The latter was advertised and endorsed by such Nazi and front organizations as the Gesamtverband Deutsche Antikommunistischer Vereinigungen, the Bund der Auslanddeutschen, and the Reichsstand der Deutschen Industrie. Widely circulated by the Nazis as anti-Soviet propaganda in the 1930s, it was also distributed through Nazi German embassies abroad. Though not selected for use in Famine in the Soviet Ukraine, certain photos appearing in Die Sowjetunion im Abgrund show signs of being altered. Given the use of anti-Semitic, Nazi sources, one should perhaps not be surprised to find included in the bibliography of Famine in the Soviet Ukraine a publication by former Ukrainian SS man Alexei Holoko. Holoko was Minister of Propaganda in the fascist-owned Bandera clique, which claimed a brief government in Lviv, Ukraine in July 1941 under the German occupation. The most distinguishing feature of this government's tenure was the mass slaughter of thousands of Jews and anti-fascist Ukrainian intellectuals by Ukrainian nationalist Nazi auxiliaries and pogromists. Another contribution to the recent revival of the famine genocide campaign is W. Walter Dushnik's 50 Years Ago, The Famine Holocaust in Ukraine. Subtitled Terror and Misery as Instruments of Soviet-Russian Imperialism, the cover features a white human skull superimposed on a red hammer and sickle, somewhat thematically reminiscent of an earlier generation of fascist poster art. This booklet, 56 pages of Cold War text, is often provided as resource material in attempts to get boards of education to include the famine genocide in school curriculum. Published by the World Congress of Free Ukrainians, an international umbrella group uniting various nationalist factions, 50 Years Ago was printed by the Svoboda Printing Company of New Jersey. The latter is a descendant of an earlier Svoboda, a newspaper also published in New Jersey. Formerly linked to the pro-Nazi movement prior to America's entry into World War II, Svoboda was once banned from entry into Canada during the war as being pro-fascist and subversive. The foreword to 50 Years Ago turns out to have been prepared by none other than Dana Dalrymple. Perhaps hoping to distance himself somewhat from the book's crude quality and rabid anti-communist rhetoric, Dalrymple states, "I am less certain of the degree to which the famine was planned." 21 Dalrymple still seems not to have caught on to the fraudulent nature of Hearst's old famine campaign, or perhaps he hopes his readers haven't. 20 years after his own utilization of Thomas Walker's fraudulent accounts in the pages of Soviet Studies, page 9 of Dalrymple's foreword is decorated with Walker fake photographs. Displaying the uncritical stance of his earlier articles, Dalrymple in his foreword refers the reader to communist takeover of Ukraine from the Select Committee on Communist Aggression of 1954. Hearsay sources gleaned from the various hearings staged during the hysterics of the McCarthy era in the United States deserve a far more cautious approach than Dalrymple possesses. Dushnik himself was an associate editor of Ukraine, a concise encyclopedia. Under the editorship of former Nazi collaborator Kubizhovik, the encyclopedia includes rewrites of wartime nationalist collaboration and portrays Ukrainian history in sympathy with Petlura, Bandera, the Nokhtygul pogromists and the Halichina SS units. Dushnik is also identified in his book as the editor of the anti-communist journal, the Ukrainian Quarterly, a fact made abundantly clear since he refers repeatedly to this journal as source material for his allegations. What 50 Years Ago omits to inform the reader about Dushnik's past is even more significant. According to the New Jersey-based right-wing Ukrainian Weekly, Dushnik's roots can be traced to Europe's pre-war fascist movement. His obituary recalls that Dr. Dushnik was active in the organization of Ukrainian nationalists and was acquainted personally with the leading members of the old Supreme Council. The Ukrainian Weekly also notes that Dushnik had been a contributor to Rozbudova Natsiya, Reconstruction of a Nation, published by the Ukrainian military organization of Ukrainian nationalists in pre-war Europe. The text of 50 Years Ago is shallow Cold War rhetoric. A critique by Professor John Ryan states, 50 Years Ago, although ostensibly documented, violates certain canons of scholarship. For example, the book contains numerous direct quotations from Soviet leaders, or directives from the Soviet government, but not in a single instance is this documented to a primary source. Instead, the footnotes refer to secondary sources, all of which appear to be anti-Soviet publications, and most refer to the Ukrainian Quarterly of which the author is the editor. Photograph used by Walter Dushnikin 50 years ago, The Famine Holocaust in Ukraine. The caption deceptively cites a Canadian paper as source. The photograph has actually been taken from La Famine en Russie, Geneva, p. 7, published in 1922.50 years ago, was presented by Ukrainian nationalists to the Winnipeg School Board in 1983 as evidence to support of famine genocide interpretations to school curriculum. This is not proper scholarship, and on this basis alone it makes the entire publication highly suspect. If Walter Dushnik had intended this to be a serious scholarly article, with a BA and an MA, he surely should have known the correct procedure. I note that his PhD is from the Ukrainian Free University in Munich, but from what I can determine, Canadian and American universities do not recognize the status of this university. For someone familiar with the subject matter, this material is totally bankrupt of any intellectual understanding of the events of that time. Rather than scholarly analysis, the material consists of a highly emotionally charged vitriolic polemic. Indeed, it has little to do with scholarship, and unquestionably it is lacking in objectivity. Before the collectivization, 2.36% per year, it can be calculated that Ukraine lost 7,500,000 people between the two censuses. Though this method of calculating famine deaths is widely employed by famine genocide theorists, the frequency of its use does not make it any more scientifically valid. U.S. sociologist Albert Zemansky, in criticizing an estimate of 3 million deaths, has noted, this estimate assumes, a, that even in the conditions of extreme famine, instability and virtual civil war, peasants would conceive at the same rate as in less precarious periods. 2. That abortion or infanticide, intentional or not, did not significantly increase. 3. That there were as many women of maximum reproductive age in 1932 to 1933 as before or after. All of these assumptions are erroneous. All peasants have traditional techniques of birth control and are thus able to limit their reproduction to a significant degree. It is the economic benefit attendant upon having large families which is operative, a factor not applicable during famine, not ignorance of birth control. Further, legal abortion was so widely practiced in this period that, in 1936, the state banned it as part of the campaign to increase the population. A decline in the birth rate could thus have been expected, and not only due to the reasons outlined by Zemansky. In examining the demographics of the famine era, S.G. Wheatcroft states, as is well known, the First World War, Civil War in the early years of the 1920s caused a great gap in births in these years. The age cohort born in 1914 would have been 16 in 1930 and so would have just been entering the period of major reproduction. Consequently, Lorimer and other scholars have concluded that the age structure of the population would have led to a decline in births throughout the early 1930s and until the missing populations born into the 1914 to 1922 age cohorts had passed on well into the future. These rather key considerations are not taken into account by famine genocide theorists such as Walter Dushnik. A similarly unscientific approach is taken by Harvard expert James Mace. Among Mace's many contributions to the famine genocide campaign is an article published in the journal Problems of Communism ?1. Perhaps it is no accident that this publication is the organ of the notorious United States Information Agency, USIA. From the Voice of America to the TV show Let Poland Be Poland, from Radio Marty beamed at Cuba to involvement in the cover-up of the Cal 007 spy mission, the USIA is renowned as a vehicle of disinformation and psychological warfare directed against socialist countries and liberation movements. In this article, Mace states, if we subtract our estimate of the post-famine population from the pre-famine population, the difference is 7,954,000, which can be taken as an estimate of the number of Ukrainians who died before their time. But, as respected demographers Barbara Anderson and Brian Silver have pointed out, Mace is confusing population deficits with excess mortality. By making no allowance for a decline in the birth rate, Mace equates those who were never born with those who died before their time. The Mace-Dushnik methodology also ignores other factors, change of declared nationality, intermarriage, assimilation, migration, etc., all of which have an impact on census figures. For example, Robert Wixman has pointed out that in the late 1920s, between the two censuses in question, the Kuban Cossacks were reclassified from Ukrainian to Russian. They live in Russia. Anderson and Silver note, if the reclassified Ukrainians numbered 2 to 3 million suggested by Wixman, then between 25 to 40% of Mace's estimated deficit of Ukrainians could be accounted for in this way. There is a multitude of difficulties in interpreting this field, Anderson and Silver emphasize. They cite the noted statistician Lorimer, who wrote concerning his own findings, there are, of course, many other sources of possible error in all these computations. Consequently, These results should be accepted with many reservations. It appears that the propagators of famine genocide hold no such reservations. Not content with leaving bad enough alone, Mace goes one step further, attempting to substantiate his famine genocide assumptions by the results of the 1959 Soviet census. We can trace the famine by looking for regions where the number of rural women, the least mobile segment of the population, have an abnormally small number in age categories which would have been born immediately before or during the famine. Again, Mace assumes they were born to begin with. These are Soviet Ukraine, a nation with fiercely independent traditions, regions inhabited by large Cossack populations, also fiercely independent, and the Volga-German areas, but in a rather unusual oversight for a Harvard expert on Ukrainian history, Mace fails to take into account a significant event which occurred between the 1932 to 1933 famine and the 1959 Soviet census, World War II. Mace seemingly hasn't heard that Ukraine was occupied by the Nazis from 1941 to 1944, and was the scene of battles which took the lives of millions of combatants and civilians alike. Kharkiv Oblast, for example, is singled out in Mace's Geography of Death. For some reason, Mace neglects to mention that Kharkiv was not only under Nazi occupation until late July 1943, but was also the regional scene of 4 massive battles prior to liberation. Of the 700,000 people living in the city at the time of its capture by the Nazis, only half survived. Similarly, Mace ignores basic facts concerning the Volga Germans. Between 650,000 and 700,000 Volga Germans were resettled eastward during the war and never returned to the areas of their former settlement. In addition to ignoring those residents of the 1930s who died or were relocated due to the war, Mace also ignores the vast numbers who left for other areas and republics during the period of massive post-war reconstruction. In short, the 1959 census, as Mace himself knows, reveals demographic patterns primarily attributable to post-1941 developments. His attempt to detect smoke from a campfire which has been engulfed by a forest blaze is fruitless from its beginning. One might conclude that any admission of World War II as a factor was seen by Mace as detrimental to his case. He cares not about Nazi genocide, seeking only to convince readers of communist genocide. One gets a more graphic sense of the unscientific nature of such statistical manipulation by projecting a hypothetical famine genocide onto population trends in the province of Saskatchewan. Using base figures from the Canada Yearbook, it can be proved that 228,586 residents of this province vanished during the Great Depression and the immediate aftermath, 1931 to 1941. Saskatchewan population 1931, 921,785. Saskatchewan population growth 1921 to 1931, 22% projected. Saskatchewan population 1941, 1,124,578, 1931 population plus 22%, actual Saskatchewan population 1941, 895,992 victims of famine genocide, 228,586 victims as a percentage of the 1931 population, 25%. Citing such statistical proof, some might argue that the capitalists committed deliberate genocide against the population of Saskatchewan in the 1930s so as to suppress the militant resistance of prairie farmers and workers, whose lives were being ruined by economic depression. Suppression of the masses struggle, such as the RCMP attack on the Estevan strikers or the bloodshed inflicted on the unemployed trekkers in Regina, could be cited, not to mention the mass eviction of poor tenants and farm foreclosures. Of course, no rational person would accept such a thesis. Saskatchewan's lower population can be attributed to lower population growth rates during the Depression, emigration out of the province, and, like Ukraine, Saskatchewan was no stranger to drought or economic upheaval. Actually, the popular ruin of Ukraine did not decline in absolute terms. Between 1926 and 1939 the population increased by 3,339,000 persons. Even given a traditionally higher birth rate for Ukraine, the rate registered, particularly in light of the other considerations outlined above, hardly indicates genocide. The high mortality estimates featured in the famine genocide campaign appear wildly exaggerated from yet another point of view. 6, 8, 10, 15 million deaths, all from an ethnic population of just over 25 million Ukrainians in the Ukrainian SSR, according to the nationalists themselves. It is inconceivable that Ukraine could lose from 25 to 60% of its ethnic population and still gather a successful harvest in 1933, and then lose another 5 to 10 million people in World War II. If such inventions are followed to their final conclusion, We are asked to believe that as few as 10 million ethnic Ukrainians were left alive in the Ukrainian SSR following the war. There is little point asking how such a remnant could increase to some 36.6 million ethnic Ukrainians in Soviet Ukraine alone amid a total population of 49.7 million for the Republic in 1979.42. Such is the folly of famine genocide numerology fobbed off as statistics. While it is not possible to establish an exact number of casualties, we have seen that the guesstimates of famine genocide writers have given a new meaning to the word hyperbole. Their claims have been shown to be extreme exaggerations fabricated to strengthen their political allegations of genocide. Chapter 7. Harvest of Deception. The famine genocide campaign launched by the Nazis in 1933 and revived on a massive scale 50 years later, reached a climax of sorts with the appearance in 1986 of the scholarly attack of Robert Conquest's Harvest of Sorrow and the visual assault of the film Harvest of Despair. Produced by the Ukrainian Famine Research Committee of the St. Vladimir Institute and made under the auspices of the Ukrainian Canadian Committee and the World Congress of Free Ukrainians, Harvest of Despair employs virtually all outdated and undocumented stills commonly used in the famine genocide campaign in its appeal to the emotion of the viewer. This nationalist propaganda film has been shown across Canada since 1984, used as yet another weapon in attempts to insert the Famine genocide in school curriculum as part of a much wider campaign. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, apparently unaware of its complicity in this fraud, televised Harvest of Despair to a countrywide audience in the fall of 1985. Illustrating the Reagan-era tendency of the political and media establishments to accept anything anti-Soviet, the film won a gold medal in the Grand Trophy Award Bowl at the 28th International Film and TV Festival in New York in 1985. Contradicting the prestige that such an honor implies, however, one New York magazine described this film festival as notoriously known as a pay-through-the-nose for a snatch of the big-time festival. It has been denigrated over the years in this column for its policy of giving out specious official plaques to all entries regardless of quality. One perhaps smelling a rat, certain U.S. media outlets have been at least instinctively wary of this film. The public broadcasting system initially declined to handle it, while WNET wisely declared it inadequately documented, later qualifying their position by stating that it lacked journalistic integrity. In November 1985, WPBT in Miami rejected Harvest of Despair on the grounds that it had perceived bias in terms of the viewing public. Certain other U.S. media organizations have correctly described it as subjective and expressing one point of view. Notwithstanding such rejections, Harvest of Despair was reportedly in the lineup for an Academy Award, the equivalent of accepting the Cardiff Man into the Anthropological Hall of Fame. In Harvest of Despair, a whole army of right-wing witnesses is 76. Paraded across the screen. In a post-war celluloid reunion of former allies from H. Hitler's ill-fated New Order in Eastern Europe, former Ukrainian Nazi collaborators and ranking German Nazis make an appearance. These include Stepan Skripnik, whom the American historian Alexander Dallin points out was formerly the editor of the Nazi-controlled paper Volin under the German occupation. With the blessing of the Nazi occupiers of Ukraine, Skripnik graduated from layman to ordination as a bishop in a record time of 3 weeks. According to the Ukrainian nationalist wartime paper Nastup, Skripnik, as newly ordained Bishop Mstislav, added his name to a joint telegram to Adolf Hitler which stated, "In this hour we appeal to the Almighty with ardent prayers and ask that He give you strength and health to complete the great cause you have begun. We believe that the time is not far off when, in a rejuvenated Europe built on the basis of genuine Christian morals, the bells will ring out joyously telling the world about your victory." According to the brochure accompanying Harvest of Despair, Skripnik's Ukrainian Orthodox Church in the United States was a financial contributor to the film's production costs. Harvest of Despair also features accounts by 2 former Weimar Republic diplomats to the Soviet Union, who switched over to the Nazis when Hitler seized power in Germany in 1933. The first is Hans von Herwarth, known during the war as Johann Herwarth von Bittenfeld. Herwarth returned to the Soviet Union with the Nazi invasion where his previous Russian experience was used to recruit mercenaries for Hitler's war machine from among Soviet prisoners of war. The second is Andor Henke, who served Hitler as a Nazi diplomat. In 1941 Henke approached the Belarusian nationalist émigré leader Vasil Zakharka to solicit support for H. Hitler's war aims and occupation of Belarus. In the film, Herr Henke appears to be either senile or otherwise incapacitated, and does not actually present the Famine genocide allegations attributed to him. Instead his relatives do the talking for him. Supplementing the testimony of these former Nazis is Nazi war footage from the propaganda department of the Third Reich. The Nazi discovery of mass graves at Vinnytsia is presented, purporting to depict Soviet atrocities of the 1930s. In fact, Vinnytsia had been the scene of the mass execution of Jews by the Nazis and local Ukrainian police in 1941.7. It would thus seem that Harvest of Despair is utilizing Nazi propaganda of the Ukrainian fascists' own anti-Semitic atrocities to build their scenario of Russian genocide against Ukrainians. Malcolm Muggeridge, Tory England's favourite conservative anomaly, makes a predictable appearance in Harvest of Despair. A former British intelligence agent, Muggeridge has lent his name to various right-wing causes, writing, for example, the foreword to Oles Kiu's Famine book, Agony of a Nation. As noted previously, Nazi propagandists published anti-Soviet material by Muggeridge in the 1930s. Like Thomas Walker, Muggeridge claims to have made a breakaway private tour of Ukraine during the famine, and his accounts are cited as authoritative in right-wing circles. Revealingly, portions of the British newspaper which carried his famine allegations are reproduced in the film. One observes that Muggeridge was described therein as having entered Russia as a fervent communist, a revelation which must have come as a surprise to the British Communist Party. The journalistic gimmick of press-ordained communists becoming repentant pro-capitalists within the space of a famine article was also used by General Grigorenko, Ronald Reagan's favorite Russian defector, adds his presence to the film as well. This fellow is trotted about the US and abroad, expenses paid, to lecture folks on the evils of communism under the guise of human rights, though you won't find him on US Indian reservations, unemployed demonstrations, or picketing the South African embassy. The ever-present Dr. James Mace of Harvard's Institute of Ukrainian Studies also puts in an appearance. As one of the top U.S. apologists for the post-Hitler crowd of Ukrainian nationalists in exile, Mace will on occasion jet across the continent to beat the drums as an expert on the famine genocide. In obvious appreciation for his work around this Cold War propaganda issue, Mace was appointed staff director of the U.S. government's Commission on the Ukrainian Famine in February 1986. Yet another player in the film is Soviet defector Lev Kopelu. However, previous writings by Kopelu had not indicated that he subscribed to the Russian versus Ukrainian famine genocide thesis. Famine researcher Marko Korinik's taped interview with Lev Kopelu was viewed in the spring of 1983 at Toronto's St. Vladimir Institute. In the original tape, Kopelu, in responding to the question of the famine being deliberately planned, denies that it was, although he speaks of instances of over-exuberant grain requisitioning by lower officials. Not surprisingly, this portion of the interview is censored from Harvest of Despair. Perhaps this incident is related to the fact that Korinik is suing the film's producers in the Supreme Court of Ontario for infringement of his copyright on photographic material he provided for the film. Overall, the film's producers, Slavko Nowitzki and Yuri Luovi, have managed to slap together a patchwork of material. Film reviewer Leonard Clady has noted that co-producer Luovi admits most of his income comes from editing feature films of dubious quality. He has a reputation as a good doctor, someone who's brought in to salvage a movie which is deemed unreleasable by film exhibitors and distributors. In Harvest of Despair it appears that the doctor delivered one of the great cinema miscarriages of all time. Objectivity and scientific presentation are sacrificed on the altar of Cold War psychological warfare. According to the Winnipeg Free Press, Luovi personally viewed more than 1 million feet of historic stock footage to find roughly 20 minutes, 720 feet, of appropriate material for the film. This says less about his research than about the total lack of photographic evidence of famine genocide. Indeed, not one documented piece of evidence is presented in the film to back up the genocide thesis. Instead, in a montage of undocumented stills, the viewer is subjected to Thomas W. Alker/Ditloff forgeries, numerous scenes stolen from the by now familiar publications covering the 1921-1922 Russian famine, La Famine en Russie Information No. 22, Amen photos, with all their contradictions noted earlier, 1920s photos used in the Nazi Orgenvolkischer Beobachter in 1933. Certain Harvest of Despair photos can also be traced to Lobenheimer's Nazi propaganda books, as well as to a Ukrainian-language publication published in Berlin in 1922, Halad na Ukraini, Hunger in Ukraine, by Ivan Gerasimovich. Other scenes both borrow from the past and from the future. For example, footage of marching soldiers has Red Army men wearing uniforms from the days of the Russian Civil War. Footage of impoverished women cooking is also of Civil War vintage. Other scenes display peasant costumes from the Volga Russia area of the immediate post-World War I period, not Ukrainians in 1933. Footage of miners pulling coal sledges on their hands and knees is actually of Zoroaster origins. Scenes of peasants at meetings wearing peculiar tall peaked caps date from earlier periods. Further, their clothing is not consistent with Ukrainian costume. Material filched from Soviet films of the 1920s can be identified, including sequences from Tsar Hunger, 1921 to 1922, and Arsenal, 1929, and even from pre-revolutionary newsreels. Flipping forward to the future, the film shows scenes of military manufacturing of tank models not produced until later in the 1930s. As well, the episode of bread distribution in Nazi-besieged Leningrad, taken from the Siege of Leningrad, one film of the epic and unknown WR, was used by the authors of the video Fraud as filmed evidence of food shortage in the Ukraine in the 1930s. 14 and so on, and so on. It seems that like others before them, the producers of Harvest of Despair scrounged through the archives looking for bits and pieces of old war and starvation shots that might be spliced into the film to great subliminal effect, bound together with narrative and interspersed partisan interviews. As much has been admitted, as we will see. In November 1986, Ukrainian nationalists in alliance with right-wing school board officials, made an attempt to place their Famine genocide propaganda in the Toronto high school curriculum. Toward this end, a film showing of Harvest of Despair was arranged at the Education Centre. Panelists advertised for the event included then Vice Chairman of the Toronto Board of Education Nola Crew, Dr. Yuri Boshaik, Research Fellow at Harvard's Ukrainian Research Institute, and Marko Korinik, writer and researcher associated with Harvest of Despair in its research stage. Confronted by this author in the discussion portion of the meeting, that the stills and footage used in the film were fraudulent, the panelists were forced to admit openly that this author's charges were true. Though reluctant to acknowledge the full extent of the fraud, deliberate deceit was confirmed. As the Toronto Star reported, researcher Marko Korinik, who says he originated the idea of the film, says his concerns about questionable photographs were ignored. Korinik said that none of the archival film footage is of the Ukrainian famine and that very few photos from 32 to 33 appear that can be traced as authentic. A dramatic shot at the film's end of an emaciated girl, which has also been used in the film's promotional material, is not from the 1932 to 1933 famine, Korinik said. I made the point that this sort of inaccuracy cannot be a YOWED, he said in an interview. I was ignored. Perhaps this is why, to use the term of B.S. Onishuk, vice chairman of the Ukrainian Famine Research Committee, Korinik was let go from the film before its completion. In light of the above, one wonders why Korinik waited several years before coming forward publicly with the truth, and even then only after a public challenge and exposure by this author. In a quite incredible admission from an academic, Orest Subtelny, a history professor at York University, justified the use of frauds. Noting that there exist very few pictures of the 1933 famine, Subtelny defended the actions of the film's producers. You have to have visual impact. You want to show what people dying from a famine look like. Starving children are starving children. Needless to say, such frank admissions could not be allowed to unhinge a well-orchestrated international Cold War exercise. Within 2 days, the Ukrainian Famine Research Committee issued frantic denials fraught with contradictions, distortions and untruths. The committee's press release claims, pictures from the 1921 famine are used when the film deals with the 1921 famine. Pictures from the 1933 famine are used when the film deals with the 1933 famine. This is not true. The Harvest of Despair section dealing with the 1921 famine is a 28-second fraction of the film with which no one has taken issue. The original 1922 sources of specific stills used in relation to 1932 to 1933 were identified in this author's release distributed at the November meeting. Though confronted with the original sources of specific frauds, the committee seeks safety in largely falling back on secondary sources as a line of defense. The still pictures on the 1932 to 1933 famine, the committee states, are taken from 3 primary sources. Cited as the 3 sources are Aman's HUMAN Life in Russia, the private collection of the wife of Nazi diplomat Andor Henke. The particular pictures are not identified, and the Walker fakes of the 1935 NEW York Evening Journal and Chicago Herald and Examiner. Aman's pictures, they claim, are clearly traceable to the 1933 famine. This is claimed despite the fact that some of Aman's pictures appear in the 1922 book, Holodna Ukraini, published by Ukrainian nationalists themselves and often cited by subsequent Ukrainian nationalist writers in relation to the 1921 famine. Furthermore, the committee alleges that Aman traveled extensively in Ukraine during the time of the famine. This is a rather novel claim. In fact, Aman witnessed only the 1921 Russian famine. Perhaps the committee should actually read HUMAN Life in Russia. The committee states that Walker's photos were used only where they could be authenticated as coming from other sources. Does this mean matching them with photos in HUMAN Life in Russia? but Hammond claims a different year and photographer. Perhaps they were matched via their simultaneous appearance in various Hearst newspapers? In that event, Walker equals Walker. If they were matched with the 1934 London Daily Express series by the anonymous tourist, they would have noticed that the accounts were Thomas Walker almost verbatim. Is it possible that authentication came from Lobenheimer's Nazi propaganda book, Und du siehst die so jetzt richtig? If so, they are not only crediting Nazi publications, but would have seen that Lobenheimer credits Ditloff for the photos. This writer is still waiting too. Harvest of Deception 85. See how these so-called researchers have managed to authenticate the Chicago American Walker photographs as anything other than the pilfered pre-1930s frauds that they are. Concerning its use of stills in general, the committee gives the word documentary a new 1984 doublespeak meaning. All of the photographs used were only used as visual aids or illustrations. Here the origin of any still picture could not be verified by our committee, or the producers of the film. They were either not used, or where they were used it was only in places where they did not affect the narrative, and only as illustrations of the eyewitness accounts of others. Such use of these latter pictures are clearly recognized as proper by film producers of documentaries, and do not in any way distort or affect the facts presented in the film, or the authenticity of the events shown. Such use, in fact, is clearly not recognized as proper. By definition, a documentary film visually documents, verifies facts and events. Nowhere in the film are specific stills or footage identified as illustrative as opposed to documentary. The very fact that non-authentic material was used is nowhere acknowledged in the film. Reminiscent of Nazi propaganda documentaries of the 1930s, Harvest of Despair goes beyond dishonest scholarship. The pervasive use of misrepresented pictures misleads and manipulates the viewer to suit the political purposes of the film's creators. Given Korennick's admission that the film's producers ignored his protests that this sort of inaccuracy cannot be allowed, one can only conclude that Harvest of Despair represents deliberate fraud. It is not out of place to repeat this author's call for an independent review to further examine and evaluate this film, particularly given the grants and logistical support it received from publicly funded bodies such as the National Film Board of Canada and Multiculturalism Canada. Harvest of Despair is clearly not a documentary. Rather it is a crude propaganda contribution to an ongoing Cold War campaign. Completely in keeping with this context, the film's co-producer Louavi demonstrates his flair for late-night 1950s melodrama by declaring, "I cannot honestly say whether relatives of mine who live in the Soviet Union will suffer because of this film." Louavi's Soviet relatives may well suffer severely, from the embarrassment of having a kinsman produce such an odorous conglomeration serving such a long discredited cause. After much pomp and heraldry, including syndicated excerpts complete with fake photos in the daily press, the long-awaited, ultimate Famine Genocide study finally appeared in late 1986. Described as excellently and professionally written by none other than the W.S. leading feudalist fiction writer, Alexander Solzhenitsyn, Harvest of Sorrow, Soviet Collectivization and the Terror Famine by Dr. Robert Conquest has emerged as the best attempt of the famine genocidists for legitimacy. Like the ubiquitous James Mace, Robert Conquest has been used for years to link the famine with the wider propaganda purposes of the right wing. Considered by some to be Mace's mentor, similarities of politics, methodology and purpose are not surprising. Conquest's career as an obsessive anti-Soviet historian has spanned 2 Cold Wars. Presently a senior research fellow at the Hoover Institution, he has long been associated with rightist émigrés and anti-communist propaganda efforts as an expert. According to the London Guardian, Conquest was formerly employed by the British Secret Service's Disinformation Project, the Information Research Department, IRD. Key IRD targets were the Third World and the Russians. Embassies had resident IRD men undercover who planted materials with local journalists and opinion formers, materials admitted by former senior officials to be heavily slanted. 31 The Guardian further states. IRD also encouraged book production described in W. Heitel as cross-fertilization. Robert Conquest, frequently critical of the Soviet Union, was one of those who worked for IRD. He was in the Foreign Office, until 1956. At IRD's suggestion, Conquest wrote a book about the Soviet Union. 1/3 of the books were bought up by Prager, which reportedly had a record of publishing books at CIA request. A 1986 publication provides further insight into the mentality and broader political purposes of famine genocide historians such as Dr. Conquest. W. Had to Do WH and the Russians Come, a survivalist's handbook, by Conquest, and John Manship White, seems designed to push the U.S. political climate even further into the realm of Cold War paranoia and irrationality. Lauded by the Wall Street Journal and flogged by the ultra-right conservative book club, the handbook lowers U.S. Sovietology to the level of the film Red Dawn and the America TV series. Indeed, Conquest may have surpassed Hearst-level storytelling, approximating Nazi horror fiction on more issues than just the famine. A brief glance at the book's promotion proves illuminating. A full-page ad in a military history magazine trumpets. Burn this book, but that's only the beginning, if the peaceniks have their way and Russia ever does take over. The alternative might be to spend the rest of your days up near the Arctic Circle. The above promotion draws up a list of the ingenious variations of communist terror in store for democratic Americans, including the specter of gang rape of American women by Russian soldiers, a miserable fate for American children, and warnings of inevitable famine. But there may be hope. This book, its conservative book club promoters inform us, is where to learn about guerrilla warfare, and about surviving. It cites the Wall Street Journal for an endorsement, must-reading about what to expect in the U.S. if we become so spineless that the Soviets take us over. Better historian to give a scholarly veneer to the Famine genocide campaign than Dr. Robert Conquest? But some revisions were in order. Conquest's earlier work, The Great Terror, had alleged that only 5 to 6 million had perished in the 1932 to 1933 period, only somewhat more than half being Ukrainians. This figure was inadequate for the new, improved 1980s famine genocide campaign. Amid renewed investigations of East European war criminals in North America, diversionary works with death calculations approximating or surpassing or 6 million Jewish victims were required. With the ascendancy of Reaganism and a growing Cold War mentality in U.S. Kremlinology, conditions existed for the re-evolved far-right claims under the guise of serious scholarship. As published in a prominent Ukrainian nationalist journal, Conquest had, by 1983, upped his death estimates to 14 million and extended famine conditions to 1937. Such revisions coincided handily with the 50th anniversary of the famine genocide launched that year. Harvest of Sorrow's opening chapters and general outline of events tend to duplicate the traditional approach of American Sovietology to Soviet history and Leninist theory, as well as right-wing Ukrainian nationalist interpretations of Ukrainian history. Thus, the various nationalist cliques who held parts of Ukraine during the Russian Civil War and foreign intervention are simply presented as bona fide governments. Conquest's acceptance of the nationalist statehood mythology is unquestioning. The mass slaughter of Ukrainian Jews carried out under nationalist independence in 1918 to 1919 is dismissed vaguely in 3 words. The Nazi occupation of Ukraine is presented implicitly as a break between periods of Soviet terror, and the liberation from the Nazis as Soviet reoccupation. A critical examination of Conquest's references reveals a reliance on 88 right-wing and spurious accounts to the point of being unbalanced. In addition to Thomas Walker's faked accounts, one finds the discredited black deeds of the Kremlin, Fred Beal of Hearst Press infamy, Amen's Human Life in Russia, material published in Nazi Germany and other dubious sources examined elsewhere in this book. A key chapter of Harvest of Sorrow, Chapter 12, The Famine Rages, can serve as an example of Conquest's subjective bias, reliance on unverifiable claims, and methodology of selection and evaluation. Chapter 12 contains 237 references. Over half, more than 120, are to rightist Ukrainian émigré sources, of which 50 alone refer to black deeds of the Kremlin. Warapay's Walker Illustrated, partly anonymous and in Circle is cited 14 times. Other references include Communism the Enemy of Mankind, published by the youth wing of the OWN Bandera, 1935 Hearst Press accounts, the CIA-funded Harvard Refugee Interview Project, and the McCarthy-era U.S. House Committee on Communist Aggression, 1955. Works of fiction are liberally used as if bona fide documentation. For example, 13 references are to a novel allegedly by Vasily Grossman, published in New York. A revealing example of Conquest scholarship can be seen in his selection of the following account for Chapter 12. A foreign correspondent reports that, near Kiev, he witnessed the following scene. In one hut they were cooking a mess that defied analysis. There were bones, pigweed, skin, and what looked like a boot top in the pot. The way the remaining half-dozen inhabitants, of a former population of 40, eagerly watched this slimy mess showed their state of hunger. It turns out that the foreign correspondent is none other than Thomas Walker, the man who never was. Even more incredible, in his reference note for this quote, Conquest has backdated the issue of this Hearst Press article from 1935 to February 26, 1933. In response to subsequent criticism leveled at his book, Conquest has attempted to defend the authenticity of the Thomas Walker materials. The facts speak for themselves. replies Mr. Conquest. While conceding that he did cite articles from the Walker series, he does not accept that they were fraudulent. This has never been established. Conquest's photographic evidence consists of the same tired, outdated pictures. These include Thomas Walker fakes complete with the banner of H. Hearst's March 6, 1935 Chicago American. One even finds the girl with the frog child lifted from a 1922 Russian famine relief publication and made famous through use by Walker, Ament, and Lobenheimer. In addition, one finds the old snow and ice summer of 1933 graveyard scene that Ament tried to pass off in 1936, and an obvious 1921-1922 relief shot of a posed line of starving children entitled The Homeless Ones. Again, in response to criticism, Conquest tries to justify the use of 1921-1922 photos to illustrate allegations of famine genocide in 1932-1933. Moreover, he says photographs from that time are difficult to identify clearly, but at any rate he did cover the famine of 1921 in his book, so those from that period need not be inappropriate. Shades of Harvest of Despair. Aside from the political imbalance of Conquest's sources, his reliance on memoirs reveals further defects in his research and methodology. One analyst of war memoirs has stated, "The memoir is a kind of fiction, differing from the first novel, only by continuous implicit attestations of veracity. The further personal written materials move from the form of the daily diary, the closer they approach the figurative and the fictional." One might add, particularly where self-serving issues of a political nature are concerned, and where unsavory aspects of a past must be concealed. American historian J. Arch Getty has observed that for no other period or subject, except the study of the Soviet Union in the 1930s, have historians been so eager to write and accept history by anecdote. He states, "Grand analytical generalizations have come from second-hand bits of overheard court or gossip. Prison camp stories, 'My friend met Bukharin's wife in the camp and she said,' have become primary sources on Soviet, central political decision-making. The need to generalize from isolated and unverified particulars has transformed rumors into sources and has equated repetition of stories with confirmation. It is a revealing characteristic of Conquest's methodology pertaining to the Soviet Union," writes Getty, "that he elevates rumor and hearsay to the level of historical fact. In fact, Conquest himself has stated, truth can thus only percolate in the form of hearsay and, on political matters basically the best, though not infallible source is rumor." Getty comments, "Such statements would be astonishing in any other field of history. Of course historians do not accept hearsay and rumor as evidence. Having baptized hearsay and rumor into the realm of historical evidence in The Great Terror, the subject of Getty's criticism, Conquest proceeds to bestow upon them the rights of confirmation in Harvest of Sorrow. The following examples come from one page alone. A foreign communist was given figures of 10 million deaths for the USSR as a whole. The reference is to a 1935 Hearst Press article. Another foreign worker learned from local officials that Petrovsky had admitted a death roll, so far, of 5 million. The reference is to Fred Beale. It seems reasonable to suppose that Durandi figures derived from the same source as those, also never printed, given one of his colleagues by another high official, or at any rate from similar official estimates circulating among authorities. Another American was told by a high Ukrainian official that 6 million had died. The reference is to Lang, a Ukrainian Canadian, was told that a secret report gave a figure of 10 million dead. Conquest's calculation of death estimates, when not relying on traditional right-wing and faminology figures, adds little new to famine genocide demography. Like others before him, Conquest derives an on-paper shortage of millions upon millions of people by comparing census figures with projections based on earlier population growth rates. On this question, as with other aspects of the thesis of famine genocide, Harvest of Sorrow fails to break out of the discredited, politically motivated methods of famine genocide research. Conquest's unswerving anti-communist bias enables him to wallow in the morass of rightist materials where more critical scholars fear to tread. But then, serious, objective scholars hardly lend their talents to such neurotic priorities as survivalism and commie takeovers of America. Conquest's use of long-established fraudulent accounts such as Walker's hardly lends credibility to the claims made in the dust jacket of Harvest of Sorrow that the book has been meticulously researched. Thus, the definitive scholarly and visual evidence of genocide presented in Harvest of Sorrow and Harvest of Despair falls short. Despair and Sorrow are more definitive of those attempting to reap a harvest of Cold War-style anti-Sovietism by falsely interpreting the famine of 1932 to 1933 as planned genocide. The famine evidence prominently featured in the famine genocide campaign has been shown to be fraudulent or suspect. Fake photographs, Unscientific statistics, juggling, and politically motivated hearsay and testimony are among the many devices employed to embellish allegations of famine genocide. Subject to similar manipulation are the causes of the famine: drought, sabotage, Soviet amateurish planning, excesses and mistakes in history's first mass socialization of agriculture in the context of a hostile international environment. Throughout the history of the famine genocide campaign, the factors of drought and sabotage have been ignored, denied, downplayed, or distorted. Soviet excesses and mistakes, in contrast, are emphasized, given an anti-Ukrainian motivation, described as deliberately and consciously planned, and the results exaggerated in depictions of starvation deaths in the multi-millions. The central event, the collectivization of agriculture as part of socialist development, is never given anything but a classically anti-communist interpretation. As in Ronald Reagan's black and white world of terrorists and freedom fighters, it is inconceivable and completely unacceptable to the Ukrainian nationalist and Sovietologist interpretation that socialism and the Soviet Union should be acknowledged as having any popular support and the right to exist. How neatly a Soviet genocide fits into their stereotyped image of Bolshevik tyranny. For some promoters of famine genocide, anything other than man-made causes are ignored or denied. Natural causes, such as drought, are alleged never to have taken place. Claims that drought was a contributing factor are denounced as Soviet inventions. One might then expect that no non-Soviet source could be cited to substantiate drought. However, a history of Ukraine by Mikhail Rashevsky, described by the nationalists themselves as Ukraine's leading historian, states, "Again, a year of drought coincided with chaotic agricultural conditions, and during the winter of 1932 to 1933 a great famine, like that of 1921 to 1922, swept across Soviet Ukraine. Indeed, nowhere does history of Ukraine claim a deliberate, man-made famine against Ukrainians, and more space is actually devoted to the famine of 1921 to 1922. Posthumously published in 1941 by the major Ukrainian nationalist group in the United States at the time, the Ukrainian National Association, Rashevsky's history was updated to 1940 based on notes by Dr. Luke Mishua. Lest anyone accuse Mishua of being a communist dupe, it should be noted that he is identified in the book's acknowledgments as editor-in-chief of the Ukrainian nationalist paper Svoboda. Svoboda's Rome correspondent dished out money supplied from the U.S. to the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, which moved its headquarters to Fascist Italy in late 1940. Mishua himself visited Berlin in 1939, speaking over Nazi radio in Ukrainian, and his Nazi connections were the subject of testimony before the U.S. Congressional Dies Committee. More recent histories can also be cited on the subject of drought. Nicholas Ryosnovsky, former visiting professor at Harvard University's Russian Research Center, notes in his History of Russia that drought occurred in both 1931 and 1932. Registered Michael Florensky, immediately following a description of the mass destruction wrought by Kulak resistance to collectivization, states, "Severe droughts in 1930 and 1931, especially in the Ukraine, aggravated the plight of farming and created near-famine conditions." Professor Emeritus at Columbia and a prolific writer on the USSR, Florensky can hardly be accused of leftist sympathies. Born in Kiev, Ukraine, he fought against the Bolsheviks in the Civil War. Even Evald Amin, the first major political famine writer of the 1930s, credits causes other than pre-planned communist genocide. Primarily blaming breakdowns and inefficiencies of Soviet collectivization of agriculture, Amin states, if a future harvest were severely injured by climatic or other natural causes, as was the case in 1933, the catastrophe would once more reach vast dimensions. Not surprisingly, contemporary famine genocide writers avoid reference to the above quote from Human Life in Russia. While drought was a contributing factor, the main cause of the famine was the struggle around the collectivization of agriculture which raged in the countryside in this period. 10 years after the revolution, private production still dominated the agricultural economy. Backwardness and manual labor characterized the state of agriculture on the millions of small-scale peasant farms. In 1928, 3/4 of the land was sown by hand. 1/3 of the crop area was harvested by sickle and scythe, 40% of the crop was threshed by flail. Over 1/4 of peasant households possessed no draft animals or farming implements, and 47% had only plows. An integral part of socialist development and the basis for mechanization and all-round modernization of agricultural production, collectivization represented a revolution of rural life. Small individual peasant holdings were united into large cooperative, collective farms. Developed first on a voluntary basis, collectivization accelerated in the late 1920s and became a concerted drive by the end of the decade, a key feature of the USSR's first five-year plan launched in 1929. Collectivization, socializing the agricultural economy, included ending private ownership of the means of agricultural production. Socialization of the land was coupled with socialization of draft and productive animals, farm buildings, machinery and equipment. Ending private ownership meant that the class of private owners, the kulaks, would no longer exist as a class. This policy was called eliminating the kulaks as a class and was part of the full-scale collectivization program underway by the beginning of the 1930s. Though only a small fraction of the farm population, the kulaks occupied a significant place in agricultural production, with a larger crop area and marketable grain production than their number implied. In 1927, for example, 4% of households owned 15% of the area under crop. The kulaks were the moneylenders, the middlemen, the entrepreneurs of the countryside. It was primarily they who owned the farm sires, the rural industrial enterprises such as mills and smithies, who leased to the poorer peasants their farm implements, machinery and draft animals, who controlled a large part of the retail trade in the rural areas as part of the collectivization program. The land of the kulaks was to be confiscated and transferred to the collective farms, as was their cattle, machinery and other farm property. A sizable number of wealthier kulak families were to be evicted from collectivized areas and sent elsewhere. The kulaks responded, fighting against collectivization with an organized campaign of large-scale destruction. The struggle swept through the countryside, approaching civil war scale in many areas, with devastating results particularly in Ukraine. Frederick Schumann, Woodrow Wilson professor of government at Williams College at the time of writing, states that he and thousands of other tourists traveled in Ukraine during the famine period. He writes, "There, kulak opposition took the initial form of slaughtering their cattle and horses in preference to having them collectivized. The result was a grievous blow to Soviet agriculture, for most of the cattle and horses were owned by the kulaks. Between 1928 and 1933 the number of horses in the USSR declined from almost 30 million to less than 15 million, of horned cattle from 70 million, including 31,000,000 cows, to 38 million, including 20 million cows, of sheep and goats from 147 million to 50 million, and of hogs from 20 million to 12 million. Soviet rural economy had not recovered from this staggering loss by 1941. Some kulaks, murdered officials, set the torch to the property of the collectives, and even burned their own crops and seed grain. More refused to sow or reap, perhaps on the assumption that the authorities would make concessions and would in any case feed them. The aftermath was the Ukraine famine of 1932-33. Lurid accounts, mostly fictional, appeared in the Nazi press in Germany and in the Hearst press in the United States, often illustrated with photographs that turned out to have been taken along the Volga in 1921. The famine was not, in its later stages, a result of a food shortage, despite the sharp reduction of seed grain and harvests flowing from special requisitions in the spring of 1932 which were apparently occasioned by fear of war with Japan. Most of the victims were kulaks who had refused to sow their fields or had destroyed their crops. Unlike many famine genocide theorists who discount kulak sabotage, some Ukrainian nationalists offer enthusiastic descriptions of sabotage and terrorism. Isaac Maziepa, former premier of Petlura's nationalist government in Ukraine and a die-hard nationalist till his death, admitted frankly that the crop failures, and logically much of the resulting famine, were largely due to these causes. At first there were disturbances in the kolkhozy, collective farms, or else the communist officials and their agents were killed. But later, a system of passive resistance was favored which aimed at the systematic frustration of the Bolsheviks' plans for the sowing and gathering of the harvest. The catastrophe of 1932 was the hardest blow that Soviet Ukraine had to face since the famine of 1921 to 1922. The autumn and spring sowing campaigns both failed. Whole tracts were left unsown. In addition, when the crop was being gathered, in many areas, especially in the south, 40% and even 50% was left in the fields, and was either not collected at all or was ruined in the threshing. One doubts that the nationalist heroes, those propertied groups who committed great destruction of agricultural resources, were charitably received by the rest of society which suffered as a result. The destruction of the means of life must have been regarded as criminal. The struggle around collectivization was not limited to kulaks. A considerable number of middle peasantry were wrongly treated as kulaks. Instead of being won over to supporting collectivization, they resisted collectivization. Louis Fisher observed, "I myself saw, all over the Ukraine in October 1932, huge stacks of grain which the peasants had refused to gather in and which were rotting. This I write was there. The famine 95 winter's food. Then those same peasants starved. Mr. Chamberlain has falsely interpreted the famine and some Americans have accepted his interpretation. Problems inherent to the massive of a new, collective system of farming further complicated the situation. The very scale and speed of collectivization was astounding. In the space of 4 years, over 14 million farms were collectivized, including 70% of the farms in Ukraine. Collectivization took place at rates and with methods subject to extreme swings depending on the abilities and attitudes of local and regional authorities. Careful planning gave way to confusion as even at the top-level collectivization schedules and targets were subject to drastic changes and revisions. With limited historical experience to draw upon and in a countryside renowned for backwardness and age-old peasant traditions, millions of small strips and holdings were amalgamated into a few 100,000 collective farms. Peasants long used to manual labor and working with draft animals were now introduced to tractor plows, tractor-drawn seeders, mechanical combines and threshers. Against this background and widespread sabotage, a smooth transition was impossible. Added to this were errors and excesses committed in the course of collectivization. Contrary to what nationalist ideologues and experts would have us believe, Soviet historiography does not ignore this period, nor does it gloss over errors committed. It is true, though, that little has been written in the Soviet Union specifically about the famine. As contemporary Soviet life is demanding a more open look at their history, one can expect this will change. The 8-volume, 2 of which are double, History of the Ukrainian SSR offers the following analysis and criticism in the chapter Struggle Against Distortions of the Party Line and the Building of Collectivization. On the path of establishing the collectivization movement were placed great difficulties which were conditioned by the newness and complexity of the process, the age-old peasant tradition of private ownership, technical economic obsolescence, and the great shortage of cadre. These difficulties were complicated by the capitalist encirclement in which the Soviet state found itself and the intensification of class struggle in the rural areas. In these conditions, the distortions of the party line toward the building of collectivization, which were noticed in the first stage of solid collectivization, were especially dangerous. The leadership of a number of regions, in pursuit of high percentages of collectivization, instead of persistent and painstaking organizational mass work among the peasantry, took, instead, the path of coercion. Many mistakes and distortions were made by responsible workers of Shepetitsky, Tulkin, Proskurov and various other regions where, during the last 20 days of February 1930, the level of collectivization in some districts jumped from 10 to 15 to 80 to 90%. Distortions in the movement for collectivization were also tied to the phenomenon that Republican and local organizations did not always issue correct instructions. Thus, in the Ukraine, regional and district party committees received, on February 24, 1930, a directive to collectivize the steppes by the end of the spring sowing campaign, and the entire Ukraine, by the autumn of 1930. His was a vulgar violation of the directives of the party concerning the rates and methods of collectivization. A particularly dangerous distortion of party policy in regard to the collectivization movement was the incorrect approach taken toward the middle peasantry in various districts. Accomplishing the course of collectivization, the party guided itself by the Leninist approach that successes in the socialist transformation of agriculture were dependent, to a large extent, on the attitude of the middle peasantry. Nevertheless, there were cases of dealing with the middle peasantry as if they were kulaks. As was noted in a letter to party organizations from the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party, Bolshevik, of April 2, 1930, the policy of strengthening the alliance with the middle peasantry with the support of the poor peasantry, and in conditions of merciless struggle against the kulaks, began to be replaced by the policy, hostile to Leninism, of commandism in relations with the middle peasantry. All these distortions and mistakes, which had nothing in common with the Leninist line of the party, were useful to the kulaks, the bourgeois nationalists, the right opportunists and Trotskyists. Arbitrary methods, a system of administrative command and treating middle peasants as kulaks expanded the opposition to collectivization and the social and economic upheaval. Soviet mistakes and excesses, drowned in the organized campaign of sabotage and resistance resulted in the famine of 1932 to 1933. There was no plan to wipe out Ukrainians as a people. The mistakes, even when accompanied by tragic and unforgivable excesses, do not constitute pre-planned genocide. The famine was compounded by typhus epidemics. Internationally acclaimed urban planner and recipient of the Order of Canada, Dr. Hans Blumenfeld worked as an architect in the Ukrainian city of Makayevka at the time of the famine. He writes, "There was indeed a famine in 1933, not just in the Ukraine, but also in the Lower Volga and the North Caucasus, and Makivka, located near the junction of these three regions, felt the full impact of it, Only once did I see a child with spindly legs and a swollen belly. It was in the garden of a nursery school at the hand of a nurse waiting for the doctor. Nor did I ever see a corpse lying in a street. There is no doubt that the famine claimed many victims. I have no basis on which to estimate their number. Probably most deaths in 1933 were due to epidemics of typhus, typhoid fever, and dysentery. Waterborne diseases were frequent in Makivka. I narrowly survived an attack of typhus fever. Very occasionally, sources from the Famine genocide camp note the widespread epidemics. Despite the absurdity of his death guesstimate, Horsley Gant confirms this point, as cited in the following Dalrymple passage. He, Gant, reports that the peak of the typhus epidemic coincided with that of the famine. He adds, however, that because starvation was complicated by the epidemics, it is not possible to separate which of the two causes was more important in causing casualties. 18. The famine did not extend past the pre-harvest period of 1933. To further their political ends, the famine genocide campaigners of the 1930s, such as and, attempted to stretch out the famine into and occasionally even beyond 1934. Their followers of the 1980s rarely dare to make similar claims. The success of the 1933 harvest was guaranteed by measures taken by the Soviet government to overcome the situation. 35 million poods of seed, foodstuffs and fodder were sent to Ukraine in the spring of 1933. Changes were made to improve the organization and management of the collective farms, and thousands more tractors, combines and trucks were delivered. 19 Dr. Hans Blumenfeld offers a useful personal summary of the period. The famine was caused by a conjunction of a number of factors. First, the hot dry summer of 1932, which I had experienced in northern Vyatka, had resulted in crop failure in the semi-arid regions of the south. Second, the struggle for collectivization had disrupted agriculture. Collectivization was not an orderly process following bureaucratic rules. It consisted of actions by the poor. Kulaks expanded the opposition to collectivization and the social and economic upheaval. Soviet mistakes and excesses, drought and the organized campaign of sabotage and resistance resulted in the famine of 1932 to 1933. There was no plan to wipe out Ukrainians as a people. The mistakes, even when accompanied by tragic and unforgivable excesses, do not constitute pre-planned genocide. The famine was compounded by typhus epidemics. Internationally acclaimed urban planner and recipient of the Order of Canada, Dr. Hans Blumenfeld worked as an architect in the Ukrainian city of Makivka at the time of the famine. He writes, "There was indeed a famine in 1933, not just in the Ukraine, but also in the Lower Volga and the North Caucasus, and Makivka, located near the junction of these three regions, felt the full impact of it. Only once did I see a child with spindly legs and a swollen belly. It was in the garden of a nursery school at the hand of a nurse waiting for the doctor. Nor did I ever see a corpse lying in a street. There is no doubt that the famine claimed many victims. I have no basis on which to estimate their number. Probably most deaths in 1933 were due to epidemics of typhus, typhoid fever, and dysentery. Waterborne diseases were frequent in Makivka. I narrowly survived an attack of typhus fever. Very occasionally, sources from the Famine genocide camp note the widespread epidemics. Despite the absurdity of his death guesstimate, Horsley Gant confirms this point, as cited in the following Dalrymple passage. He, Gant, reports that the peak of the typhus epidemic coincided with that of the famine. He adds, however, that because starvation was complicated by the epidemics, it is not possible to separate which of the two causes was more important in causing casualties. 18. The famine did not extend past the pre-harvest period of 1933. To further their political ends, the famine genocide campaigners of the 1930s, such as and, attempted to stretch out the famine into and occasionally even beyond 1934. Their followers of the 1980s rarely dare to make similar claims. The success of the 1933 harvest was guaranteed by measures taken by the Soviet government to overcome the situation. 35 million poods of seed, foodstuffs and fodder were sent to Ukraine in the spring of 1933. Changes were made to improve the organization and management of the collective farms, and thousands more tractors, combines and trucks were delivered. 19 Dr. Hans Blumenfeld offers a useful personal summary of the period. The famine was caused by a conjunction of a number of factors. First, the hot dry summer of 1932, which I had experienced in northern Vyatka, had resulted in crop failure in the semi-arid regions of the south. Second, the struggle for collectivization had disrupted agriculture. Collectivization was not an orderly process following bureaucratic rules. It consisted of actions by the poor. American journalist, Albert Rees Williams, observed as much and quoted Stalin as saying in 1931, "We are from 50 to 100 years behind the advanced countries. We must run through this distance in 10 years. Either we do this or they will crush us." And run they did. The collectivization program and the large-scale industrialization projects of the 5-year plans of the 1930s were directed at building a modern industrial country, further developing socialism and strengthening the ability of the USSR to defend itself. At great cost, against tremendous difficulties, and not without painful mistakes and excesses, the Soviet Union achieved its goals. American journalist Howard K. Smith observed. Production found its 1913 level only in 1928. Then they began their plans for industrialization. In other words, they had not 23, but only 12 years to prepare for World War II. The measure of their success is in the comparative indices of industrial production for 1940, with level of 1913 as index 100 in all cases, France 93.2, United Kingdom 113.3. As to the results of collectivization and industrialization in Ukraine during this period, American journalist Edgar Snow wrote in the Saturday Evening Post. Ukraine, in 1940, was second only to the United States in the mining of iron, and dug twice as much as France, the leading European producer. Its blast furnaces smelted more pig iron than England and twice as much as France, being exceeded only by the United States and Germany. In steel production it stood fourth in the world, far ahead of such countries as France and Japan. Coal mining stood in the same position. In field husbandry Ukraine is famous for more than its grain. Its potato crop is exceeded in the world only by Germany and Poland. It is the world's largest producer of beet sugar. Vegetable oil is pressed from an annual crop of more than 1 million tons of sunflower seed. Cotton and natural rubber are large new crops. Significantly, recognition of these accomplishments has been granted by some Ukrainian nationalist historians, as the above was cited in Ihor Kamensky's book Hitler's Occupation of Ukraine 1941–1944, and the achievements of socialist construction are all the more remarkable in light of the very real problems and difficulties of the 1930s. Almost in themselves they give the lie to allegations of 7 to 15 mass starvation deaths having occurred a mere 6 to 7 years previous, suggesting something quite different from the Holocaust line of Innitzer. Hearst, the Nazis, the Ukrainian nationalists and modern-day Cold Warriors. The fact that Japan seized Manchuria and Hitler seized power in Germany during the very period of the famine may indicate that the Soviet Union undertook its crash programs barely in time. The social reorganization of Soviet industry and agriculture, so despised by right-wing émigrés and capitalists alike, proved to be Europe's successful bulwark against Hitler's war machine. Despite initial enormous losses at the beginning of the war, within a year the Soviets' real power was apparent to the Germans. As historian Heinz Hohne states, 2 sobering years of bloody war in Russia provided cruel proof of the falsity of the tale about subhumans. As early as August 1942 in its reports from the Reich the SD noted that the feeling was growing among the German people that we have been victims of delusion. The main and startling impression is of the vast mass of Soviet weapons, their technical quality, and the gigantic Soviet effort of industrialization, all in sharp contrast to the previous picture of the Soviet Union. People are asking themselves how Bolshevism has managed to produce all this. Had not Nazi Germany and its European allies broken their backs against the social and industrial might developed by the USSR in the 1930s, the Axis powers, armed with the additional wealth of Soviet resources, could well have emerged the victors. In that event it is a moot question as to whether any Ukrainian nationalists would have survived the Nazis' planned race programs to write about famine genocide. According to Ukrainian nationalists, the famine affected, or rather was consciously directed, almost exclusively against ethnic Ukrainians. Indeed, the Black Deeds of the Kremlin openly states as much, and would have us believe that other nationalities were unaffected and eating normally. The scope of the hardships is chauvinistically restricted, distorted, and politically manipulated. Other nationalities who suffered, Russians, Turkmen, Kazakhs, Caucasus groups, are usually ignored, or if mentioned at all are done so almost reluctantly in passing. It is as though the nationalists' xenophobic horror stories can tolerate no competitors. Bolshevik Russians are pitted against pure Ukrainians. In breathtaking verbal sorties at times unsurpassed outside Nazi literary circles, we are told, this whole monstrous horde of Russian communists, like a pack of beasts of prey, threw itself on an already impoverished and plundered Ukraine. James Mace also attempts to interpret the famine as deliberately focused against certain nationalities, going so far as to claim that famine stopped precisely at the border with Russia and Belarusia. Per right-wing historian Alec Novy, who otherwise supports the deliberate famine thesis, takes issue with Robert Conquest's emphasis on ethnicity as the determining factor. There is one matter on which one must disagree with Conquest. It is what could be called the Ukrainian aspect. Russians who happen to be in the area affected, in Lower Volga and North Caucasus for example, also died. Yes, the Ukrainian countryside suffered terribly. But Conquest seems prone to accept the Ukrainian nationalist myth. Dr. Hans Blumenfeld, writing in response to Ukrainian nationalist allegations of Ukrainian genocide, draws on personal experience in describing the people who came to town in search of food. They came not only from the Ukraine but in equal numbers from the Russian areas to our east. This disproves the fact of anti-Ukrainian genocide parallel to Hitler's anti-Semitic Holocaust. To anyone familiar with the Soviet Union's desperate manpower shortage in those years, the notion that its leaders would deliberately reduce that scarce resource is absurd. UP to the 1950s the most frequently quoted figure was 2 million victims. Only after it had been established that Hitler's Holocaust had claimed 6 million Jewish victims, did anti-Soviet propaganda feel it necessary to top that figure by substituting a fantastic figure of 7 to 10 million. Most contemporary non-Ukrainian nationalist famine genocide historians do not attempt to limit the famine to Ukraine. At the same time however, they try to portray the period of the early 1930s collectivization as one of mass destruction of the Ukrainian people, and of their ethno-cultural annihilation. Some even go so far as to extend famine conditions up to the end of the decade. If such claims were true, one might have expected the Nazis, along with their Ukrainian fascist marching groups and interpreters, to have discovered a thinly populated wasteland of backward and Russified starvelings when they invaded Ukraine in 1941. The Ukrainian nationalist collaborators from western Ukraine who entered Soviet Ukraine alongside the Nazi armies give a rather different account. For example, prominent nationalist Lev Shunkaevsky, in Pokidny Rayon, own marching groups, quotes the report of a Galician culture worker: "One can come across an ordinary village girl. During our talk we discover that the girl is well versed in mathematics, physics, chemistry, had finished secondary school and worked as a tractor driver." In other examples one could meet a former university, medical institute or teacher's college student among the village girls. Such cases are frequent. People are well informed. One could discuss any political or social theme with the peasants. Our fellows, the Galician-owned fascists, fared badly in discussions on professional matters or knowledge of state structure. One can only wonder what kind of genocide results in such cultural and educational advances. Other sources describe an even more hostile reaction of the Ukrainian population to the Nazis' nationalist puppets. A priest, Father Ohyanko, dispatched by the Nazis to Kiev, was sorely troubled, as indicated by a wartime letter to a friend. "I have been here for already several months but I can find no spiritual peace. You can't imagine how Bolshevism has changed everything. People are malicious and consider us enemies in the way that perhaps their ancestors once treated the Tartars, complete disrespect. Everywhere we find pointed hostility. All Ukrainians arriving from the outside, nationalist collaborators, they call fascist spies, Hitler's mercenaries, which I admit is partly true. The Germans really do assign us the dirtiest jobs." The record of Ukrainian resistance to the Nazis and their Ukrainian nationalist auxiliaries is exemplary. As American authority on the Soviet Union, William Mandel, states, "In the largest eastern portion of the Ukraine, which had been Soviet for 20 years, loyalty was overwhelming and active. There were 500,000 organized Soviet guerrillas, and 4,500,000 ethnic Ukrainians fought in the Soviet army. Clearly that army would have been fundamentally weakened if there had been basic disaffections among so large a component." The nationalists' own Ukraine, a concise encyclopedia, admits to an even greater number of Ukrainians having fought in the Red Army, giving an estimate of approximately 5 million. One can only be amazed at the ability of a nation to mobilize such numbers of predominantly military-age males in light of the nationalists' claimed famine death figures. The encyclopedia also concedes that out of 11,000 Hero of the Soviet Union medals awarded, 2,000 went to Ukrainian soldiers. Mandel, among others, explains this solid defense of the Soviet Union. There was an obvious reason for this loyalty. For the bulk of the Ukrainian peasants, workers, and the professionals newly emerged from those classes, the Soviet system had demonstrated overwhelming economic and cultural advantages. In fact, the only area in which the nationalists found any kind of base during the Nazi occupation, was in formerly, until 1939, Polish Galicia, where the Nazis did the bulk of their recruiting for fascist police and SS units. This is confirmed by historian Roman Sperluk, who writes that the zones of operation of organized Ukrainian nationalism was limited to the former Polish territories, that is, to the political base area of the pre-war Ukrainian, Galician, fascist movement. The truth of the matter is that from 1918 to the present, the various factions of Ukrainian nationalists have had little support to speak of from the Ukrainian people themselves. Nationalist Mykola Stepanenko begrudgingly admits that the current Ukrainian resistance and nationality defense movement, SIG, has not yet enjoyed the support or active participation of technocrats, government officials, lower and middle echelon party members, professionals and workers. One can only add that if the Ukrainian people didn't support the nationalists at the time of Stepanenko's rioting in exile, 1977, they certainly didn't while he was goose-stepping around Europe in the Nazi uniform of the 14th Waffen-SS Division. Had the 1941 population of Soviet Ukraine consisted of the remnants and survivors of a mass multi-million Holocaust of a few years previous, or if they had perceived the 1932-1933 famine as genocide, deliberately aimed at Ukrainians, then doubtless fascism would have met a far different reception. Soviet Ukrainians would have been as reluctant to defend the USSR as Jewish survivors would have been to defend Nazi Germany. But, as we shall see next, the Nazi occupation of Ukraine is relevant not just for the opposition to the Nazis from the overwhelming majority of the population. It is also very relevant for the role played by the Ukrainian nationalists, the main perpetrators of the famine genocide myth. Chapter 9. Collaboration and Collusion. On June 30, 1941, the Nazi army entered Lviv, capital of western Ukraine. In its vanguard came the German uniformed Nachtigall battalion of Ukrainian nationalists, under the command of Roman Shukevich. With the collusion of the Nazi Abwehr, the Bandera faction of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists immediately set up a so-called government of Western Ukrainian lands, headed by Yaroslav Stetsko, who had accompanied the Nazi invaders to the city. A pogrom of the Lviv area's Jewish population at once was launched. This was anticipated, noted Philip Weiss, a leader of Winnipeg's Holocaust Committee and survivor from Western Ukraine, by the air of fear and terror hanging over the city because of the approaching German army and the public knowledge of the forthcoming pogrom of Jews by Ukrainian nationalists. American writer Saul Friedman, who undertook extensive research on the historical persecution of Jews by Ukrainian nationalists, states in his book Pogromchik. During the first 3 days of July 1941, the Nachtigall Battalion, composed almost entirely of Ukrainians under the direction of the Gestapo, slaughtered 7,000 Jews in the vicinity of Lviv, Lemberg. Before their execution, Jewish professors, lawyers and doctors were made to lick all the steps of 4-story buildings and to carry garbage in their mouths from house to house. Then forced to run a gauntlet of men wearing blue and gold armbands, coincidentally the colors of the Petlarist Republic, they were bayoneted to death in what was officially termed Aktion Petlura. Under the Banderite nationalist clique posing as a government, many of Lviv's non-Jewish writers, intellectuals and professionals known to be hostile to Nazism were also slaughtered. There is, for example, the fate of Dr. Taras Maliarchuk, a Ukrainian surgeon, number 516, surgeon, drowned in bathtub, his wife raped in the presence of their children and then bayoneted, their 5-year-old daughter Maria was thrown out a window and their 3-year-old son Mihailo was shot with a small-caliber Browning pistol. A Ukrainian Jewish survivor from Kalamija described the barbarism of the Ukrainian nationalists. The moment the Germans came in, the Ukrainian nationalists put on white armbands, and they went on a killing spree. Hidden in a bunker with 17 other people, she remembers. We heard a shot close by. Later a girl and myself went up quietly from the basement, we looked around, went out, there was a pregnant woman lying. Her baby was moving in her still. She didn't speak but she was still alive. Then we heard something coming close. We ran away. Hen 1 went up from the bunker and that second day, and looked through the window to see what was going on. The picture we saw will never be erased from my mind. 10 or 12 Ukrainian police walking by in their high leather boots, all covered with blood. They went to the well which was at the end of our street to wash off the blood. Historian Rubinstein has chronicled the widespread involuntary help given by the Ukrainian nationalists to the Nazi exterminations in Western Ukraine. In his classic Jewish Resistance in Nazi-occupied Eastern Europe, he states that at the beginning of the Nazi occupation, the old leaders, Stetsko and Bandera, proclaimed the creation of a free Ukraine and organized a 31,000-strong militia. The militia played a most important part in making it possible for the Einsatzkommando to carry out their task of genocide and terror until the middle of August, 1941. The militia was then disbanded and 3,000 cutthroats were allowed to enroll in the Ukrainian auxiliary police, which was to play such an abominable role in the annihilation of the Jews in Eastern Europe. In the first 8 months of Nazi occupation of Western Ukraine, 15% of Galician Jews, 100,000 people, were slaughtered by the joint actions of the Germans and Ukrainian nationalists. Jewish Canadian survivor and decorated anti-Nazi partisan Noam Cohn describes the Ukrainian fascist role in the Holocaust in Ukraine's Volyn region. Whenever Jews were slaughtered, 4 or 5 Germans would participate, helped by 100 or 200 Ukrainian nationalists. When the Ukraine was virtually Judenrein, cleansed of Jews, the Banderowcy, own Bandera, turned on their Polish neighbors. In his autobiography, Cohn describes how his partisans came to the rescue of the Polish inhabitants of Przebrzeże, ravished by Banderite fascists who had slaughtered 40% of the villagers. The Ukrainian nationalist perpetrators of pogroms against the Jews, both before the war and particularly during the war, are portrayed in quite a different light in Ukrainian nationalist publications propagating the famine genocide myth. The first chapter of Black Deeds of the Kremlin opens with a full-page portrait honoring the pogromist leader of nationalist Ukraine, 1918–1919, Simon Petlura. Described by historian Gerald Reitlinger as one of the most dubious national heroes of all time, Petlura was thrown out of Soviet Ukraine by the revolution and joined his lot with the foreign interventionists against the USSR. 10 Hoping to return his nationalist clique on the bayonets of foreign troops, he made a deal with Poland which gave away Western Ukraine, Galicia, to the Poles through the April 21, 1920 treaty. Nationalist-oriented historian John J. Rishitar admits that while enjoying the hospitality of the Poles during the winter of 1919–1920 Petlura met with Pilsudski and became convinced that the sole means of obtaining Allied, and more specifically, French, support was by becoming a Polish satellite. Remnants of Petlura's nationalists accompanied the 1920 French-backed Polish invasion of Soviet Ukraine, which was decisively defeated by the Bolsheviks. The Poles held on to Western Ukraine, and Petlura went off to exile in France. Of this so-called leader, even his colleague Volodymyr Vinichenko remembers. An unhealthily ambitious maniac, soaked up to his ears in the blood of pogrom as a Jewry, politically illiterate, willing to accept all reaction in order to preserve his power. Assassinated by a Jew, Sholem Schwarzbauer, in Paris in 1926 as retribution for the Petlura government army's slaughter of tens of thousands of Jews, Petlura was the symbol used by the nationalists to avenge their great knights. In July 1941 in Lviv, the old nationalists declared a day in honor of the memory of Petlura and turned the streets red with the blood of Jewish victims. As Holocaust historian Lucy Davidovich states, in Lviv the Germans and Ukrainian nationalists, in house-to-house hunts for Jews, shot them randomly on the spot, belatedly avenging the assassination of Petlura, notorious anti-Semite. The Ukrainians staged mammoth pogroms, slaughtering thousands and carrying off other thousands of Jews to Einsatzgruppen headquarters. Within hours or days, those Jews who had been taken away were machine-gunned en masse at some remote desolate area. The disaster was epic. Another full-page Black Deeds tribute honors the Nazi major and murderer Roman Shukevich, commander of the Bloody Nachtigall Battalion. 16 Following the reorganization of his troops into Nazi Schutzmannschaft battalions in the summer of 1941, Shukevich, under Nazi direction, led his men into Byelorussia to slaughter partisans, Jews and peasants. Later in the war, this recipient of the Nazi Iron Cross commanded the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA, which Einstein describes as the most dangerous and cruel enemies of surviving Jews, Polish peasants and settlers, and all anti-German partisans. Also venerated in Black Deeds are a number of clergymen who supported the Nazis, blessed the Ukrainian SS units, or who in other ways politically facilitated the Nazi occupation. Unlike Skripnik, Bishop Mstislav, or Father Vasil Laba, who settled in Edmonton, Metropolitan Andrei Sheptytsky and Joseph Slipy were unable to flee the country with the German retreat. They are honored in Black Deeds with portraits. 18 Pro-nationalist historian John Armstrong notes, Sheptytsky personally favored the creation of the Galician Division, 14th Waffen-SS, and sent one of his clergy, Dr. Laba, to act as chief chaplain. Bishop Joseph Slipy conducted a service in St. George's Cathedral in Lviv, celebrating the inauguration of the division. Upon the capture of Kiev, Metropolitan Sheptytsky sent the following message to Hitler. As head of the Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church, I send Your Excellency my heartfelt congratulations on the occasion of the occupation of the capital of the Ukraine, the golden-domed city on the Dnieper, Kiev. We see in you the invincible leader of the insuperable and glorious German army. The cause of the destruction and eradication of Bolshevism which you as Führer of the great German Reich took as the goal of this campaign assures Your Excellency the gratitude of all the Christian world. The Ukrainian Greek Catholic Church knows the historic meaning of the mighty progress of the German nation under your guidance. I shall pray to God for him to bless the victory which shall be the guarantee of enduring peace for your excellency, the German army and the German nation. Like the fascist policemen washing their boots at the well, the Ukrainian nationalists of the Banderovцы, SS units, auxiliary militia, etc. are confronted with the problem of washing away the blood spilled during the Nazi occupation. Many thousands who fled to Germany and elsewhere in the wake of retreating Nazi armies, had to cover up their personal and collective guilt in the Holocaust and betrayal of their country. There is in fact a conscious attempt to disguise the past of such persons, and to distort the history of the role of Ukrainian nationalists in the Nazi Holocaust. Such cover-ups are sub-themes in the Famine genocide campaign, for the credibility of Famine genocide allegations is undermined by direct association with wartime collaboration and atrocities. For example, during a 1984 Winnipeg Teachers Symposium at which he was speaking on famine genocide, James Mace was asked why he thought the Ukrainian nationalists supported Hitler in the Nazi invasion of Ukraine. Mace replied that they supported Hitler for only a brief period at the beginning of the war. But the relationship between German Nazism and Ukrainian nationalism was no brief honeymoon. Both represented forms of extremist nationalism which by the late 1920s had reached some common ideological grounds. Two documents from the 1920s indicate the direction of Ukrainian nationalism's transition period. The first is the Decalogue. The Ten Commandments of Ukrainian Nationalism. Originally published in Surma in 1929, all members of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists were expected to memorize it. 1. Attain a Ukrainian state or die in battle for it. 2. Do not allow anyone to defame the glory or the honor of your nation. 3. Remember the great days of our efforts. 4. Be proud of the fact that you are an heir of the struggle for the glory of Volodymyr Strident. 5. Avenge the death of great knights. 6. Do not speak of the cause with whomever possible, but only with whomever necessary. 7. Do not hesitate to commit the greatest crime, if the good of the cause demands it. 8. Regard the enemies of your nation with hate and perfidy. 9. And neither requests, nor threats, nor torture, nor death can compel you to betray a secret. 10. Aspire to expand the strength, riches, and size of the Ukrainian state even by means of enslaving foreigners. 22. Similarly, if on a more intellectual level, one finds unmistakably fascist notions of mystification and the will in Vivoin's theses on state-minded youth. 1. The clearest feature of a person in the universe is his ability to master his living and non-living environments, even in time and space. Indivisible in their essence, ideas and actions when systematically executed, are means to this mastery. Beyond them there is only chaos. The eternal struggle with chaos is the basic task of the person. The ideal is the eventual subjugation of chaos by the person. 2. The greatest imperative for Ukrainians, the struggle for the Ukrainian perfect nation, is simultaneously a struggle against chaos in the familial and societal spheres. This struggle is possible only with the training of leaders, who will systematically rule over these spheres, without any compunctions to destroy everything hostile within themselves and in their environment. The creation of such leaders is the basic task of the nation. The ideal is a nation, where the individual exists only for the nation in the name of its perfection. 11. The character of the Organization of Ukrainian Youth must correspond to the character of the Ukrainian nation. The most fundamental and most famous organization, instinctively accepted by everybody in the Ukraine, is that of the military, praised in songs and ballads. Researcher Alexander J. Tottle comments that Voin's extremism was probably not untypical for the League is suggested by a public statement released by LUN, League of Ukrainian Nationalists, in the late summer of 1926. The only possible form of state rule, at the beginning and under present conditions, can be a dictatorship of 108. Groups of organized Ukrainian patriots nationalists, who have state-minded tendencies, a dictatorship, which should be realized in the person of that national Vashd, Führer, who will organize and complete the liberation of the Ukrainian people. By the end of the 1920s, the leadership of exiled Ukrainian nationalists had coalesced around the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, OUN, under the Vashd Eugene Konovalets. Established in 1927, the OUN was based on the League of Ukrainian Nationalists, which had been set up at a joint convention of the Union of Ukrainian Fascists, the Ukrainian Nationalist Federation and the Union for the Liberation of the Ukraine in 1925. The OUN organ, Rozbudova Natsiai, betrays evidence of the anti-Semitism which was widespread in the Ukrainian nationalist movement. Ukraine is jeopardized by the Jews. The latter have not only done us a lot of harm, but will keep on doing us harm so long as the Ukrainians fail to apply the necessary means of self-defense. During the 1930s, the fascist outlook of the OUN was complemented by a campaign of terror and assassination in Poland. Tactics indicated in the Ukrainian nationalist paper Amata, Ukrainian nationalism must be prepared to apply any method of struggle against communism, not excluding mass physical extermination, even if the latter implies sacrificing millions of lives. Even earlier, in November 1930, the OUN journal Rozbudova Natsiai proclaimed, "We shall be merciless on that great day which will surely come, there shall be mercy for neither the young nor the old." It is not surprising that in January 1932 the League of Nations Council branded the OUN a terroristic organization. The affinity of Ukrainian nationalism and Nazism was not confined to Europe. In Canada, anti-Semitism, praise of Hitler, racism and fascism were openly expressed in Ukrainian nationalist journals in the 1930s. In Winnipeg, a Ukrainian-language edition of the infamous anti-Semitic protocols OF the Elders OF Zion was published in 1934 and reprinted as late as 1959. The following passage can be found in the October 1938 issue of Church Life, organ of Ukrainian Catholics in Winnipeg. "The greatest man at the present moment is Adolf Hitler. He has changed the map of Europe and united all the Germans in one estate. Together with Mussolini he has resisted the Bolshevist invasion of Europe, stepped on the necks of the Bolsheviks in Spain and declared that they shall not advance beyond their befuddled Russia. Hitler is saving Europe and her culture from the Bolsheviks." In the same year, the Canadian newspaper of the United Hetman Organization, followers of Hetman Pavel Skoropadsky, stated, "It has become impossible for the French nationalists to call themselves French. The very name invites the attack of Yids, Jews. Billions of Yid dollars are being mobilized for the pacification of European Goyish, Gentiles." 28 In similar vein, Novy Shliak, New Pathway, W. Winnipeg's Voice of the OUN's Melnik faction, the Ukrainian National Federation, published. In Russia Yid terrorists killed 28 bishops, 1,215 priests, 6,575 teachers, 8,800 doctors, 54,850 village elders, 260,000 soldiers, 105,000 policemen, 48,000 gendarmes, 12,500 police chiefs, 355,250 intellectuals, 192,000 workers, 815,000 peasants. No one objected. But today when Jews aren't even beaten, but only frightened, everybody hollers. One notes that while yesterday alleged perpetrators of genocide were labeled Jews, today the label has changed to Russians. Anti-Semitism has a long history in nationalist ideology. A particularly vile example of Nazi-like hate literature appeared in the January 1935 issue of Klitsch, The Call, published by Anthony Linka, a social credit member of parliament from Vegreville, Alberta. It blamed the Jews for the famine. This is the descendant of bloodsuckers who exploited Ukraine. His ancestors robbed our fathers of the last strip of land. His ancestors held the keys to our temples. His ancestors were the informers against us. His race barred the path to formation of our state. His race murdered the leader of the Ukrainian Republic. His race besmirched before the world the name of our great Khmelnytsky. His race is responsible for the unprecedented terror in the Ukraine. His race murdered by exiles, tortures and famine not only millions of our brothers and sisters but also millions of innocent children of the Ukraine. His race has abused, debauched, polluted, corrupted and defiled the majesty of the Ukraine. With no mention of the anti-Semitism of Klitsch, Marunchak writes of Linka and the Ukrainian Canadians, a history. For his interest in the plight of the refugees, Linka soon gained the recognition as being the guardian of third, post-war, immigration to Canada. 31 The ideological background of Ukrainian nationalism was a contributing factor to support for Hitler fascism. Ukrainian nationalist ideologue Dmytro Dontsov, who was allowed to settle in Canada after World War II, attempted to justify Hitler's seizure of power in Germany, describing pre-Nazi conditions. In part, the third factor of the decay was the international Jewish community who attacked the collapsed country like locusts in order to, jointly with the victors, freely dispose of it, to smear literature, music and theatrical art with the evils of pornography. 2. 110. Smear pure art with the ideas of Bolshevism. 32 Well connected to Nazi intelligence circles following Hitler's seizure of power, the OUN's fascist views led directly to the wartime alliance with the Third Reich. The xenophobic, anti-democratic and anti-Semitic nationalism of the OUN meshed easily with Nazism. Following Connevelle's death in 1939, The Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists split into two factions, the ONB headed by Stepan Bandera, and the ONM led by Andrei Melnik. Testimony of German Abwehr officer Erwin Stels at the Nuremberg war crimes trials revealed that both Melnik and Bandera were on a Nazi payroll prior to Hitler's invasion of the Soviet Union. It was pointed out in the order that for the purpose of delivering a lightning blow against the Soviet Union, Abwehr II must use its agents for kindling national antagonisms among the people of the Soviet Union. I contacted the Ukrainian National Socialists who were in German intelligence service and other members of the nationalist fascist groups. Instructions were given by me personally to the leaders of the Ukrainian nationalists, Melnik, codename Consul I, and Bandera, codename Consul II, to organize demonstrations in the Ukraine in order to disrupt the immediate rear of the Soviet armies. Apart from this, a special military unit was trained for subversive activities on Soviet territory. Ukrainian nationalist battalions were trained in Germany prior to the war and some were used by the Nazis in their 1939 invasion of Poland. As the Nationalist's own encyclopedia states, the first Ukrainian unit was formed by the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists on the eve of the Polish-German War. Approximately 600 men strong, it consisted of former soldiers of the Carpathian Sich. Commanded by Colonel Roman Sushko, it marched into Galicia with the German army in September 1939. When Hitler invaded the Soviet Union in June 1941, his forces included the Nachtigall and Roland battalions of Ukrainian nationalists. The bloody record of butchery by the Nachtigall battalion of Jews and Poles in Lviv will never be forgotten. The formation of these units is admitted by the Nationalists' Encyclopedia, on the eve of World War II, as a result of an agreement between some German authorities and the Bandera-owned faction. Two Ukrainian volunteer detachments, Nachtigall and Roland, were formed on German territory. They took part in the military operations of the German army. In late 1941, they were reorganized into the Police Battalion 201 and deployed in Byelorussia. Thus we have seen that the Ukrainian nationalist alliance with Nazism predated the beginning of the war. At the same time, the alliance was not without contradictions. While the nationalists pinned their hopes on the Nazis as the vehicle to gain control of Ukraine, the German fascists were not about to cede any part of their power. United by their opposition to the Soviet Union, the Nazis' direct rule of Ukraine also stood as an obstacle to the Ukrainian nationalists' ambitions. This contradiction has been wildly exaggerated in the post-war cover-up of nationalist collaboration and complicity with the Nazi Holocaust. It is hoped that the retroactive transformation of junior partner collaborators into anti-Nazi patriots will win them acceptance as allies of democracy, the better to serve the contemporary anti-Soviet crusade. Ivan Baryony, for example, offers the following alibi in Black Deeds of the Kremlin. Ukrainians are not war criminals because they fought against Hitler and Stalin. They fought against both before the war and they fought against both during the war. Of course no one has ever claimed that Ukrainians as such are war criminals. After all, most Ukrainians who were in a position to do so fought against Hitler. But if by Ukrainians, Baryony refers to the nationalists, then he stands condemned as a liar of the stature of Goebbels himself. The Ukrainians who fought Hitler were in fact among the main targets of nationalist armed units. And who is Ivan Baryony? During the Nazi occupation, he was one of the few Ukrainian writers permitted to have works published through the Nazi-controlled Ukrainian publishing house. That this publisher was Nazi-authorized is confirmed by Ukraine, a concise encyclopedia. Late in 1939, by permission of the German authorities, the Ukrainian publishing house, Ukrainsk Vidavnitstvo, was established in Krakow, in close association with the Ukrainian Central Committee. The Ukrainian publishing house had the exclusive right to publish Ukrainian newspapers, journals and books within the General Government. One notes that this collaboration commenced in German-occupied Poland, a full year and a half before the Nazi invasion of the Soviet Union. Its authority was later extended to the Nazi-occupied areas of Ukraine, and it also published pro-Nazi Ukrainian papers such as Volyn, 1941–1944, Krakowskie Visty, 1940–1945, and Lvivsky Visty, 1941–1944, to name a few. It was an important tool of German political, literary and social control over Ukrainians living under occupation. Feverishly casting about for some proof of anti-Nazi combat, the nationalists and their apologists claim that the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA, was actually a patriotic national liberation army which strove to drive the Nazis from Western Ukrainian territory. The Canadian Institute of Ukrainian Studies of the University of Alberta, publisher of the Canadian edition of Conquest's Harvest of Sorrow, has published a book in which the Own Bandera's UPA is even described as being on a par with the French resistance. Ihor Kamenetsky, another example, states in H. Hitler's Occupation of Ukraine that the nationalists' partisan movement in Ukraine had a considerable influence on the weakening of the German war effort in the East. In reality, the so-called UPA partisans took pressure off the Nazi front lines by helping to clean out Soviet partisans and secure the German rear areas of supply and occupation. Let us examine the fabric from which authors like Kamenetsky attempt to weave their historical disguise. Kamenetsky utilizes inventions about non-existent clashes between the own Bandera's UPA and the Nazis. For example, he claims that the chief of staff of the German SA, Victor Lutz, was killed by a UPA detachment on the highway between Kovel and Brest in May 1943. The fact that other nationalist historians and their followers give different and contradictory locations for the alleged assassination of Lutz does not add to the credibility of this post-war invention. The truth of the matter is that Lutz was injured in an auto accident near Berlin and died in a Potsdam hospital hundreds of kilometers from where the nationalists claim the UPA killed him. According to Goebbels' diaries, Lutz's funeral was attended by Hitler, Goebbels and other top-ranking Nazis. As a result of Lutz's mishap, Goebbels writes, Hitler warned the German leadership that cars bearing Nazi party plates must limit their speed to 50 miles per hour. Elsewhere, Kamenetsky implies that a German anti-partisan offensive in Volyn was directed against the nationalist UPA. In the big action in the summer of 1943, conducted by SS General Bakalevsky against the Ukrainian partisans in Vonia and Polissa, 50 tanks and nearly 10,000 German and auxiliary police were used. In addition, several Hungarian detachments and Eastern Volunteer battalions participated. While it is true that the nationalist UPA partisans fought in Volyn in this period, they were not fighting the Nazis. Rubinstein writes, it was then that Soviet partisan leader, Alexei Fyodorov-Chernigovsky arrived with his brigade group from the Chernigov region in the area where Brinsky's brigade was operating. Within a couple of weeks Fyodorov turned that part of Volyn into partisan territory where Germans had lost all control and began his systematic campaign against the railway network at a time when the Kursk battle was reaching its climax. The Germans assembled a 15,000-strong force made up of SS and Wehrmacht troops, Lithuanians, Vlasov units and Ukrainian police, as well as 3,000 Ukrainian nationalists, and in August launched a massive operation against the partisans. While Fyodorov took the brunt of the fighting against the Germans, Brinsky's brigade was given the task of engaging the Ukrainian Partisan Army, UPA, battalions, which supported by German bombers and mortar batteries, tried to push the partisans into the bag prepared by the Germans. 9 composed of criminals and executioners, former members of the hated Ukrainian police, security gendarmes, SS men and fascist legionnaires, the UPA and other nationalist gangs were certainly not known for their anti-Nazi combat. As Einstein states, assured of German assistance in arms and, when necessary, outright military cooperation, the UPA gangs, which became known as the Banderovцы, proved themselves under the command of Shukevich, now known as Taras Chuprenko, the most dangerous and cruel enemies of surviving Jews, Polish peasants and settlers, and all anti-German partisans. The fanaticism and nationalistic madness of the Banderovцы, Bulbovцы and other Ukrainian nationalist gangs reached depths that appeared incredible even to Soviet and Jewish partisans, whose ability to be horrified by what man could do to man was blunted by their daily experiences of the Nazi New Order. The Jewish partisan Bakalk Zukfelin has left us a description of entire Polish villages wiped out, their inhabitants invariably tortured and raped before being slaughtered with knives and axes, the babies murdered with the same kind of savagery as had been the fate of Jewish children. Kamenetsky and his ilk do not have an enviable task in trying to transform Hitler's Ukrainian auxiliaries and terrorists into anti-Nazi partisans. But then this is not the first time we have encountered such duplicity in Ukrainian nationalist portrayals of their history. Not surprisingly, and reminiscent of scholarship demonstrated in Famine or genocide accounts, 2/3 of the evidence for Kamenetsky's assertions come from ideological colleagues. Out of 49 references in Chapter 5 of H. Hitler's Occupation of Ukraine used as substantiation for the allegedly anti-fascist role of the UPA, no fewer than 28 come from nationalist apologist Krypyakovich and 5 from anti-Semite Petro Merchuk. Recruiting poster for the 14th Waffen-SS Division. In Canada, the organization of former members of the 14th Waffen-SS is called the Brotherhood of Former Combatants, 1st Ukrainian Division, Ukrainian National Army, and is affiliated to the Ukrainian-Canadian Committee. Similarly distorted, if not passed over in silence as by Mace, is the role of the Ukrainian 14th Waffen-SS Galician Division, also known as the Halych Division. Formed in 1943 with Melnik's support and reconstituted after its crushing defeat at Brody in 1944, The 14th Waffen-SS Division's main function was brutal anti-partisan work in several countries. Ukrainian nationalists and their apologists generally seek to give the impression that the Galician Division, unlike other Waffen-SS units, was almost a patriotic Boy Scout organization with no political attachment to the Nazi cause. History shows otherwise. In his May 1943 appeal for Galicians to join this SS unit, Volodymyr Kubizhovich stated, "The long-awaited moment has arrived when the Ukrainian people again have the opportunity to come out with guns to give battle with its most grievous foe, Muscovite Jewish Bolshevism. The Führer of the Great German Reich has agreed to the formation of a separate Ukrainian volunteer military unit under the name SS Riflemen's Division Halychina. You must stand shoulder to shoulder with the unbeatable German army and destroy, once and for all, the Jewish Bolshevist monster." Citing Himmler's speeches contained in the U.S. National Archives, the Canadian Bureau of the Simon Wiesenthal Center describes the unsavory record of this SS unit. On May 16, 1944, SS Chief Heinrich Himmler congratulated the officers of the 14th Waffen-SS Division, Galician No. 1, for having improved the beautiful Ukrainian landscape by ridding it of its Jews. Himmler added that he was aware that nothing would please the division more than to hand out the same treatment to the Poles, but the timing of that action would be decided by Hitler, the man to whom they had pledged absolute obedience. The 14th Waffen-SS, led by Nazi officers from the top practically down to the company level, with no independent Ukrainian nationalist. Zum Sieg, weekly organ of the 14th Waffen-SS Division. The above issue includes Adolf Hitler's New Year message, which states in part, "The international Jew conducts this war in order to put Europe and England to Bolshevism." Command was instrumental in giving military training to the UPA. This could only have taken place with the planning, knowledge and approval of the top SS command and the German officers leading the division. Indeed, certain nationalist historians openly admit that the UPA was assisted by the 14th Waffen-SS. Wasyl Veryha, an SS veteran and division historian in Toronto, wrote in Visti Combatanta, a Ukrainian SS veterans magazine, while recalling the fairly well-known facts that the personnel trained in the division, 14th Waffen-SS, had become the backbone of the UPA. It should be mentioned that the UPA command also sent groups of its people to the division to receive proper military training. This reinforced the UPA which was left on the native land, after the Nazi retreat, in particular its commanders and instructors. 51. The assessment of the UPA as a Nazi tool appears to be shared by certain sections among the nationalists. Perhaps hoping to distance themselves from the UPA's bloody record, the nationalist publication Ukrainsky Samosteynik admitted that the UPA was influenced by and formed after the Nazi standard, and had acquired the whole of Nazi mentality. Further, it was not a combat unit of the Ukrainian people but merely a Ukrainian Waffen-SS, own. Ukrainian nationalist service to H. Hitler's Third Reich did not end with the expulsion of the Nazis from Ukraine in 1944. As Nazi officer Stels revealed at the Nuremberg war crimes trials. During the retreat of German troops from the Ukraine, Canaris personally instructed the Abwehr to set up an underground network to continue the struggle against Soviet power in Ukraine, to organize acts of terrorism, subversion and espionage. Competent agents were left behind specially to direct the nationalist movement. Orders were given to install caches, to store munitions, etc. To maintain liaison with these bands, agents were sent across the front line. Further, U.S. historian John Armstrong, usually sympathetic to the nationalists, admits that after the Germans were driven out of Ukraine and continuing into early 1945, German military agencies airdropped supplies to UPA units, which most German officers by then regarded as a useful harassment to the Soviet supply lines. As we have seen, collaboration between the Nazis and Ukrainian nationalists began long before the war and continued throughout the war, even after the Germans were completely driven out of Ukrainian territory. The nationalists were firmly locked into the Nazi occupation machine. Their police and punitive units mass murdered Jews and Ukrainians alike. Vast numbers of Ukrainians were also rounded up, with the help of Ukrainian collaborators, for shipment to Germany as slave laborers. Thousands of actions were carried out by nationalist militias, SB, UPA and Ukrainian police units, often under German supervision. Nationalist recruited troops served Hitler in Ukraine, Poland, Belarus, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, and Yugoslavia. Ukrainian collaborators assisted in the murder of hundreds of thousands in death camps like Treblinka, Sobibor, Yanoska, and Troniki. Such was the anti-Nazi struggle of those whom nationalists today would present as national liberation fighters, heroes of the Ukrainian people and patriots who struggled for a free Ukraine. Chapter 10. War Criminals, Antisemitism and the Famine Genocide Campaign. Vain were the hopes of Nazis and nationalists. Defeat and retribution approached like a whirlwind from the east. Fleeing the Soviet offensive with the retreating Germans, nationalist collaborators headed west. After the Allied victory over Nazi Germany, thousands of people dislocated by the war congregated in displaced persons camps in Europe waiting for resettlement. Many sought to start a new life in North America, Australia and other countries. Not least among them were the large numbers of active collaborators who were in danger of being identified and brought to justice. The Allies had agreed to screen refugees and hold those suspected of war crimes. However, World War II had hardly ended before a new war was in preparation. As early as 1945, the U.S. administration was planning a first strike against the USSR, and in its war plans and preparation nationalist collaborators also had a role to play. The post-war period introduced new elements into the nationalists' Famine genocide campaign, for example its use by some to divert investigations of war criminals. Anti-Semitism, long a feature of some sections of the nationalist community, has been toned down, but continues to surface. As in the 1930s, the campaign has drawn support from the broader right wing. The campaign is one specific form of a general effort to advance a foreign policy of confrontation with the USSR, not excluding nuclear war. The ascendancy of the American right, represented by the Reagan administration of the 1980s, not coincidentally heralded a revival and elevation of the Famine genocide campaign to new heights. The 1980s campaign finds its roots partly in developments of the early post-war years. As detailed in The Belarus Secret by John Loftus, former attorney for the U.S. Justice Department Office of Special Investigations, Western intelligence agencies helped sanitize Nazi collaborators for emigration to new homelands in return for a new collaboration. A particularly important role was played by the U.S. administration's Office of Policy Coordination headed by Frank Wisner, the IRO, International Refugee Organization, as well as the USDP, Displaced Persons, Commission had long regarded the Ukrainian Nazis as ineligible for visas and had placed their organizations on the inimical list, but that did not deter Wisner. One in a bid to open the gates for Ukrainian and other collaborators, W. Wisner asserted. The OUN, Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists, and the partisan army it created in 1942, UPA, fought bitterly against both the Germans and the Soviet Russians. Here one sees the thesis of nationalist anti-Nazi combat in one of its earliest forms, a cover story used by American intelligence to smuggle Ukrainian and other East European Nazis into the United States following the war. Loftus comments, this was a complete fabrication. The CIC, U.S. Counterintelligence Corps, had an agent who photographed 11 volumes of the secret internal files of OUN Bandera. These files clearly show how most of its members worked for the Gestapo or SS as policemen, executioners, partisan hunters and municipal officials. The OUN contribution to the German war effort was significant, including the raising of volunteers for several SS divisions. It was precisely because of its work with the Nazis that Wisner wanted to hire the OUN for his special forces. W. Wisner's letter on behalf of the OUN fascists succeeded in convincing immigration officials to take the OUN Bandera organization off the inimical list. By the time the DP Act, Displaced Persons Act, had expired in 1952, 400,000 immigrants had come to the United States. Among them were important Nazi collaborators from Belarus, the Ukraine, including the nucleus of Wisner's special forces. During the same 4-year period Wisner's OPC enjoyed virtually unlimited freedom of action and had grown to the point that it was consuming more than half the CIA's annual budget. Wisner's private army had launched an undeclared war against the Soviet Union. He had defied the congressional ban on smuggling Nazis, he had misappropriated government funds to buy arms for ex-Nazi terrorists, and he had obstructed justice by sheltering fugitive war criminals who had been denounced by the Nuremberg Tribunal, the United Nations, and the Congress of the United States. Frank Wisner and the Office of Policy Coordination did not, however, operate outside of the overall plan of the U.S. administration for war against the Soviet Union. Declassified documents of the U.S. Joint Chiefs of Staff and the National Security Council baldly outline American preparations for war, including readiness for first use of nuclear weapons. 6 National Security Council Directive 4A of December 1947, sketches the directions of covert activities. Psychological warfare included primarily media-related activities, including unattributed publications, forgeries, and subsidization of publications. Political action involved exploitation of dispossessed persons and defectors, and support to political parties. Paramilitary activities included support to guerrillas and sabotage. Economic activities consisted of monetary operations. Laundered East European collaborators were put to work at Radio Free Europe, Radio Liberty, The Voice of America in schools training U.S. intelligence officers in East European languages. 7 Some were trained for sabotage operations inside the Soviet Union. 8 Others were employed as living witnesses of communist terror in the psychological conditioning of the American people for war against the USSR. 9 The Ukrainian famine genocide was but one of many themes. Their interests coincided with those of the U.S. administration. George Kennan writes in his memoirs, "It was the existence in our country of one vocal and not uninfluential element that not only wanted war with Russia but had a very clear idea of the purpose for which, in its own view, such a war should be fought. I have in mind the escapees and immigrants, mostly recent ones, from the non-Russian portions of the post-war Soviet Union, as well as from some of the Eastern European satellite states. Their idea, to which they were passionately and sometimes ruthlessly attached, was simply that the United States should, for their benefit, fight a war against the Russian people to achieve the final breakup of the traditional Russian state and the establishment of themselves as the regimes of various liberated territories." They appealed successfully at times to religious feeling and even more importantly, to the prevailing anti-communist hysteria. An idea of the political power they possessed can be had from the fact that some years later, 1959, they were able to recommend to Congress, through their friends there, the text of a resolution, the so-called Captive Nations Resolution, every word of which was written, on his own published admission, by their spokesman, Dr. Levi Dobriansky, then associate professor at Georgetown University, and to get this document solemnly adopted by Congress as a statement of American policy. This resolution committed the United States, insofar as Congress had the power to do so, to the liberation of 22 nations, 2 of which had never had any real existence, and the name of one of which appears to have been invented in the Nazi propaganda ministry during the recent war. As one of the architects of the Cold War containment policy of the United States, Kennan could hardly have been shocked at this byproduct of the work of the CIA in furthering U.S. policy. The United States was not the only destination after World War II. Allowed to enter Canada, particularly after the launching of the Cold War, were former members of the terrorist Ukrainian insurgent army, Ukrainian police, punitive detachments, security police, concentration camp guards. And nor should one forget the political collaborators, propaganda writers, and slave labor procurers from the Melnik and Bandera wings of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists. Most notable was the Canadian government decision in 1950 to admit en masse members of the Galician Waffen-SS division. Accorded special treatment. They were allowed into Canada years before the ban on other SS units was lifted. Under Nazi command, the 14th Waffen-SS division had cut its retreat through Czechoslovakia and Yugoslavia, fighting the partisans and the masses of people rising up against the Nazi yoke. Some had served the Nazis in their defense of Budapest. 11 Just prior to Germany's surrender, on April 24, 1945, the division changed its name to the 1st Division of the non-existent Ukrainian National Army in an effort to disguise its SS background. Other Ukrainian fascist units such as the Bloody 31st Punitive Detachment, were incorporated into the division prior to surrender. 12 The rechristened SS unit was headed by the notorious General Pavel Shandruk, a turncoat from the pre-war Polish army with a long record of Nazi service. Following the Nazi surrender, the main body of the division was interned by the British in a camp in Rimini, Italy. Ukrainian nationalists abroad set up relief committees to get these collaborators and others out of the displaced persons and internment camps, and into countries such as Canada and the United States. In Canada a key role was played by the Ukrainian Canadian Committee, UCC. Prominent today in the Famine genocide campaign, the film Harvest of Despair was made under its auspices. The UCC was founded in November 1940 by the Brotherhood of Ukrainian Catholics, the Ukrainian Self-Reliance League, the League of Ukrainian Organizations and the pro-fascist United Hetman Organizations and Ukrainian National Federation. Citing documents from the Public Archives of Canada, Toronto's Simon Wiesenthal Centre has outlined the active role played by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, RCMP, in the formation of the Ukrainian Canadian Committee. The Hetman organization, the Wiesenthal Centre notes, sought to restore the monarchy in the Ukraine and establish a military dictatorship based on Italian fascism. Publishers of the New Pathway, the Ukrainian National Federation had a pre-war record of glorifying the Nazi regime and Hitler. Even Watson Kirkconnell, honorary advisor to the coordinating committee which led to the formation of the UCC, had previously acknowledged that the UNF were Ukrainian Nazis. Noting that the UNF was the Canadian branch of the OUN, Melnik followers, Kirkconnell wrote that this organization was anti-Semitic, markedly military, authoritarian, and anti-democratic and has been outlawed in Poland for their campaigns of murder and terrorism. A confidential 1940 report to the Department of War Services described the UNF as rabid admirers of the Nazi system. In 1946, Ukrainian-Canadian Committee President Wasyl Kushner visited the SS men in Rimini, some of whom were still dressed in their Nazi uniforms. Upon Kushner's return to Canada, the UCC lobbied to secure their entry into Canada. This was seemingly difficult. SS members were barred from entry. Appearing before the Senate's Standing Committee on Immigration and Labor, Kushner was asked if military men were among the displaced persons under discussion. Kushner replied in the negative, supporting Senator David's claim that the SS men were workmen by adding that they had been forcibly deported. The formal barrier to SS members faded in importance as the Cold War deepened. Of more concern to the Canadian Immigration Department was whether or not an applicant was or had been a communist. Thus, an anti-Nazi partisan of left persuasion, or one who had fought under left-wing leadership against the German occupation. In many European countries, the major part of the resistance movements stood to be turned away. In contrast, former Nazi SS men were admitted by the thousands. Even prior to the admission of the members of the 14th Waffen-SS Division, certain Canadian authorities were complicit in facilitating the entry of SS members. In December 1947, a member of the Ontario legislature on a fact-finding tour of Europe, wrote from Germany to Saul Hayes, the director of the Canadian Jewish Congress, that RCMP officers screened and approved about a dozen men who had been stopped by the doctor before boarding ship because the doctor had discovered the SS mark tattooed under their armpits. No sooner had they settled into their new environment than the political activists among them sought out, or were approached for, new alliances within the Cold War political and academic arenas. Canadian Nazi investigator Saul Littman, for example, has stated, to gather information on Soviet bloc countries, they, the RCMP, have cultivated the radical, right-wing nationalists in the Baltic, Ukrainian, Hungarian, Romanian, Croatian and Polish Canadian communities. New wave nationalists rose rapidly in the ranks of the American and Canadian organizations, some of which had been weakened and depleted during the war years due to their earlier pro-Nazi leanings. Adding some thousands of new members, the new arrivals eventually came to dominate the leadership of the right wing in the Ukrainian community, giving the movement a new lease on life. In Canada, for example, a number of post-war Ukrainian exiles of own Melnik loyalties joined the Ukrainian National Federation. New organizations were also set up, such as the Society of Veterans of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, the On Bandera Zupa, the Brotherhood of Former Combatants, 1st Division, Ukrainian National Army, alias of the 14th Waffen-SS, and the On Banderite League for the Liberation of Ukraine. These groups eventually affiliated to the Ukrainian Canadian Committee. Former fascists, Nazi collaborators and SS men are to be found throughout the ethnic and political associations dominated by certain nationalist tendencies. Some prominent Ukrainian nationalists openly brag of the influence wielded by former SS members in Ukrainian right-wing organizations. Former Ukrainian SS man Mykola Stepanenko, who reportedly has done work for both Radio Liberty and Radio Canada, addressed a banquet celebrating an anniversary of the 14th Waffen-SS Division in Toronto. Speaking as a representative of the government center of the Ukrainian National Republic, he boasted, "I share your conviction that former members of the 1st Ukrainian Division are today found, in all Ukrainian organizations, societies and institutions, that they are among the leaders of every such organization. They hold responsible posts at private enterprises, functioning in a variety of government and public capacities, in the education system from public schools to universities. All of them went through the school of life in the division, and they are not ashamed of it." While Stepanenko and others may not be ashamed of their former membership in the SS, the general trend in the Ukrainian nationalist movement has been to cover up nationalist complicity in Nazi Germany's crimes. A new image and clean clothes were collectively required, which would obscure past collaboration with the Nazis and enable them to pick up the shattered pieces of their anti-communist struggle from new bases in the West. One need only examine the numerous institutions set up to develop the history of Ukrainian nationalism to a fine art of apologetics. The vast bulk of Western material on Ukrainian history, culture and politics is manufactured by exiled right-wingers and their liberally funded academic institutions. Such institutions as the Shevchenko Scientific Society, Smolosky Publishers, the Ukrainian Academy of Arts and Sciences, New York, the Ukrainian Free University in Munich try to pass off nationalist interpretations of history as representing the views and aspirations of all Ukrainians in the world. Frank Wisner and the Office of Policy Coordination played a direct. Former members of the 14th Waffen-SS, alias 1st Ukrainian Division, are not found in all Ukrainian organizations. All Ukrainian organizations are not nationalist, and only a minority of Ukrainian Canadians and Americans have been associated with right-wing nationalist organizations. Nationalist claims to speak not only for all Ukrainians abroad, but for Ukraine as well, are patently ridiculous. Role in the 1950s in establishing émigré institutes. John Loftus notes further, funding for these research institutes, which were little more than front groups for ex-Nazi intelligence officers, came from the American Committee for Liberation from Bolshevism, now known as Radio Liberty. The committee was actually a front for OPC. Many of these institutions continue to be generously assisted by various public and private sources, openly or covertly. In the United States, A Village Voice Exposed drew attention to the Prologue Research and Publishing Association incorporated its purpose, the investigation of the history, economics, politics, and culture of the Ukraine, exposing to the public opinion of the world the true nature of communist dictatorship and the threat to freedom everywhere. Prologue's certificate filed in New York in 1956 lists the Ukrainian Nazi war criminal Mykola Lebed as a director. According to the Village Voice, Lebed headed an own faction, for which Prologue was at least partly a front group. The Village Voice comments, Ukrainians familiar with the workings of Prologue say that it could not have sustained itself solely from sales of its publications, many of which were regularly smuggled into Ukraine, and that it probably received help from a government agency. Several people interviewed mention the CIA in Canada. Nationalists and anti-communists dominate some universities' Ukrainian and East European studies departments. They appear to have had a free hand to publish propaganda as history. 28 such studies departments, gilded by the name of respected universities, are not only a means of perpetuating the ideological positions of Ukrainian nationalism, but strive to elevate and insinuate them into more broadly accepted history. As such, they serve the ideological armory of the Cold War right wing. In deference to more respectable North American approaches to anti-communism, contemporary nationalist material has generally toned down or quietly abandoned former Nazi-like and Jew-baiting themes. Perhaps this underlies Robert Conquest's wishful assertion that generally speaking, Ukrainian nationalism as it now exists is of a liberal and generous type. However, anti-Semitism has not been completely relegated to history. It continues to rear its head in allegations of famine or genocide, and particularly in response to investigations of war criminals. A particularly vicious example is the book Why Is One Holocaust Worth More Than Others? Published in 1986 by the veterans of the Ukrainian Insurgent Army, UPA. Written by a former UPA member using the name Yuri Chomotskij, the book sees history as a Jewish plot in classic fascist fashion. Its main argument runs as follows: the Jews are to blame for the deliberate famine of 1932 to 1933, which, it is claimed, killed more Ukrainians than Hitler, and his Ukrainian auxiliaries, killed Jews in the war. No one, therefore, dare accuse post-war Ukrainian nationalists of harboring collaborators and war criminals. Such accusations use faked Moscow Zionist evidence. To play up the fabrication of famine genocide, the Holocaust against the Jews is downplayed and dismissed as an assertion of Zionist Jews. From the beginning, the cause of anti-Semitism is seen as Jewish obstinacy and arrogance. 28 The figure of 6 million Jewish victims is discounted as an allegation, and the reader is told that the Holocaust against the Jews is merely being used as Israel's #1 propaganda weapon. 29 In sympathy with those who deny the Holocaust, such as Canadian racists Zundel and Keegstra, Chomotskij states, revisionist historians who claim there was no plan to exterminate Jews, there were no mass gassings, and that fewer than 1 million Jews died of all causes during World War II, are persecuted, and their books banned by trade boycott. They have been persecuted in the courts, in the USA, West Germany and Canada. They are subject to character assassinations in the media. The real Holocaust, contends Chomotskij, was caused by Jews/Bolsheviks. He states, according to Zionist statements, Hitler killed 6 million Jews, but Stalin, supported by the Jewish state apparatus, was able to kill 10 times more Christians, alleging that Jewish financiers backed the Russian Revolution, that Jews made up the leadership and were responsible for 60 to 65 million Gentile deaths. Chomotskij relies on anti-Semitic mythology to explain the causes of the 1932 to 1933 famine. In answer to his own question, why was this famine created? Chomotskij states, having the majority in the USSR administration, the Jews were involved in all decision-making, including the settlement of Jews in Ukraine and Crimea, plus the plan to build Zion in Ukraine. Planning of the Ukrainian famine was still a few years into the future. Disarming Ukraine with false promises of amnesty and further intimidating the populace by judicial process, Russia then took steps to implement the famine plan. The Jewish farmers were warned in advance and they left their homesteads, moving to nearby cities and villages. The Jewish population did not starve as the warning enabled them to store food in anticipation. Having thinned out Ukraine by planned famine for the purpose of Jewish colonization, the reader is told that a Jew-controlled Western press suppressed news of the famine. The Irish Gentile writer Durante is even labeled a Jewish journalist in support of the thesis of Jewish sympathizers covering up a genocide. Current investigations of Ukrainian war criminals are therefore misdirected, it is claimed. In support, the book offers the following statement by Yaroslav Stetsko, wartime Ukrainian fascist leader who after the war headed up the anti-Bolshevik bloc of nations until his recent death. Today power is exercised by the Muscovite subhuman. The flaccid West acts as if no one saw that the real subhuman is not the wrong, Ivan, Demjanjuk, but the creatures who occupy the Kremlin. The Jewish Bolshevik conspiracy theme is also recalled in the reaction of certain other Ukrainian nationalists to the possible extradition or prosecution of Ukrainian war criminals. Under the heading Ukrainians on Trial, thanks to Soviet Jewish witnesses and documents, the nationalist journal Ekpahkran states, often it is very painful, when one hears, reads, sees, in the so-called media, sensational and purposeful commentaries, reports about crimes of Ukrainians against the Jews and the collaboration of the former with the Germans. Where are our educational institutions, UVN, NTSH, departments of Ukrainian studies, social organizations, political parties, UKA, KUK, WCFU, churches, professional associations, who would take a public position in the English-language press in regards to the falsity of witnesses, Soviet Jewish witnesses and KGB documentations, the off-planned Jewish campaigns against the accused tried by American courts? Our emigration must defend the Ukrainian honor in a general and abstract manner and not in a singular understanding before Western courts. That is, compactly oppose false Soviet documentations and their supposed witnesses, tendentiousness, with politically forged Jewish witnesses who have unlimited access to American news media. The Canadian government's decision to establish a commission to investigate the presence in Canada of war criminals, the Deschênes Commission, provoked somewhat similar responses. Canada's newspaper for Ukrainian students, Student, stated for example, the Jewish community, throughout history, has led an urbanized existence, attempting to always be at the political/commercial forefront, exerting influence on decision-making processes to benefit themselves wherever possible. The appointment of the Deschênes Commission is but one result of their efforts. Student attributes the silence of the few Ukrainians in any position to speak out on this matter with any degree of credibility to fear of backlash from within their professional lives. They are well aware of the formidable Jewish presence in all areas of employment and avoid biting the hand that feeds them. Even more repugnant are comments made by Father Myron Stasiu on a Toronto radio station in February 1985. Stasiu, a former member of the 14th Waffen-SS Division, still carries his SS tattoo and shows no shame at having been a member of that dirty outfit. A prominent member of the Ukrainian nationalist community, Stasiu was elected president of the Association of Ukrainian Nationalists, affiliated to the Ukrainian Canadian Committee, in April 1987. Stating that if such a thing existed as Ukrainian war criminals they would be considerably less numerous than the Jewish war criminals, Stasiu repeats the old slanders once circulated by Ukrainian reactionaries, the Jews and their hatred for the Ukrainians go back 300 years and more, but they do not say what the causes of these Jewish pogroms were, those who had the keys to the Christian churches and would not allow the people to enter to pray. They were the tavern keepers, who robbed the peasants of their lands for whiskey, and made them their serfs. The Jews likewise do not speak about how the Jews poured molten tar and boiling water and stoned the heads of the Ukrainian, peddler and nationalist, soldiers in Berdichev, in 1918 at the time of the Ukrainian state. How many Jews were there in the government of Lev Trotsky? Consider the achievements of Kaganovich as Commissar of Ukraine in the years of the famine of 1932 to 1933, when more than 7 million Ukrainians perished from artificial famine. A related theme, seen also in Why is one Holocaust worth more than others, has become particularly popular in nationalist protest against investigation of war criminals. That is to project the concept that communism equals fascism plus, to depict the Soviet Union as having committed a genocide as great as, or even greater than Hitler's genocide against the Jews. For example, L. Shulakewicz writes to the editor of the Winnipeg Free Press, Hitler annihilated about 11 million in his genocidal operations. Stalin had at least 29 million killed. The writer goes on to berate Jewish organizations for insisting that Nazi documents and other evidence from the USSR be used by the Canadian government commission investigating war crimes. Similarly, in an apparent attempt to divert attention from the trial then underway in Israel of John Demjanjuk, The former Ukrainian SS man accused of operating the Treblinka gas chamber, a Mr. Onishko writes, "The Russians pioneered the use of gas chambers in 1938 in Vorkuta. It is an old communist trick to use gas chambers to destroy those fighting the Russian monsters." Nationalist campaigns such as that alleging Soviet genocide in the Ukrainian famine, are thus used to deflect examination of nationalist complicity in the fascist crimes. This though is a secondary aim, the primary purpose served by the famine genocide campaign is to contribute to psychological conditioning for confrontation and war against the Soviet Union. This is seen by some to be the method by which to make the nationalist dream of an independent Ukraine a reality. In 1920, Ukrainian nationalists looked to interventionist Poland and its invasion of Soviet Ukraine as the vehicle for gaining power. From the mid-1930s through World War II, Nazi Germany was seen as the means to the nationalists' end. In the post-war period, the United States has been seen as holding the promise of realizing the goal of a nationalist-ruled Ukraine. U.S. policies based on hostility and distrust toward the USSR and nuclear war are seen as necessary for this purpose. The following statement from the Ukrainian nationalist paper Famine Ukraini would indicate that some nationalists are pinning their last hopes for a return to Ukraine, or rather to her ashes, on a nuclear strike against the USSR. "We regard the threat of a third world war, as it approaches humanity, as our last, perhaps the aptest chance. Even if one half, or more of humanity were to perish in this war, we wouldn't consider it too exorbitant a price in order to gain our freedom." In a similar fit of madness, the Ukrainian nationalist paper Svoboda declared, "In several years from now the American president will have only two things to choose between, either to start a nuclear war against the USSR, or to yield to Moscow." In support of American plans to deploy neutron bombs in Europe, former Nazi collaborator and exiled Don leader Yaroslav Stetsko stated, "In a war against the Warsaw Treaty countries, NATO hasn't a chance of winning victory by conventional weapons unless it deploys neutron weapons in Europe. Among all the different types of nuclear weapons, it is the most humane. The use of tactical nuclear weapons does not mean a universal nuclear war." Not to be outdone, Vyzvolnyshlik stated, "The USSR's existing any further poses a greater threat to the world than a nuclear cataclysm." Outside of the nationalist movement, in a broader context, the famine genocide campaign is one cog of the wheel of psychological warfare against the USSR and the U.S. military machine. Declassified U.S. documents of the late 1940s and 1950s clearly link an offensive policy against the Soviet Union and its defeat, with the perceived interests of the United States. In the 1980s, the U.S. administration has re-emphasized official policy legitimizing first use of nuclear weapons, preemptive nuclear attack, and theories of limited and winnable nuclear war. 46 An atmosphere of direct confrontation with the USSR has been promoted, using the language of blackmail and threats characteristic of U.S. President Ronald Reagan's crusade against communism. Carefully cultivated is the image of a Soviet evil empire prepared to launch a conventional or nuclear war to achieve world domination. One must beware of appeasement, the argument goes, and pursue a position of military strength. The evil empire image rests, if only in small measure, on the interpretation of the 1932-1933 famine as a deliberate, pre-planned genocide of millions of Ukrainians. Cold, confrontation, rather than historical truth and understanding, has motivated and characterized the famine genocide campaign. Elements of fraud, anti-Semitism, degenerate nationalism, fascism and pseudo-scholarship revealed in this critical examination of certain key evidence presented in the campaign, of the political purpose and historical background of the campaign's promoters underline this conclusion. Over 50 years ago, American journalist Louis Fisher exposed the fakery and political motives of the pro-fascist publisher William Randolph Hearst. In examining the record of those propagating the famine genocide campaign today, one is drawn to Fisher's conclusion. The attempt is too transparent, and the hands are too unclean to succeed. Appendix. From Third Reich propagandist to famine genocide author. Eyewitnesses are among the most effective sources used in famine genocide propaganda. The scholarly weakness of such evidence has been generally noted. It is not possible to examine each specific individual's story. One must suffice. Among the many testimonies in Black Deeds of the Kremlin, is one by Alexei Holoko. At the time of the book's publication, this man was living in Winnipeg under the false name of Boris Losky, a name he used until 1958 when he reverted to his wartime name. One discussions with post-war Ukrainian immigrants and information from various research organizations reveal that Holoko has left out some parts of his story. An identification card issued in Krakow, Poland on November 14, 1942, under Hans Frank's Generalgouvernement identifies Hayholoko as a Nazi-approved Schriftsteller, or writer. The document is stamped Berlin, indicating the highest official Nazi approval. Born on August 12, 1910 in Pasruga, his status is given as married. To his birthdate and place of birth should be borne in mind, for, as will be shown, Hayholoko keeps changing particulars on documents prior to and after Germany's surrender. Hayholoko was also granted a work pass issued through Volodymyr Kubijovik's Ukrainischer Hauptausschuss, Ukrainian Central Committee. This German-controlled collaborationist front was set up in Krakow in 1940 by the Nazis and Ukrainian nationalists, long before the invasion of the Soviet Union. The work pass, issued in 1943, declares Hayholoko to be a member of the Lviv W Writers Association. It bears the extremely low certification number of 7, which would seem to indicate that he was among the very first to sign up for the Nazi-approved association. The affixed photograph clearly matches his post-war photos. According to one of his books published decades later in Canada, Hayholoko had work approved and published under Nazi authority during the occupation of Ukraine. In addition, it has been reported from Ukrainian immigrant sources in Canada that he worked alongside Nazi officers in attempts to recruit Soviet prisoners to fight for Hitler, such as at the POW camp in Borislaw. He was sworn into the SS and received his SS tattoo under the left arm. 5 Nazi Germany's surrender found Hayholoko in Austria, where, incidentally, thousands of Ukrainian SS men emerged after retreating from Yugoslavia and elsewhere. In the panic and scramble of the last days of the war, many Nazis and collaborators tried to change identities, and to finish up the war in the British and American zones. The SS Halychina Division and other Ukrainian fascist forces reconstituted themselves with German consent as the 1st Ukrainian Division of the non-existent Ukrainian National Army immediately prior to the Nazi surrender, a tactic devised to avoid retribution. Since the Allies had agreed that all SS formations were criminal organizations, there were initially a lot of nervous collaborators looking for safety. Hayholoko seems to have been no exception. 2 identically printed travel passes were made out for the December 4, 1945 train from Linz to Feldkirch. One is for Alexei Hayholoko born December 8, 1910, the other, for Alexander Hajduk born 12/10/1912. Undoubtedly such documents would come in handy if checked by certain Allied authorities. That though was just the beginning. In Kramsch/Tyrol he was issued a Bescheinigung on June 1, under the name Alexei Hayholoko, born December 8, 1910. This certificate indicates his presence in a displaced persons camp and bears the signature of the local burgomaster, Herr I. A. Wolf. 7 A police form dated June 16, 1945, reveals Hayholoko to have registered in Innsbruck under the name Alexander Hajduk, born December 10, 1912 in Sonic. His last place of residence is given as Vienna. 8 Yet another document, dated June 22, 1945, appears to be a falsely obtained identity card for the Ukrainian High School Students' Union in Innsbruck. Identified as a philosophy student, his alias is given a modified Polish spelling, Alexander Hajduk, born December 10, 1912 in Sonic. Less than a month later, a police document issued July 19, 1945 is made out to Alex Hayholoko, born December 8, 1910 in Pasruga, matching that given on the Nazi-approved documents from Lviv during the war. The last place of residence is given as Kramsch, and the occupation as writer. By means of the photographs it becomes unmistakably clear that Hajduk, and Hayholoko are one and the same person. On his Austrian-obtained documents, Hayholoko claimed to be unmarried. In fact, he was married in Lviv, Lemberg, on February 14, 1942 to Alexandra Kusaikeva. 10 And not only did he desert his wife, but a young son as well. Yaroslav Holoko was born on August 24, 1942 in Lviv, the birth being recorded at St. George's High Cathedral. 11 Although professing to be Greek Orthodox in his post-war documents, the marriage and baptism took place in the Roman Church. No divorce was obtained from this marriage. Thus we see a person on the run, taking extraordinary pains to conceal not only his real identity but also his exact location, destinations, places of residence and dates thereof. One suspects that some documents were made out in advance of the particulars indicated, and others later than described. Given the black market in identity passes and other documents among those hiding from the past, such maneuvers were entirely feasible. The recent book We Accuse, documentary sketch, by Ukrainian writer and researcher Valery Styrkol, contains very interesting material on Holoko. Styrkol is also author of a book on the organization and atrocities committed by members of the 14th Waffen-SS Division in Ukraine, Poland, and Czechoslovakia, Where was Alexei Holoko in early July 1941, when the cream of Lviv's intelligentsia and thousands of innocent Jewish men, women and children were being slaughtered by Ukrainian fascists during the nationalists' first exercise in government since Petlura? According to Tottle, in that pseudo-administration, Alexei Holoko was made propaganda minister. Neither was it coincidental that Holoko found himself among such members of the government as Stetsko, Lebed, Shukevich, and others. He hated Jews as much as they did. After the war started, he even wrote these poetic, or rather, phonetic, cannibalistic, lines: "May a hurricane sweep the world clean of the hateful Jews. Death, formidable and wrathful, has already sounded his trumpet. He is towering over you, scythe in hand, because the damned Jews hung around the Saint Sophia." Holoko, not surprisingly, totally omits any mention of his role as propaganda minister in his published memoirs. 14 While presenting himself as having a most phenomenal memory for trivial details in alleged conversations going back a half-century, Holoko suffers amnesia when it comes to the pinnacle of his political career. This lapse of memory, however, is not shared by the Bandera wing of the Ukrainian nationalist movement. The Banderist book, The Restoration of the Ukrainian State in World War II, not only lists him in the lineup of this so-called government, but honors him with a photograph. 16 Stetsko's own Bandera government lasted only 10 days and a few more pogroms before being replaced by direct Nazi German rule. According to Tottle, Holoko was subsequently trained by the Germans and became a war propaganda correspondent, working for the SS formation Scorpion OST, Scorpion of the East. A member of a press corps of Nazi armed forces writers, Holoko was later reported to have been placed in command of the Steel Cohort, apparently a group of Ukrainian nationalist propagandists attached to the Nazi army. Tottle states that toward the end of the war Holoko received a further promotion in the SS. In February 1945, Holovko was appointed editor of the newspaper Du Bois, to combat, and attached to the SS Halychina division. Tottle may also shed light on Holoko's desperate flight from justice at war's end. In June 1945 Holoko was arrested in Augsburg, Germany, on charges of war crimes while serving in the SS. On his way to prison, once they were out of town, he knocked out and strangled his American driver, jumped out of the car and ran away, leaving behind his papers, among them his photos and diary. After a couple of years in Germany, Holoko decided to get away from that part of Europe altogether. In 1948 he went to England as Mr. Boris Losky, where he lived and worked during that year. Later he decided to emigrate to Canada, but was reportedly held up by authorities who wondered with good reason why his brother, who had settled in Edmonton, Alberta, happened to have a different family name. Stranded in England, Mr. Boris Losky, still undivorced from his 1942 marriage, arranged an engagement through correspondence to a woman in Montreal, whom he had never met, in order to be sponsored into Canada as her fiancée. Although using a false name, in violation of Canadian immigration laws, remaining silent about his SS past, and married with a family left behind in Lviv, Holoko succeeded in entering Canada in 1949. After visiting his brother in Edmonton, he came to Winnipeg, married his correspondent's bride and settled down. Holding various jobs and political affiliations within the nationalist community, Holoko has had a number of books published and once worked at the Ukrainsky Hollos, Ukrainian Voice. In 1953 he briefly came out of the closet under his own name of Holoko to pose as an expert on the Famine Genocide of 1932 to 1933. Thus he appeared in The Black Deeds of the Kremlin, Volume I. In the 1980s revival of the Famine Genocide campaign, Holoko, former Nazi collaborator and SS man, reappeared on the Cold War scene, an eyewitness to Famine Genocide. Interviewed by the Winnipeg Free Press in 1983, Holoko repeated the by now standard nationalist horror stories and rhetoric. Headline: Dead dragged by legs and stacked in trucks like mere cordwood. The article was accompanied by a photo of Holoko and the second Mrs. Ho Jauko, confidently posed, with smug smiles, beneath an arranged icon of Jesus. Holoko captured considerable limelight in Manitoba during that 50th anniversary year of the famine. At a nationalist-organized commemoration march and rally in Winnipeg in October 1983, Holoko appeared as a key speaker, alongside Manitoba Premier Howard Pauley and two representatives from a Jewish organization, who appear to have had short memories. Addressing the rally, Holoko stated, "I am a victim who survived the great famine which the Soviet Union imposed upon those who refused to give in to slavery." One wonders just how Holoko was a survivor of anything other than his own appetite, if his own books are any indication. Although he claims that the Jews and Communists had access to food while Ukrainians starved, in the autobiographical Smrtelnoyu Dorohoyu, Along the Road of Death, Volume 2, Hey Holoko describes a relatively prosperous life. In the dining room the table was covered. There stood his wife and younger daughter. We all sat down at the table and tasted borscht. We conversed and then his wife brought in the cutlets and mashed potatoes. On New Year's 1933, Hey Holoko writes of party-going with a new girlfriend for whom he had purchased 2 new dresses, and then seeing a movie. Later they attended a party at the House of Literature, where there was an abundance of food and drink. Throughout the period in question, this famine genocide victim seems to have enjoyed more than his share of drinking and dining. Perhaps he meant that he was a survivor from the retribution of the Ukrainian people, which he would have faced had he not changed his name and fled after the war. Hey Holoko did not fight against the Nazi slavery which murdered millions of Ukrainians for whom he now pretends to speak. On the contrary, he served the new order in a number of capacities. He continues to serve, as an exponent of the famine genocide. Hey Holoko repeated the by now standard nationalist horror stories and rhetoric. Headline: Dead dragged by legs and stacked in trucks like mere cordwood. The article was accompanied by a photo of Hey Holoko and the second Mrs. Ho Jiaoko. Confidently posed, with smug smiles, beneath an arranged icon of Jesus. Hey Holoko captured considerable limelight in Manitoba during that 50th anniversary year of the famine. At a nationalist-organized commemoration march and rally in Winnipeg in October 1983, Hey Holoko appeared as a key speaker, alongside Manitoba Premier Howard Pauley and 2 representatives from a Jewish organization, who appear to have had short memories. Addressing the rally, Hey Holoko stated, "I am a victim who survived the great famine which the Soviet Union imposed upon those who refused to give in to slavery." One wonders just how Hey Holoko was a survivor of anything other than his own appetite, if his own books are any indication. Although he claims that the Jews and Communists had access to food while Ukrainians starved, in the autobiographical Smrtelnoyu Dorohoyu, Along the Road of Death, Volume 2, Hey Holoko describes a relatively prosperous life. In the dining room the table was covered. There stood his wife and younger daughter. We all sat down at the table and tasted borscht. We conversed and then his wife brought in the cutlets and mashed potatoes. On New Year's 1933, Hey Holoko writes of party-going with a new girlfriend for whom he had purchased 2 new dresses, and then seeing a movie. Later they attended a party at the House of Literature, where there was an abundance of food and drink. Throughout the period in question, this famine genocide victim seems to have enjoyed more than his share of drinking and dining. Perhaps he meant that he was a survivor from the retribution of the Ukrainian people, which he would have faced had he not changed his name and fled after the war. Hey Holoko did not fight against the Nazi slavery which murdered millions of Ukrainians for whom he now pretends to speak. On the contrary, he served the new order in a number of capacities. He continues to serve, as an exponent of the famine genocide.